we may be on the record, but I don't have a screen that shows anything.
Okay, this is the second thing.
Is your screen working?
No, it's the same as
I'll
this.
text Jim.
There we are.
Is your all screen working? Mine isn't, but
Oh. Yes, mine is working now.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Hector Garcia with Kentucky Power.
Here comes Jim.
no, it doesn't work. Oh, it's on now. If you finally have made it, okay. All right, the parties and the council all present? I guess we won't know till we start, right? Okay, as we left off yesterday, we had finished, I think, the testimony of Mr. Satterwhite. And so at this time, Mr. Overstreet, are you ready to call another witness?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Hector Garcia with Kentucky Power. Just confirming that you can hear me.
Yes, Mr. Garcia. Do you have a witness to call at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. The company would like to call Dr. Kelly Pierce.
Okay, thank you. Would you please raise your right hand? Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Pierce. Can you hear
Good
me?
morning. Yes, I'm turning up my volume just a little bit. Okay.
Yeah. During the examination, it's possible that we may be instructed to speak clearly, since on a virtual environment, it's a little harder to take down the record. So just to give you a heads up, would you please state your name, business address, and who you work for and what title for the record?
Certainly. My name is Kelly Douglas Pierce. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215. I work for American Electric Power Service Corporation. I am Managing Director of Transmission Asset Strategy and Policy.
Thank you. And in this case, did you cause rebuttal testimony to be submitted on behalf of Kentucky Power?
Yes, I did.
And subsequent to that rebuttal testimony, did you also cause to submit supplemental corrected testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were those pieces of testimony prepared by you and under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And did you also cause discovery responses to be submitted on behalf of Kentucky Power?
Yes, I did.
And those also were prepared by you and under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Dr. Pierce, if you would be so kind, would you describe briefly what's the nature of the corrections that were filed as the supplemental corrected testimony?
Certainly. On a couple of pages of my revised rebuttal testimony, pages R7 and R8, there were certain of the numbers that required refiling, and there was a additional question and answer regarding those revisions. In the course of doing an analysis of what would be the impacts on Kentucky Power of leaving the transmission agreement and going from 12 CP to a 1 coincident peak basis, we determined that the incorrect values had been pulled basically from the roughly 15% non-affiliate loads within our zone. And so that was discovered last week and corrected and filed last Thursday, the 12th, I believe.
Okay, and just to clarify, those non-affiliates in the zone, can you describe what those are?
Certainly. That is within the AP load zone. That's the approximately 15% of the load within the AEP load zone that represents various municipalities and cooperatives that are not affiliates to AEP but take transmission service from AEP within the AEP load zone.
Thank you. If I were to ask you the same questions today regarding the discovery answers and your corrected supplemental testimony, would you provide substantially the same answers today?
Yes, I would.
You are not the witness candidate for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Santana. Ms. Bensel, questions?
Your Honor, staff does not have questions of Dr. Pierce.
Attorney General, counsel for Attorney General, any questions?
Chairman, we don't have questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Kurtz, questions on behalf of KIUC? Mr. Kurtz, we can't hear. You may be on mute.
I was, thank you. Can you hear me now okay?
Yes.
Even if the picture's bad. Okay. Yeah, I do have a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Pierce.
Good morning, Mr. Kurtz.
Under the transmission agreement, Kentucky Power gets its revenue requirement as a transmission owner, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then Kentucky Power pays its 12 CP allocated share of the AEP zonal costs as a LSC or transmission user, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And the return on equity authorized by FERC for all of the entities within AEP, which would be Indiana, Michigan, Indiana Transco, Kentucky Power, Kentucky Transco, et cetera, is 10.35%. Is that correct?
That is correct. 9.85 base ROE and 50 basis points for RTO participation. That is correct.
Okay, and then the Transco's equity authorization, equity ratio is authorized up to 55% for the Transco's. Is that correct?
That is correct.
See if you can. All right. Now you filed rebuttal testimony against AG KIUC witness Mr. Barron. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Mr. Barron calculated in his initial testimony that if Kentucky Power were a standalone entity, a transmission entity, it would pay $19 million per year less in 2020 than as a member of the AEP transmission pool. Is that your understanding of this testimony?
That's my understanding of what he represented.
Okay. You did not challenge that $19 million number, did you?
I have not reviewed it. I will say that, just to clarify, the scenario he's describing is not just Kentucky Power leaving the transmission agreement and being part of the zone. That was under a scenario where Kentucky Power could, in theory, leave both the transmission agreement and create its own load zone within PJM.
Right. And all that would require a change to the PJM rules. Is your understanding, is that correct?
Yes, right now there's specifically a portion of the Consolidated Transmission Owners Agreement, which is FERC-approved rate schedule 42, that specifically disallows that.
Are you aware that Mr. Barron updated the $19 million number to $27.689 million based upon AEP's 2021 PJM filing?
I looked at an updated version of what he did. I did not go through the numbers specifically.
Are you aware that the new number changed from 19 million to 27.689, at least in his testimony?
I'm aware it increased. I'll accept your number.
Is it correct that over the 5-year period, 2021 to 2025, AEP plans to spend $10.1 billion on transmission within PJM?
Based on, I believe, the exhibit that we were talking about yesterday, I believe that is the case.
Okay. And under the current transmission agreement, Kentucky Power would be allocated about 5.6% of that 10.1 billion, the 5.6% being its 12 CP share of the AEP system. Is that correct?
That I believe, I don't think you can do the math that straightforwardly in the sense that, some of those projects would be part of the regional expansion plan and could get allocated to other zones. The allocation based on 12 CP in the AP zone would only be how much of that got charged back to the AEP zone under the current rules. And then there'd be the allocation between the non-affiliate and the AEP companies and under the current transmission agreement. Then that bucket then would be further allocated with Kentucky Power paying its 12 CP share, which currently is running around 5.7%.
Are you familiar with the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity process in the AEP East jurisdictions for transmission?
Somewhat.
Can you describe the process in Kentucky versus, I'll pick just one at random, versus Indiana?
Your Honor, and I would like to object to the question to the extent that it calls for a legal opinion.
Overruled. You may ask.
Could you repeat the question?
The Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity process for transmission line certification in Kentucky versus Indiana.
The CPCN process varies across all of our states. I believe I&M does not have a substantial CPCN process. Kentucky, of course, has one. Ohio, on the other kind of end of the spectrum, has a very stringent CPCN process.
So it's easier to build transmission in Indiana than Kentucky because of the difference in the CPCN process?
I would say the CPCN process may be somewhat lighter, but I don't think that is a significant driver in addressing the needs in the state. We work through whatever regulatory process that we have in each one of our states to address the needs.
Would AEP make more money investing in a Transco transmission project with a 55% equity and 10.35% return on equity versus Kentucky Power at 43% equity?
The earnings are going to be tied to the capital structure of the company. I will agree with that.
So the higher the equity capitalization, the more profit?
Well, the more earnings, but again, also the flip side as far as the customer value, the higher the equity, normally the lower the debt rate. For example, I believe Kentucky Transco has a lower debt rate than Kentucky Power does. So the net WACC, weighted average cost of capital for the customers, can be blended together for those two pieces.
Still, the net weighted average cost of capital for the Transco is higher than for Kentucky Power, correct?
The earnings based on the investment can be higher.
Because the equity has to be grossed up for federal and state taxes and debt is not, among other things.
Yes, you do have to do a adjustment for the taxes.
And the return on equity is, even after taxes, is higher than the cost of debt, correct?
Well, I mean, let me be clear. The adjustment for taxes on the equity piece would be true of the OPCO or the Transco, if that's what you're asking.
Well, yeah, that's true. And I'm also asking, isn't the equity component higher than the debt component? Call it, you're asking for 10% after tax here versus 4-5% for debt. That your understanding?
Is the equity component is allowed up to 55% for the Transcos. Yes, that is my understanding.
Are you familiar with the process that KFUC or some other complainant would have to go through at PJM to change the PJM rules?
Which PJM rule are you defining?
The one that prohibits Kentucky Power from being its own transmission zone.
Under Article 7.4, to modify that as referenced in my testimony?
Yeah.
As far as all the steps within the process, no, I'm not sure I could describe them all today. But I think even through that process, then eventually you would have to it would probably culminate in a required FERC filing to attempt to make that change at FERC.
One last set of questions, Mr. Pierce. Could Ms. Mitchell, could we have on the screen a company hearing exhibit number 7?
Yes, Mr. Kurtz, we're getting that displayed.
Thank you. Thank you. Could we go to page 8 of 20? That's it. Mr. Pierce, I assume you're familiar with this company exhibit, this PJM document?
I'm sorry, it's cutting off on my screen. I only see the top of the exhibit. I don't know if others see it that way.
I think it's better now. Can you see the exhibit?
Yeah, okay, I can see it. Hang on, in my top.
Okay. I assume you're familiar with.
Bear with me here. I'm just trying to pull it up where I can. On my screen, it's showing very small in the up left, and then it's showing just the top of the graph. But I think I can see it here. Okay.
Okay. Are you familiar with company exhibit 7? It's PJM 2019.
Yes, I believe I have seen a version of this.
Okay. Now, if we look at AEP, it page A, baseline and supplemental projects since 2005. So we're seeing, what does it show for AEP? How should I read this map?
Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to expand it, and when it expands, it only gives me a quarter of it. Hang on, I think I've got it here.
Okay. It shows for baseline 4,942 million.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hey, that what you just did was better. Could you shrink it further to like 75%? Is there any way, I apologize, is there any way to scroll down on the exhibit?
So, Mr. Pierce, I'm sorry, this is Kent Chandler. You can control the actual screen with your cursor, the portion of the document that's being presented, and then at the top of the entire dialog box there, you have your own zoom button as well. There's everyone, webcams, and the third item at the top is Zoom.
Okay, I apologize. I see a dialog box which got the microphone.
On the primary screen that has the document and the video boxes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Directly above the video boxes, there's an item that says everyone. Beside that, it says webcams. Do you see those?
I see sharing the webcam.
Yeah, to the right of that, you have a Zoom button.
Your Honor, if I may, Dr. Pierce, if you happen to have a freestanding copy of this document, you can follow on your own copy, and then probably we can just discuss the document that it's being presented, but you following on your own direct copy. I don't know if you have one available to you.
I don't believe that I have a copy of this. Let me.
Yeah, Dr. Pierce, actually, you probably have one that we submitted to you by email.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. I have it open now.
Great. How about page 8?
Okay. Sorry for the delay. Okay.
So if we go to AEP, do I read this as the amount of spending on baseline and supplemental by AEP since 2005?
That is correct. That is those statistics.
Okay. And these are the transmission rate-based numbers that Kentucky Power pays as part of AEP, correct?
That is correct.
Can we compare that to EKPC? You see EKPC, East Kentucky Power Cooperative, who has spent really just a fraction of the dollars on transmission since 2005?
That is true. You can, but I believe that is an apples to oranges comparison. On the very document that we're on, if you scroll to the, this is the total spend on a dollar basis. If you move to the very next page.
I was just going to go there. East Kentucky is a smaller utility than AEP, so it spends less dollars. It's not really descriptive, but the next page is the amount spent since 2005 adjusted by peak load, put it more on apples to apples.
That is correct. And furthermore, we have to recognize that AEP system is a fairly broad area with a low population density. So if you scroll to the page after this one, which identifies it by line miles.
I was going to ask you about that page next, but we still see the trend that East Kentucky, adjusted by peak load or by line miles, has a less expensive transmission system than AEP. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, it has a somewhat less expensive, as do many utilities, though, have more expensive on a dollar per mile basis, which I think is the fairest comparison.
And in fact, yesterday, I don't know if you saw my discussion with Mr. Matheson about the NIPS charges by PJM load zone, where East Kentucky was 20%, $20,000 per megawatt year versus about 80,000 per megawatt year for Kentucky for AEP. Did you see that exhibit?
Yes, I did.
East Kentucky operates in basically the same service territory as Kentucky Power, doesn't it?
Could you elaborate?
same topography, same customer base, probably similar density per transmission mile. I mean, the service territories overlap. Your wires go over their service territory and vice versa. That's what I meant.
I haven't done that comparison. I don't think I on that.
Does a cooperative utility, if you know, have the same earnings growth requirements as an investor-owned utility?
I'm not sure about earnings growth requirements. I mean, cooperatives and municipalities operate under basically a completely different set of rules in my mind than investor-owned utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Chairman, no further questions?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Grunman, any questions on behalf of Walmart?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Spinard or Mr. Strobo, questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, no questions for this witness.
Mr. Fitzgerald, questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Sierra Club, Mr. Miller, questions?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. No questions from Sierra Club. Thank you.
Mr. Fry, any questions of this witness?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Dr. Pierce, how are you?
good. How are you? I appreciate the technical difficulties a minute ago.
It's all right. We're all in the same boat here. Let me ask, your rebuttal focuses only on the allocation of NITs from a 1 CP to a 12 CP basis, correct?
Yes,
Yeah. So were you watching the hearing yesterday?
yes, I was.
Okay. And so you saw my questioning of Mr. Satterwhite and Mr. Madison on the subject?
I did.
Okay, so let me just ask again, because I know that you deal more directly with this than Mr. Satterwhite does. My hope is that after these questions that I can maybe have a better understanding of how everything works together in the AEP East system regarding transmission.
Okay.
So there are operating companies and there are transmission companies, correct?
That is correct.
Is there a ignoring, and I don't mean this to be mean to our friends in the South, but ignoring Tennessee for a minute, does every state that has an operating company in the AEP system have a transmission company? Well, let's just go through it. So Tennessee does not, right? They do not have a
That's right.
transmission. Okay.
Kingsport does.
And I'm trying to work with it here. I may forget a state here. Kentucky does have a transmission company.
It does?
Virginia,
Yes,
West Virginia,
yes,
Ohio,
yes.
Indiana,
Indiana and Michigan have INMT code.
and so the Indiana and Michigan are together.
That's correct.
And that's the entire AEPE system, correct?
Yes,
So only Tennessee doesn't have a transmission company.
Your Honor,
that is,
if I may interject for a second just to clarify the record before this goes any further. If I can ask really quickly, Dr. Pierce, Appalachian Transmission Company covers both Virginia and Tennessee, sir, if you know?
I'm sorry,
So
Mr.
Tennessee is
Santana.
covered by Appalachian.
Yeah, so I can take care of this.
Oh.
There's a singular transmission company for that Appalachian. It covers West Virginia, Virginia, correct?
I'm sorry?
Tennessee and Virginia, Your Honor.
Tennessee and Virginia.
Tennessee and Virginia, yes, excuse me. Yes, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so West Virginia has its own.
Yes,
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand. The operating companies don't own the transmission companies, correct?
no, they do not.
Okay, and the just make sure we're also clear. The transmission companies don't own the operating companies, correct?
No, they do not.
Okay, so let's look at it for a second from the operating company perspective. Kentucky Power, you heard that from Mr. Satterwhite, Mr. Madison, about them attempting to attract as much capital as possible for Kentucky Power operating company to invest in a transmission system. Do you remember Mr. Satterwhite's testimony at that point?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so Kentucky Power invests, let's make up numbers here for the purposes of illustration. They invest $10 million in transmission, right? And they file that as under the cost recovery of that $10 million transmission investment is recovered via the transmission agreement, correct? Oh, I apologize, Mr. Pierce, you're on mute.
Your Honor, I apologize. That cut out on me a little bit. Would you mind to repeat that question?
Yeah, let's wait 1 minute for the latency issue to go away. Can you hear me now, okay?
There's
Yes, much better.
something wrong, Mr. Pierce. We can't hear you.
Actually, Your Honor, this is Hector
Can you hear me
Garcia.
now?
It may be a timing problem with the internet.
Okay.
So
Like
let me
an
just
old
ask-
foreign movie, right? You see the lips move, and 10 seconds later, you get to hear the words. So, all right. Let's try it and see how it works.
Yeah. Can you understand? Can you hear me now, Mr. Pierce?
I can. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, there's just a short delay, which is probably better for everybody, including the court stenographer. Kentucky Power, let's just say hypothetically, invests $10 million in the transmission system in year X. In order to recover that investment, they include that, they recover that investment through the transmission agreement that we were discussing yesterday, correct?
You said Kentucky Power?
Kentucky Power.
Yes. Well, if Kentucky Power invests $10 million in transmission, the revenue requirement for that would actually go into their transmission formula rate, and they would initially get recovery of that revenue requirement directly from PJM.
Okay, so how does that happen in practice? What form is that filled out on? Who is that filed with? Does it go through AEP first, and does the AEP then do it, or is it filed directly with PJM by AEP on behalf of Kentucky Power? I just would like for you to explain to us in practice how that recovery, how let me just ask it this way, how the request for rate recovery occurs from the Kentucky Power perspective.
Certainly. So based on the FERC-approved tariffs, a part of the PJM tariff is attachment H. So as the process is approved, Kentucky Power is one of the companies that on an annual basis develops its projected revenue requirement for the next year. So they have to make an annual filing of that by the end of October each year, looking ahead to the next year. So that is filed, provided to PJM, posted. There's a webinar held, and those rates go into effect January 1 of that year. And then PJM effectively does the billing. And then what happens is the revenues come back in for our zone to our transmission settlements group.
Mr. Pierce, can we wait just a minute on that? I just the going up is the first question. The how they seek recovery is what I want to clarify first. So they file the request to approve those through their projected revenue requirement as laid out in attachment H of the PJM open access transmission tariff, correct?
That is correct.
And is that the case for all of the transmission? Well, I guess we withdraw that. Is that the case for all of the AEP operating companies? Is that the same process?
It is the same process. All of those are under attachment H. For the OPCOs, it's attachment H14. And
Okay,
the
814.
template, which is a traditional cost of service, has effectively been approved by FERC, but the protocols then require that we go through, we update all the information on an annual basis, and then it's submitted as I described.
Okay, and so that's the projected revenue requirement for the next year. I assume at some point there's a true up to that, correct?
You are correct. What
Okay.
happens is, go ahead.
I think you're going to already do it, but can you explain to me what the true up is as it relates to the operating companies?
Absolutely. So what happens is, for example, for 2019, okay, we were required to do a true up by around the end of May is when we have to have that completed. It is all tied to the FERC Form 1 data. AP, we complete our FERC Form 1s for each of the OPCOs around middle of April. And so by the end of May, then we submit that. Same thing, we basically post it. We will have webinars. Our protocols allow for extensive discovery of that, as they actually do for the projection as well. And then that true up, that over under, is included back in the next year's rate. So exactly for the 2019 true up will be included as a line with our 2021 projection that will go into effect this year. So we only collect what we actually spend. That's how we get back the over under with interest at the FERC rate.
Okay, and it's the 2021 because the 2020 technically will have been filed the previous October, and you haven't gone through the entire year yet to find out what the true up needs to be, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay, so so that's the operating companies. That's how they seek recovery of the revenue requirement, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the transmission companies. Is that H20A?
Yes.
Okay, so the transmission companies, so the operating companies are on H14 attachment to the open access transmission tariff. The transcos are H20A. Is it the same situation just with a different tariff?
It is. It is. The templates are nearly identical, standard cost of service, and all those timeframes that I laid out are precisely the same.
Okay, and the same projection revenue requirement, and then true up 2 years later, correct? Or a year and a half?
Correct. That is correct.
Okay. So we have, that's the way that all of the transmission investment done by AEP and the AEPE system is recovered through those two attachments to the open access transmission tariff, correct?
You are correct.
Okay. And then we go from requesting recovery of the revenue requirement to recovering the revenue requirement. Now, are you aware of the transmission agreement that was referred to yesterday? And I believe it was, it was one of the PSC staff's exhibits that had the chart as AEP as an LSE and AEP as a transmission owner?
I am.
Okay. So in regards to the conversation that we just had regarding H14 and H20, would you agree that that transmission agreement applies only to those utilities, only to those companies that file under H14 in terms of AEP as a transmission owner? Let me ask that differently. That applies only to the operating companies and not to the transmission companies, correct?
Yeah, only the operating companies are members of the transmission agreement.
Okay.
For clarity, I'll only add though that when it talks about how they allocate the cost coming in that's applicable to the operating companies, that is all of the costs that they get billed. So it would include their billing to them as an LSC, whether it was, basically pieces of the OPCOs or pieces of the transcos.
Yeah, and that's the next step of what I want to ask you about. So they get filed with FERC, right? And then can you walk us through the process whereby FERC then charges maybe this is not the correct term, but effectively charges those transmission revenues back to load. Can you walk us through that process?
Certainly. So for net service throughout the year, all load serving entities within our load zone are going to be charged for their transmission service. They're going to pay their bill, and then PJM is a clearinghouse. So basically, at the end of the day, the revenues that they are collecting that come back into for the AP zone then make their way into our transmission settlements group.
So we're going to have to go a little more granular than that. I understand that my take on PJM is always be the transmission owners. It's a transmission owner organization, and load always pays. So I get that it all gets allocated to LSEs. But the
Yeah.
question I have is the mechanisms by which that is done.
Okay, so the mechanisms by which that is done is the transmissions group, the settlements group is going to basically identify based on network service peak load contribution, all of the non-affiliate responsibility and allocation for those bills. And then AEP, which is one collective account under Appalachian Power, I believe, that was the first operating company in alphabetical order, that gets allocated to the AEP companies on that basis.
Okay, so that's great. So all the NITS costs, right? Which okay, let me take a step back. You would agree that there are additional LSE owed expenses in above and beyond NITS?
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll just talk about NITS for the time being. The NITS costs are broken out first when they're billed between LSEs that are not part of AEP and AEP as if it's an entire LSE itself, correct? On a 1 CP basis.
That's correct.
Okay, so you let me ask this. So let's just make up the city of, this is a real city, but it may not be your too. The city of Kalamazoo, right? Let's say it's an LSE within the AEPE system. Is it going to get allocated NITS on a 1 CP basis?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so it gets allocated on a 1 CP basis. So you get the big picture of how PJM charges on a 1 CP basis. You break out everybody who's not an affiliate of AEP or not a load serving entity of AEP. And then for AEP, you get the bill on a 1 CP basis. Now, that is the bill, as I understand it, for everyone except for those non-affiliated LSEs, right?
That is correct.
And so let's just, for an illustration again, even if you allocated those out to AEP LSEs in the East, Kentucky Power Operating Company, Ohio Power Operating Company, Appalachian, even if you allocated all of those out on a 1 CP basis, that is materially different in terms of the ultimate costs than if you allocated only the costs of each operating company on a 1 CP basis if they were billed separately, correct?
Oh, okay, could I ask you to repeat that one more time? I just want to make sure I followed up.
Sure. And maybe I can make it a little more definitive. Is there a difference, right, between allocating Kentucky Power's 1 CP contribution from the whole AEP residual bill, or if you just allocated Kentucky Power, Ohio Power, all the different operating companies on their own single CP before, if the bill was sent directly to Kentucky Power on a 1 CP basis instead of being sent to AEP and then being broken out on a 1 CP basis.
Let me say this, and if I don't answer your question, please let me know. I think what you're asking is if each of the operating companies, for example, was the calculation was being done within transmission settlements as though the transmission agreement did not exist. Each one would be allocated on a one CP basis. I think the sum of all the companies together would add up to the same amount as is being collected, as is being allocated in the block that we were just talking about.
I think the sum would be, but would the individual allocations to the operating companies be the same?
Well, the individual operating company allocations would all be tied to their individual contribution to the entire zone's network service peak load.
That's
That
right.
one out.
But the percentage is then applied to the costs allocated to the entire AEPE zone for affiliates, correct?
That is correct.
So my question is the same, let's just make up a number. So say the allocation was $100 million, and we know it's way more than that because 96, it's more than $100 million, right? That's being allocated to AEP after you carve out the non-affiliated LSEs.
Right.
But let's say it's $100 million is the residual amount that has to be recovered from all the different AEP operating companies. And then, let's say the transmission agreement doesn't exist, and it's just going to be reallocated on a 1 CP basis, right?
Yes.
And let's say Kentucky Powers is 6%. Okay. So under that, Kentucky Power gets a $6 million allocation.
Yes.
Okay. Compare that situation to if instead of the AEP East zone being treated as a singular LSD, instead think of if each AEP operating company was its own separate LSE, right? And it was allocated, AEP Kentucky Power was allocated its 1 CP and got a bill directly from PJM instead of it running through AEP first. And Ohio Power Company got allocated a 1 CP based off the transmission in their, I guess what I'm saying is if each one was a separate zone, if each LSE was its own separate zone, you would agree that the outcome from that 1 CP allocation is different than the first one I described, whereas everybody just is part of the same TO zone, but they get the 1 CP after it comes to the AEP East companies.
Your Honor, I need to clarify. The scenario we're talking about, I thought, is just the transmission agreement doesn't exist, but they're all still part of the same zone. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So yes, and I think if I understand your question, maybe this will help if I just walk through it. And this is actually in my rebuttal testimony, referring to page 7.
Okay.
So what we looked at is if, and I think this is the scenario you're describing, is if, for example, Kentucky Power was not part of the transmission agreement anymore, it would be allocated like the non-affiliates. It would just basically look at the entire bucket of dollars allocated to the entire zone.
Right.
And then be allocated a percentage based on its contribution to that one in SPL. So on page 7, on line 8, for the 7-year period we looked at, that is the percentages, the 4.42% up to 6.63% would be the amounts that would be allocated to Kentucky Power. It would just basically look like a non-affiliate or zone, and that's the basis for the allocation to Kentucky Power.
Yeah, what I want to ask, though, is for Kentucky Power, for instance, is there a difference between an allocation under that scenario if the transmission agreement didn't exist, right? Compare that example that you put in your testimony, compared to an example where instead of all of the operating companies belonging to their own TO zone, if they were all their own TO zone themselves. If Kentucky Power only got allocated, right, the transmission that's located in their territory, would the calculation be different than under the scenario you laid out on page 7?
In the hypothetical, so you're talking about if we went this route that I believe Mr. Kurtz was talking about, is if we attempted to create a entirely new load zone for Kentucky Power itself, instead of it being part of the PJM load zone?
That's what I'm trying to understand. That part of that effectively that scenario, if all the opcos, or even if just, I was thinking about all the opcos, but if Kentucky Power was its own zone, would you agree that the allocation to it under a 1 CP would be different than under the allocation if, for instance, just the transmission agreement didn't exist?
Yeah, it would be assigned a certain dollar revenue amount to the zone, and then under the default, I'll say for PJM, then it would be the 1 CP, so the contribution of that zone, that new Kentucky zone, would be allocated to all the loads in the zone. And obviously, if Kentucky Power was pretty much the only load in that zone, then it would effectively be all allocated to Kentucky Power, with perhaps a few munis or co-ops in there. But I do need to clarify something. I do think the thinking that under that scenario, if Kentucky Power became its own, its completely own zone, okay, if somehow, despite the reference to Article 7.4 specifically, explicitly saying that FERC does not desire that to happen. So personally, I do believe it would be an uphill battle. But on top of that, I don't know that it would necessarily be as easy as saying what the dollar revenue obligation would be for Kentucky Power to be. Well, just add up Kentucky Power, Kentucky Transco as the revenue obligation under that zone. Up to this point in time, we have had an integrated system. I mean, we had it for decades. Even when we joined PJM and revised the agreement around the 2010 timeframe, we still proposed to have an integrated system. So I do think, if such, and I'm speculating here, but if such filings were even attempted at PJM and at FERC to try to adjust that provision, and it's basically find an exception. I mean, we'd all agree that there's going to have to be just and reasonable support for that. And I think the problem is Kentucky Power being part of an integrated system is the other companies can look and say, hey, if we have built transmission assets over time in West Virginia, in Virginia, in Ohio, that are clearly supporting Kentucky Power load. I mean, Kentucky Power has a generation asset outside the state. Then I think folks could come in with a very strong argument and say, even if they're going to try to create their new zone, that they should be on the hook to pay for some of those legacy investments. So the dollar amount, yes, I agree with as far as the peak load contribution, but the dollar amount could change substantially different than just looking at what's the revenue requirement of Kentucky Power and Kentucky Transco together. There could be more charges for that. Plus, there could be some other issues in the future. Company witness Ali is, I believe, taking a stand after me. And I think he could talk further about if you really had this scenario where Kentucky Power was its own load zone, even if you could get there, what implications there might be. It's some negative consequences for Kentucky Power and its customers going forward, and how it would have to do its planning between the rest of our integrated system and now Kentucky that's standalone.
Yeah, so those are all great considerations. So I would ask, does anybody at AEP talk about these things?
I mean, I think up to this point, we have seen the benefits of the integrated system across our entire system. Company witness Ali may have more to add as far as how he looks, but he looks at the needs in all the OPCOs, all the states, and basically does the prioritization, shares that with the operating companies, and between them they make the decisions. But yes, they are looking at it holistically as an integrated system to improve the power flows and reliable power flows across our entire AP load zone, Kentucky customers included.
No, what I'm asking is, I appreciate that there's a steadfast interest by the company, as evidenced by the testimony, to continue to look at AEP as a holistic entity or as an integrated system. What I'm asking is, there anybody at the different operating companies or anybody at the AEP service company looking out for the concerns of the individual operating companies as part of that whole?
Oh, that's a great question. Yes. And I mean, I do think, at least my personal experience has been, when transmission organization has met with the various operating company leaderships, that's exactly the type of questions they're asking. They're making sure they're looking out for their customers and making sure, is it a fair allocation across all the companies?
And if it's not,
I do think, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Pierce.
Just to say, because personally, I think the term, is one company subsidizing another. I think that in this context, I think that's somewhat of a misnomer. For years under the old transmission agreement, Kentucky Power was surplus, and because they were getting payments from the other operating companies. But I would have been one of the first ones to argue that in no way are those companies, subsidizing Kentucky Power. Kentucky Power was investing for the good of the system. And then when you blended all that together, you looked at everybody's load obligation or load contribution, that's a fair allocator. I mean, it's one that's used, time tested in both retail and wholesale rate making. So, I think I would not classify that as cross subsidization. And I also do think, obviously, that these are dynamic and change over time. As we've all discussed, if the scenario we go down, at the least would take 3 years from the notice from the transmission agreement, plus there may be some other 3-year capacity planning and everything to ever attempt to align Kentucky Power as its own load zone. So in that amount of time, if you get to the end of that 3-year period, and then you start looking out, well, what Kentucky investments are going to have, post 3 years out, it could be a situation where now Kentucky is starting to ramp up its investment. And if it has managed to climb this hill of becoming its own load zone, then suddenly it's on the for 100% of all the investment. Whereas under the current mechanism, it would pay less than 6% of that investment that would be made in the state of Kentucky. So I think there's some long-term concerns with potentially trying to do that would argue that the climb may not be worth the view at the time.
Let me ask this question. If that was the case and Kentucky Power was significantly investing in their transmission system, wouldn't you agree that those would be costs within their control?
Kentucky investing in its own system, Kentucky investing in its own state would have some control over that to the extent that PJM doesn't require specific projects, part of the expansion plan. Company witness Ali can speak to the specifics of who has the ultimate authority on the various decisions.
Yeah, and I'm pretty aware of the differentiation between supplemental and baseline projects. But you're aware of the testimony in this case that the argument for increasing the tariff PPA from 80% recovery to 100% recovery of LSE owed expenses is that the company has no control over those expenses. But under the scenario you described, the company would then have complete control over the increase in those expenses, correct?
I want to defer that to company witness Ali. To the extent that there are some nationwide standards like NERC or other things that may be required that Kentucky has to comply with, it would be a better question for him.
Well, I can appreciate it be a better question, and I'll withdraw at least the portion that says complete control. But wouldn't you agree that under that scenario they would have much more control over their transmission expenses or their PJM LSE owed expenses than they do under the current scenario?
I would think that they would tend to have some more level of control.
They would. Okay. And let me just ask, given that, do you think that that's a consideration a utility should have when deciding what agreements it should be in? What level of control they have over the increase or decrease in expenses?
That could be one of many.
And that's one that
I do know. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and once you enter into an agreement, that would be most likely a consideration you would keep in mind as the agreement goes along as to whether or not the agreement continues to be in your best interest, right?
Yes, you would definitely look at all of that.
Okay, so who is looking at that on behalf of Kentucky Power now?
As far as I don't know that anybody has done a comprehensive review of, what would be the potential implications for unwinding it. I don't know that somebody in the company has specifically looked at that. Obviously, that was a request, and I did hear company witness Satterwhite yesterday talk about discussions with company witness Madison about, following this proceeding, additional discussions around these areas, these topic areas. And I think that would be a good forum to perhaps look at that.
Yeah, so this agreement is approximately, this transmission agreement is approximately 10 years old, right? Have you been in and around the transmission agreement, in and around areas of the company that deal with this transmission agreement since its inception?
Yes.
Okay, and so in that time, has anybody discussed or quantified or attempted to study whether or not the operating companies and the customers of those companies were better off as part of the current agreement, as with the agreement amended, with the agreement changed, or if the agreement continued? Has anybody looked at those on a holistic basis or on behalf of any of the individual operating companies within the AEP system?
Okay. Let me say this. I would say, as far as there's a very contrast between Kentucky Power leaving the transmission agreement but staying part of the AEP zone, which would require a notice a FERC filing could require some level of approvals. But as far as the impacts of Kentucky Power, that's what I believe I did with my rebuttal, is I went through in this case to show that in that scenario, it would be, I believe, worse for Kentucky Power and its customers to attempt to leave the transmission agreement. Going the next level of saying, well, what if Kentucky not only left the transmission agreement and try to become its own zone? I'm not aware of any specific hard looks at what somebody in the company has done. What looked at that? I think when we saw the language in the tariff specifically not allowing that from a FERC perspective, kind of stopped there at this point.
But let me just ask. Your testimony was provided in response to a suggestion made by a party in a proceeding at a state level. What I'm asking is you and your group, on behalf of the different operating companies that depend on AEP Service Company to direct them. I mean, we heard it from Mr. Madison the other day that he depends on you all, right, for particularly the transmission planning and the transmission cost recovery. And we heard from Mr. Satterwhite that the operating companies and the transmission group depend on his group to make the filings and get the cost recovery. Prior to it being raised and providing some sort of calculation in response or in defense of the status quo, I'm just asking, in your all's daily work on behalf of these operating companies, have you all looked, and I assume that the answer will be the same, but have you all looked at that in any given year of just taking a step back and saying, is this in our customers or is this in our operating company's best interest to continue with the status quo? Would you say that your response indicates that hasn't been the case? You haven't looked at that up until now?
Well, I appreciate the question, and let me say this. Yes, on a regular basis, we look at the settlements, we look at how it's impacting the various operating companies, and consistent with the discussion yesterday, if I ever saw a situation, in transmission in general, where we felt like there was an inherent bias, for whatever reason, that was disfavoring one of our operating companies, I do believe we would raise it to that. We would raise it up the service core chain. We would raise it to the operating company. This allocation discussion that we're having, I don't see as an inherent bias. As I've discussed, it can move around over time, and there can be areas that Kentucky Power is a net payer. There can be times that Kentucky is a net receiver. So cost allocation, by definition, whenever you develop a form of revenue requirements for the various entities, you sum them and then you allocate them out. By definition, that's always going to be a zero-sum game. So you're always going to find periods where roughly half of the group could say, I'm having to pay more than my revenue requirement. So am I being taken advantage of? And I disagree with that, as I said, a form of subsidy. It just, cost allocation is always going to be a zero-sum game. So this broader context, we've looked at it. I admit not necessarily with the laser lens that we've talked about here over the last half hour or so, but we would, I believe, look at the operating companies and make sure, are we addressing the needs in the state? Are they paying a fair share of the cost? And if we felt like there was a situation that was inherently biasing any of the opcos, then yes, we would bring it to Mr. Madison's attention.
So, Mr. Pierce, if the company's belief, and I've heard this now from the three witnesses, that this is an integrated system and this is a fair way to allocate cost of an integrated system, if you always believe that it's an integrated system and you take that at face value, then wouldn't you agree that taking that position, you're never going to see that there's an inherent bias under this current allocation?
That's a good question, and I think again it comes back to, are all the entities receiving a reasonable benefit that is consistent with their total cost? If at the end of the day, there could be some situation, and I'm not saying that couldn't happen. I'm just saying up to this point I haven't seen it, and I'd say a reasonable amount of inquiry in that, where hey, Kentucky Power is truly being disadvantaged in this situation, and we need to do something about it. Then that's what we would do.
Okay, so are you aware of I think it was the DC Court of Appeals opinion regarding the Dominion 715 projects and the allocation of those costs?
Somewhat.
Somewhat, yeah. Well, it makes two of us. So let me just ask: when that matter was remanded back to FERC, and FERC required PJM to rerun those allocations, that instead of those 715 projects being allocated solely to the Dominion zone, that they be allocated on a regional basis with some sort of consideration of defects. Did that change the allocation did that start to allocate a portion of those costs to AEP? Is that your understanding?
It would potentially allocate a piece of the 715 as baseline projects. Yes, I believe.
Yeah, and did you all support that allocation, that regional allocation?
No, we question that allocation that Dominion was using for that project.
Well, but wouldn't you agree then that obviously AEP is an integrated system, right?
Yes.
Or, excuse me, AEP is an integrated system. PJM is an integrated system, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and it's planned on a region-wide basis. That's the underlying of the RTEP process, right? It's the regional transmission enhancement. I think that's right, but it's the RTEP process, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and running those scenarios that FERC required on remand, AEP was being allocated a portion of those costs, or being proposed to be allocated a portion of those costs, because the DFACs came back and said that you all were getting benefits from those, correct?
Okay, if I recall correctly, the Dominion system that we're talking about is 500 kV, and the allocation that PJM uses in that context is 50% on load ratio share for everything that's 345 kV double circuit and above, and the other 50% is on DFACs. So some of that would be allocated across the entire zone, the entire PJM, based on load ratio share. The other half would be on DFACs.
Right, but you would agree that some of those came back and indicated that AEP was showing up as certain percentages on the DFACs runs, correct? Is that your understanding or your memory?
I vaguely recall that there might have been some DFACs allocated to our zone. Company witness LA may be able to confirm that.
So I guess I would ask, you all don't propose, as I understand it, in the processes of allocating all transmission spend across the entire PJM system, even though you agree it's integrated and it's planned on an integrated basis. But that's the basis for the transmission agreement and the steadfastness, right? Is that the AEP zone is an integrated system. So why is one thing that's good for the goose not good for the gander?
Your Honor, that is a great question. And let me be clear here. On that project that we're discussing, that was a completely different set of circumstances. PJM, on any new project, okay, they are going to allocate costs as I just described. If it's a 345 kV double circuit or above in voltage, half is going to be allocated to load ratio share. So anywhere within PJM that such a project went, AEP would get a portion. Similarly, if AEP did some new greenfield 765, we would get the benefit of it being allocated other places. The problem, and part of our frustration was when, AEP had its own AEP OAT before we joined PJM. When we joined PJM, unfortunately, PJM has made the distinction that legacy assets that were there before aren't subject to region-wide cost allocation. So the set of circumstances in this, and the distinction with the Dominion issue is, that is a rebuild of legacy assets that up to that point have not been allocated subject to those rules. They have been assigned to the Dominion zone. So in the sense that you're taking an existing asset that only your zone was paying for, and now you're doing nothing but rebuilding that, but now you're seeking to allocate it across all of PJM, we felt like it was unfair to our customers, and that's who we've been fighting for. So that is different. I would not challenge if it was a prior allocation that was continuing, and I think that's what we're talking about in the context of the AEP system. Or if it felt the rules of a new project, I would not challenge that right now under the current rules.
So let me, I think this may help me understand your position a little better. So you would say that because Kentucky was always paying for, let's say it was almost a fully depreciated transmission line in Michigan, that Kentucky should continue to pay for a portion of the replacement for that transmission line.
I would say that it is appropriate to use your example the same way I would say that as Kentucky has lines that depreciate down and need rebuilt, that I&M should pay a portion of that line. We are a fully integrated system as we have for a long time, and I do believe there's benefits to that.
So I believe in your testimony you referenced a nearby page a minute ago about this allocation. So we've talked about it's maybe a little more than just 1 CP versus 12 CP. It's also 1 CP versus 12 CP versus 1 CP as if AEP East was its entire zone and if each OPCO was its entire zone. Those are all distinctions to make, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when you looked at it just on the 12 CP versus 1 CP basis, as if the transmission agreement didn't exist, that for 19 and 20, Kentucky paid more under the 12 CP. Is that right? That they paid more under the 12 CP that they would have than under the 1 CP, correct?
19 and 20, I'm just looking here. Yes, Kentucky Power would have paid more under 1 CP than the 12 CP. They benefited for 2019 and 2020. Yes, they did. Kentucky Power benefit. They would.
Kentucky Power.
They would have paid more under 1 CP than they did under the current transmission agreement 12 CP.
Okay. And so my other question is, forgetting the allocation of those costs for a minute, what percentage for these new investments, Kentucky Power is being allocated approximately, we'll say it's 6%, but I think it's like 5.7% is the most recent 12 CP allocation, right?
Okay.
Is Kentucky operating company, the Kentucky Power Company, is it attracting 6% of the transmission investment?
I have not looked at that. I think we provided the numbers of the forecasted capital spend for Kentucky Power. I don't know exactly how close it is. I would say based on revenue requirement, as far as comparing Kentucky Power to the other operating companies, it is attracting more than its load ratio share. The Transcos is where it's probably going the other way.
What do you mean by going the other way?
Meaning that if you tried to take the Transco times 5.7%, I believe Kentucky Transco would be less than that percent.
So can I ask?
It's a little bit more for the OPCO and a little less for the Transco.
Yeah, so that's fair. So would you agree that Kentucky, well, based on the comment, would you agree that Kentucky then, as a state, between the Transco and the OPCO, and compared to all the other states' Transcos and OPCOs, that Kentucky Power is getting less than 6% of the new transmission investment over the last few years?
Subject to check, that sounds right that they have for that specific period of time.
Okay, and at what point, to your comment earlier about the fairness of the agreements and the recovery of costs, at what point does that have to be so disproportionate that it's unfair?
Well, that's a great question. And again, I think the question is if Kentucky Power is receiving some benefits from the investment of the other companies, and I believe it is, then I'm not sure that's the fair comparison. Again, that takes me back to my point that the calling a payment that Kentucky may not have quite as much as the others a subsidy, I don't necessarily agree with that. Just as I would defend Kentucky Power if it had invested a little bit more than the 5.7 was, and effectively, some of the other companies were questioning the same way. Cost allocation like that is always going to be zero sum.
Right.
I mean, to answer your question, if there was some set of circumstances where this is biased against Kentucky Power, they can never catch up. It can never be, and it's very clear that they're getting very little benefit. Then that may be something that need to look at. But I can't say that I've seen it yet.
you keep using the word benefit, and I don't know, as I think of benefit, I think of something like DFACS, right? A quantifiable measure of the flow, right? That you're actually getting use out of it. What do you mean by benefit? Because earlier when you used it, it was exclusively in the context of building the integrated system over the last 100 years. But we're here today, and we're trying to move forward with tomorrow, and we talked about the $36 billion capital plan that the company has. So what do you mean when you keep saying benefit, and how are you measuring benefit versus something else that we can measure, which is the amount of costs coming to Kentucky Power customers?
That's a great question. And I do believe that when I say what I mean by benefit, is they are receiving a benefit of the AEP system in terms of delivering reliable power to load consistent with the amount of dollars they're paying in total of the total cost responsibility. So not necessarily their own system, but their portion of the total cost of all the companies together. If I may use an example, and I did note in my rebuttal that I'll be the first one to say that there's never any perfect allocator, but in PJM's perspective across the entire system, the 345 kV double circuit and above is allocated 50% on load ratio share. So that's regardless of where you are. So you can be on the very western edge of PJM, and if it's a line that's higher than that on the very eastern side, you're paying 50%. You're paying on 50% of that investment, half based on that load ratio share. And the philosophy is that the entire PJM RTO, everybody is benefiting in some concept. Somebody could go in and argue, no, I want everything on DFACS. Everything has to be beneficiary pays tied to a DFACS calculation. And there's even different ways to do the DFACS calculation. So admittedly, I agree that benefit can be hard to define sometimes, and you can argue it different ways. But at least I think bringing the PJM system into AP, when I say benefit, I say as part of an integrated network. I do believe that to the extent that, saying we're going to kind of just seal off the borders of Kentucky and that, they'll pay for the investment in this state and will not necessarily look at, well, are there flows coming into the state? And then by definition off somebody else's transmission lines, how much are they benefiting from that? I would say if there's imports to our service territory from out of state to Kentucky, then that is a benefit they're receiving thanks to that investment that's made by another company. But I agree with you 100%. There's a lot of ways that you can argue about benefits and cost allocation. I mean, that can be its own discussion.
Yeah, and I appreciate your example, but you're using the example of the bulk electric transmission system and not the 69 kV and 138 kV system that is the basis for a lot of Kentucky Power, well, not Kentucky Power, a lot of AEP's investment in these other states. I mean, you are aware of these 190-year-old steel lattice poles that they're replacing throughout Ohio and Michigan on the 138 kV system, right?
Yeah, I'm worried. I'm aware that we have some built in the 1930s.
Yeah, and that's a big project, right? But that's not necessarily the BES, is it?
I'm sorry.
So that's not exactly the interstate transmission highway of electricity, the 138 kV system, right? That's why 345 is the threshold for a lot of times of those allocations you're talking about, is because at 345 and above, there is a system-wide benefit. But we're talking about 48, 69, 138 kV, right?
Yeah. Let me defer you to Company Witness Lee as our planner. I think he's going to be the best one to describe at those lower voltages how much Kentucky can benefit from to use your example, the 138 kV system coming in from out of state.
Okay. So let me just ask, when you're looking at whether something is fair or not, are you looking at it from the perspective of AEP service company or the AEP generally, or on behalf of of individual operating companies?
I think we're looking at it, I will say both. I think we're looking at it collectively in terms of all the operating companies, but I do think we also consider it on an individual operating company basis to make sure that there's no one that is, again, my example was biased in some way, that they're paying for something. It's not clear that it's going to be naturally biased this way for some long period of time without some reasonable expectation that they're getting benefits from it.
In your at least decade plus we talked about earlier, have you come up on any situation that you can provide me to where you found that the interests of the operating companies did not align with AEP on the transmission front?
You're asking me to really pull my memory here. I do recall, and this was several years ago, for the true-up cost allocations. The way that and it's been updated relative to what we talked about earlier, but the way it used to work, when we did the true-up, the allocation of that true-up back to the companies, it was such a way that it wasn't quite being made whole for the companies. They were just basically the revenue, the true-up revenues were being allocated, I think, on like the next year's projection. So it was close, but it wasn't getting all the companies back to perfectly made whole. I don't remember which side of that Kentucky Power was on, but we just said it was inequitable. So we actually used the mechanism in the transmission agreement for the operating committee and said, hey, we can refine this calculation to make sure each of the operating companies is made whole precisely on their true-up, receiving the dollars of the true-up if we go through that. So that's off the top of my head. That's one example that I can recall that we use the transmission agreement in a positive way to make sure all the operating companies were being treated equitably.
So have you seen the increase in the PJM LSE OAT expenses that were discussed yesterday between 2014 and the test year in this case?
I'm not sure which exhibit.
Yeah, so Mr. Satterwhite was referred back to Mr. Vaughn's testimony on page 32 and 33, and I believe on page 33 of Mr. Vaughn's testimony, it indicated that in the 2014 case, the PJM LSE OAT expense was approximately, I think, $54 million, and that Mr. Vaughn indicated the test year amount was 96.8. That 96.8 was the number that Ms. Vinsel asked Mr. Satterwhite to remember. Do you remember that portion of the testimony?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay, I'd be happy to bring it up if you'd like.
Okay.
But I'll ask it. Well, so let me 1 second here. All right. Please let me know when you can see my screen, Mr. Pierce.
Oh, there we go.
All right, perfect. Do you see that that in the 2014 case that it was 53.7 million
Yes.
on line 10, and then on line 9 it says that the test year amount was 96.8?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, and that's bond, I can't see the number, it's bond 33, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let me just ask, given your role, if you all were being allocated a significant cost from a neighboring transmission owner and the amount had doubled in 6 years, would you be alarmed by that?
I would certainly make inquiries just to get an understanding of is this really needed? Are these drivers? Yeah, yes, I would do. I would make inquiries.
Okay, and have you made inquiries on behalf of Kentucky Power for the PJM LSE OAT expenses as to why it's doubled in 6 years?
Well, we've reviewed the expenses, and I've been in several presentations by company witness Ali, who's up next, to describe those needs. And I do think, what I do recall yesterday in one of the exhibits was that histogram showing how many of our assets, exactly how old they are. And while we don't replace assets just strictly on age, it is correlates somewhat with condition, performance, and risk that he can walk through that's driving the needs of the system. If you notice from that exhibit, there is a substantial trough, if you will, from about 1980 to about 2010. Why? A lot of the capital requirements of the companies was going to generation at the time. That's where the needs were. That's where the drivers are. Adding flue gas desulfurization scrubbers, adding SCRs. So the system progressively kept getting older without the level of investment. So if we're at a point now where this infrastructure, yes, needs rebuilt, I appreciate it is driving up a portion of the bill in these ways, but is it needed to keep reliable power in place? I believe it is, but Company Witness Ali, as the head of our planning department, would be perfect one to walk through those examples.
So the amount has almost doubled in 6 years. It now represents 16%, as Mr. Vaughn says of his testimony. We just saw that on page 33. 16% of the company's revenue requirement in this case, or the company's revenues. Based on the $35 or $37 billion investment expectations at the AEP level, and the amount of that, I think the EEI document referenced yesterday was something like $10.5 billion of that's on transmission alone. What in 5 or 6 years can Kentucky Power customers expect a PJM LSE owed expense to be? Well, let me ask this. You would agree that 90% of the PJM LSE owed expense is from affiliates, correct?
From affiliate.
Well, let's take a step.
I think the majority, the large majority certainly would be.
Well, I want to make sure, AEV 5 yesterday, remember that, when it was the 96.8 and Ms. Vinsel added up to $88 million, that was almost 91% of the PJM LSE owed expense in the test year. So 91% of the current test year bill was from affiliates, those lines that said, PJM affiliated transmission NITS cost $41.6 million. PJM NITS expense hyphen affiliated $39.4 million. In 5 years, given the capital plan, how much is Kentucky Power going to be allocated of those affiliate amounts?
It's capital spend. I believe we provided that in a discovery request regarding the amounts of capital forecasted over the next few years.
And the revenue requirement impact, and under the current perspective or the current expected allocation of those costs to Kentucky Power specifically?
The revenue requirement no, we don't have any forecast out that far that I'm aware of what our revenue requirement is going to be.
You got a 5-year
capital spend.
You got a 5-year capital plan, but you don't know what the impact of that is to the customer.
Right now, I know we've done our 2021 projection and filed it. Beyond that, as far as the revenue requirement, the impact on customers, I'm not aware of a specific allocation because obviously it's not just, the capital piece, but it's the O&M and the other costs, which is, as we did see yesterday, AEP is doing everything it can to help lower the O&M portion.
So if the commission wanted to know in 5 years, for instance, if the Kentucky Power filed a rate case for the test year in 5 years, and based on that 5-year capital spend, how much of it AEP intends to spend on transmission expense, could you all at least give us an idea of what you think the affiliated transmission costs are going to be in that year 5 for the PJM LSE owed expense?
5 years for the transmission expense?
Sure. You know what you're going to invest, right?
Yeah, we've got a forecast for it. I'm not sure how accurate that calculation could be on a forecast basis, not that far. But there's quite a bit of complexity to the formula rate, and you get into things like taxes. There might even be, next administration who knows what tax changes are going to be, everything. So I'm not sure we could do something. It would be pretty back of the envelope.
Yeah, I'm perfectly happy for the company to provide whatever caveats they would like in terms of the assumptions they made. But what I'm asking is are you able to?
On a reliable basis, I don't know. I don't know how reliable we could calculate that number out 5 years.
Chairman, I just have a couple more questions. Actually, I think that's all I have, Chairman. I appreciate Dr. Pierce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I don't have any. Thank you.
Mr. Santana, any redirect examination?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few, but we have been going for about 90 minutes, and I'm wondering if there's any appetite for me to just go ahead and do the redirect now, or should we take a break?
Well, if you,
Take my
yeah,
own.
if you don't mind, if we could complete your redirect, then I thought we'd take a break before the next witness was called.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't follow that. Would you like me to proceed with the
Yeah,
redirect now?
I'd like
or-
you to proceed with the redirect of Mr. Pierce.
Sure.
And after you're completed, we'll take a break before the next witness.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Pierce, if I can impose on you and on staff, if we could turn to KIUC hearing exhibit 1. I think that it is. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. I got it was from questioning from Mr. Kurtz, but it's company hearing exhibit 7. I apologize. And specifically, I would like to draw your attention to page 10 of the document.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Company hearing. Exhibit 10. Oh,
Yeah.
is that it?
Yes, that's the document. Thank you.
Yes.
That is page 10. Can you see it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Dr. Pierce, I was under the impression that you were trying to provide some explanation in the context of what you were being asked about the costs associated with the transmission investment by AEP. And I think that you were trying to refer to this page. Could you explain to us, please, what is it that we have in front of us and what does it mean?
Certainly. This is just, as it shows, it is for various PJM utilities and calculated by PJM itself. But it's, as it says, it's the estimated cost of each utility's transmission system on a dollar per mile basis, circuit miles. AEP is the largest transmission owner in the United States. We have well over 20,000 miles in PJM. And so as you see, due to the nature of our system, while, understandably people will look at the dollars, the revenue requirement, but we feel like, being as cost conscious as possible, investing only as we need to, that on a dollar per mile basis, we actually are coming in, relatively low side. I can't speak for EKPC. They may have a system that's fairly depreciated and with not a big rubber requirement, and they may be coming up on some necessary infrastructure investment themselves. I just can't opine on them, but I think we do pay careful attention to these type of statistics to manage the cost for our customers on a dollar per mile basis. And company witness Ali can speak in much more detail to that, to the extent that there's any specific questions on it.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. You may recall that you were also asked about the formula rates of Kentucky Power at FERC, through which Kentucky Power recover its transmission investments. Do you recall that line of questioning, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, I just have to ask you, is your understanding that Kentucky Power and Kentucky Transco have formula rates that are essentially the same from what's filed at FERC?
Yes. Kentucky Power and Kentucky Transco have similar formula rate templates at FERC. Is that your question?
So, for example, they have the same authorized ROE for their FERC rates, correct?
Yes, they did.
And if I can clarify something, Dr. Pierce, turning our attention to the transmission agreement, am I correct that the parties to that agreement and the members of that agreement are only the load-serving entities in the AEP East system?
You are correct.
Okay. And just for clarification, the transmission-only companies like Kentucky Transco are only transmission owners. Is that correct?
That's right. They're under FERC jurisdiction, which is why they're not, and they are not load-serving entities, so that's why they're not part of the transmission agreement.
Right. In other words, they are not load-serving entities because they don't have retail customers. They only have transmission customers.
You are correct.
And then turning for a second, you were asked a series of questions about, I'm going to call it the possibility or the scenario in which Kentucky Power became its own zone within PJM. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Do you have a sense of whether Kentucky Power would be required to pay for essentially its membership, its fair share, if it became its own zone? And if you could describe a little bit of what that would look like, if to the extent that you know.
Well, I mean, again, and this is a hypothetical because, as we said, there's a provision in the rate schedule that specifically says you can't do this. But I'm just saying, from a filing, arguing that it's just unreasonable to do so, I think a natural line of questioning is going to be is identifying potential assets that aren't owned by Kentucky Power, Kentucky Transco, but for which loads in the state of Kentucky are benefiting from and were effectively built in part for their benefit. Again, Company Witness LA can probably provide some more color around that. So, identifying at the end of the day, beforehand, whether Kentucky Power would pay, less or more is unclear to me. If there was additional legacy charges picked up from such facilities, it could be that there are additional costs.
And it's your understanding that considerations related to Kentucky Power becoming its own zone, to the extent that it were to be something that could be accomplished, would have considerations related to things other than transmission? And what would those be, if any?
Well, one thing I don't think we even touched on is obviously the generation agreement between the companies, the power coordination agreement that Kentucky is a member of. It's kind of our pool light now, but it's through, that agreement, the companies can basically, if a company has a capacity need, even in an FRR plan, there's hedge sales, there's various benefits to all the companies. And I think that would require a fresh look and potentially put Kentucky Power's participation in jeopardy as well if it was attempting to peel off, again, not just break out of the transmission agreement, but actually attempt to form its own load zone.
And this may be a better question for Mr. Ali, but let me ask you this to the extent that it would have to do with the interrelationship with PJM and other stakeholders. But from the position that Kentucky Power is in right now with its generation and its transmission assets, do you have a sense of what Kentucky Power would need to pay for if it was a standalone zone in order to provide service to its customers?
It would have to pay, obviously, still a portion of the regional transmission expansion plan. Again, other costs that could be directed, it would be, again, it'd be forging new ground here. So as far as company witness Ali may have some firsthand knowledge of some of the, and he may not, but as far as some of the specific assets or something that would come into play here. Clearly, we all know that, Kentucky Power has generation that's even outside of the state of Kentucky, and it would require transmission service to import it to its load.
Okay. And just to wrap up that topic, Sarah, but actually, let me come back to that. You provided some testimony regarding the level of control that Kentucky Power has over its transmission investment, if I recall correctly. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And to the extent that you were testifying, I just want to clarify the record. Were you at all referring to the control, for example, that Kentucky Power has over the timing of needs or the location of needs for transmission investments that may be required for serving Kentucky Power customers, or is that something that would be more on the planning side for Mr. Ali? I'm just trying to figure out what you were referring to when you were indicating that Kentucky Power may or may not have any control over its transmission investment.
Yeah, I said as far as the level of control in that scenario, I think as far as still the PJM obligations, the NERC obligations, all of that would be probably questions better for company witness Ali to describe.
Okay. Let me get into specifics for a second, but you were also providing some testimony about tests that I understand it's called DFACS. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And is DFACS a reliability measure, or does it take into consideration non-reliability benefits of transmission? If you know.
Yes, I mean, DFACS is going to be the use of a new project between the zones. But yeah, that's an important distinction that you're making is, yes, from a PJM standpoint, and again, company witness Ali can go into more detail, that when PJM does its modeling, it basically assumes all assets are in perfect working condition. So unlike our supplemental work, they consider, a brand new asset the same as a 80-year-old asset in terms of their modeling.
Okay, and one last question then in that context, Dr. Pierce. We were talking about the scenario in which Kentucky Power would become its own zone. Do you think that type of decision or scenario would be something that would need to be considered in a with a long-term view, or rather based on circumstances in the short term?
I think that would need to be considered in the context of a very, very long-term view. There could be certainly a lot of unintended consequences with Kentucky attempting to go on its own as its own zone, if you could even get there.
Your Honor, if I can have a second, please.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Don't have any further redirect.
Chairman Schmidt, can I ask two questions based on that redirect?
Yes.
Thank you. Just very quickly, when you said talking about importing generation, Mr. Pierce, you would agree that if Kentucky Power was its own TO zone, it would be part of PJM and would not need transmission service in order to be provided generation, regardless of where it's located in the PJM zone or PJM, correct?
I don't think I can completely agree with that, because as I said, the reason I say that is because of because of the scenario we're talking about, where if you are proposing to take a existing zone, existing TOs that join PJM as a block, as others have historically, as the KPC, as Dayton, others that have been pointed to, and now you try to go down this path to further split it. I don't know that PJM will, I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm not sure PJM would necessarily look at it that way when you're further carving out. I mean, we have to ask ourselves, why is that Article 7.4 in there in the first place? And I do think if you took any party, let's say you took a muni or co-op that had a small amount of TO, a lot of load in a local area, it was getting benefits from the bigger zone it was in, but it did the math and it suddenly realized, hey, I could call myself my own zone, only pay my share and still get the benefits of all these imports surrounding me. I think taking that a step further and trying to drill down to the zone on that, I think that's part of what probably drove the desire through that formation of the Article 7.4 is so we don't start having entities within PJM sort of gaming it to see, well, I'm getting allocated more than I could if I became my own zone. So to attempt to go down that path, I'm not sure you would get the same set of rules applied to you as you would to your point. If Kentucky had always been its own entity, affiliate or not, and never joined PJM and then walked in, I think the rules might apply differently than this situation we're in. So to me, that would be to be determined.
To be determined, but you're not aware of any instance that's actually occurred where a transmission owner or an LSD in a zone has to get some sort of different transmission service when it's a full member of PJM and located within the PJM zone.
I'm not aware of that because to the point, I'm not aware of that. Correct, but I'm not aware if this scenario that we're trying to go down has ever been attempted before.
And that's fair.
You had both of those.
I just want to make it sure there's no rule about transmission service that you were referring to. You're just expressing a concern about a hypothetical.
I'm expressing if you attempt to forge new ground here, it's taking an existing zone explicitly excluded today and attempt to break that up. What could the parties argue over in terms of, well, you're leaning on me, but you're trying to carve out some small period, still take the benefits, but basically get out of some perhaps historic costs that you were paying for. And again, I think, as I've said, this is not a specific instance that I think Kentucky is necessarily always going to be here. As counsel just asked me, it's definitely going to be a long-term view. I think Kentucky would be the best look for Kentucky Power and its customers if there's going to be additional discussions on attempting this.
But to be fair, nobody's having that discussion before this case.
Not the full, what if we split up? It went against this because of the article. I have not been in conversations about what if we tried to overcome Article 7.4 and do something. I still don't see any specific automatic benefits to Kentucky Power as a result of doing that. But I appreciate that it may be worth of additional discussion, I think, is somewhat discussed yesterday.
And the other question I had, and I appreciate, because I did forget it, and I do appreciate Mr. Garcia's redirect on it, because I asked Mr. Satterwhite yesterday, and he pushed it up to you. The offset, do you remember yesterday me asking Mr. Satterwhite about the difference in investment in a state's transco versus a state's operating company, and that the benefit to the operating company is that the revenue requirement from the transmission investment would be an offset? Do you remember that?
Somewhat.
So I just say for $1 million in revenue requirement, or based on let's just make up a $10 million investment, so it's a short life, $1 million revenue requirement coming back to the if it's made by the transmission company, it just comes right back to the transmission company, goes to AEP. I don't know how it works, paid in dividends, whatever it may be, right? If it's done at the operating company level, and there's $1 million revenue requirement come back, that is an offset to rates, correct?
In the context of what amount goes in, like if it's in a test year, that would be an offset to rates. The amount, and then between rates, you could have the tracker. I was going to try not to refer to them, but I will refer to company witness volume because it's the retail tracker.
Yeah, but that's to say, so let's talk about a test year tracker. Doesn't matter. It is an offset if the operating company makes the investment, and that's a benefit that customers would get, for instance, by having lower rates, as opposed to if the transco makes the investment.
the revenue coming in, to the extent it is an offset, that's correct. But of course, in that context, Kentucky Power had the cash outlay. They had to come up with the cash, and obviously, they have to come up. Let's say a number. It's $20 million investment, and of course, the revenue requirement. So they have to come up with $20 million, capitalize that. The $20 million is going to result in a much smaller revenue requirement. I'll just say $3 million, for example. So they have, so as far as how it affects their credit metrics and all that, so they have the cash outlay, they have the, but then they would have the revenues coming in. If the Transco, by comparison, made the same investment, either way, Kentucky Power gets the same charge as an LSE, but then they don't get the revenue, as you said, but then they didn't have to also come up with the cash outlay either.
Yeah, and then finally, as it relates to control, and we can talk, you can defer to Mr. Ollie if you'd like, but I think you'll understand the concept and be able to help me here. If the Kentucky Transco becomes the one that owns the vast majority and maybe eventually the entirety of the Kentucky transmission system owned by an AEP affiliate, then Kentucky Power then would have no control over the needs, the timing, the solutions for transmission investment in the state, correct?
I'm going to really defer. To me, that's almost a legal interpretation. As far as what level of legal control, I mean, when it goes into CPCNs, and I understand there was an order issued, quite a few years ago regarding the commission's view on their jurisdiction over Kentucky Transco. So it would be consistent with that order.
Let me ask it this way: does Brett Madison control the amount invested in Kentucky Transmission Company?
Brett Madison is a strong input into those discussions. Yes.
Yeah, but he does control the investments made in the Kentucky Power Operating Company, correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So it may be a distinction in degree, but it's certainly a distinction, correct? But he may have input into the investments made in Kentucky Transmission Company, but he's in charge of the investments made by Kentucky Power Company.
And I don't want to speak for Brett. I think, when we say input, I mean, that could be, obviously, it's the company president. He's going to have very strong input into investment in the state of Kentucky, regardless of whether it's Kentucky Power or Kentucky Transco.
And Matt, I just want to make sure we're clear. There is no ownership interest either way between Kentucky Transmission Company and Kentucky Power Company.
That is true.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Mr. Santana, anything else?
Thank you, Owner. No, thank you.
Okay, we will now be in recess until 10 minutes after 11 o'clock, at which time Kentucky Power can call another witness. We on? Okay, we're now back on the record. Ms. Blend, are you taking the next witness?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. If everyone else is on and ready, then Ms. Blend, please call Kentucky Power's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company called Cameron Ali.
Okay, Mr. Ali, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Ali.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Cameron Ali. Business address is 8500 Smiths Mill Road, New Albany, Ohio 43054.
Thank you. By whom are you employed and in what position?
I'm employed as Managing Director of Transmission Planning for the American Electric Power Service Corporation.
Did you cause to be filed rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes.
Did you also cause to be filed data responses?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to any of those documents today?
No, I don't.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Ali is available for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. Before cross-examination, Mr. Ali, it is a little difficult to hear, so I would ask you to perhaps get closer to the microphone or speak up. We have a court reporter here who sometimes has difficulty hearing, and it's important that she be able to have a complete understanding of your answers. Ms. Mensel, any cross-examination?
Yes, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Ali. Why don't I let you have a moment to say something so that we can make sure that we've got the volume correct?
Yes. Can you guys hear me better now? I moved the mic up.
No.
It's still too low. You may have to speak into your pocket. Hold your microphone.
Okay, so how about this? I'm going to switch mics here.
That's better.
Better?
That's much better.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Your Honor.
Excellent. Okay, I think we're good to go now. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Again, good morning, Mr. Ali. I have a question or two for you about the PJM attachment M3 process. Before I begin, can I have you give me just a wee bit of an explanation? What is the attachment M3 itself?
Sure. Good morning. So the attachment M3 is the process that oversees engagement and review of projects, mostly supplemental projects. These supplemental projects, in essence, so really if you think about the PJM project buckets, there are three categories of projects in PJM. One is baseline. Those are projects that are driven by bright line criteria violations. One is network upgrades. Those projects are driven by generation interconnection or changes in their capacity. And then the third bucket is the supplemental projects. The M3 process outlines the process that transmission owners must follow to ensure that these supplemental projects are transparently reviewed with the stakeholders as per the FERC-approved tariff.
Thank you. As the attachment M3 process relates to Kentucky Power and supplemental projects, can you provide me just a little more detail? And I appreciated the overview, but if you could give me greater detail about that process in regards to Kentucky Power and supplemental projects.
Absolutely, I'll be very happy to do that. So in essence, my organization, the Transmission Planning Organization, is responsible for determining what are the needs across the transmission grid, which also includes the Kentucky Power footprint in the region. And what we do is on a yearly basis, we determine what are the grid needs based on assessments. Some of these assessments are load flow type analysis, which is very bright line in nature. You take a line out of service and you see what happens to the rest of the system. Some of the needs are driven purely by the condition, performance, and risk that the assets pose to the grid. So it's my job that we go and collect all those needs across the system. We vet and validate those needs internally, and we vet and validate those needs with our customers. And that happens also on a yearly basis. And then as the needs get vetted and validated, meaning I'll give you an example of that. So let's say that my radar shows that there is a line that has 5 million customer minutes of interruptions over a year. Then what I want to do is I want to make sure that that is indeed the case. So make sure the data is correct. And number two, understand why we had so many minutes of interruptions. And the reasons could be, weather, it could be, poor condition of the asset. So once that need is validated, that's when we take that need to the stakeholder forum at PJM. So we then share that with all the stakeholders at PJM that here is a need on the grid that has resulted in poor performance, poor condition, or it poses risk to our customers and the grid in the future. Once that is done, the stakeholders then have the ability to comment on that. They have the ability to then provide us maybe additional needs that they have seen that we may have not seen on our radar. And then we have to wait at least 45 days, and in some cases it can take as long as a year to bring back a mitigation plan. So the next meeting that happens with the stakeholders at PJM is the review of the mitigation plan. Again, the stakeholders have the ability to provide alternates or recommend alternates, or if they have questions concerning the project, we have we answer those questions during that process. After that, the stakeholders can still send questions to us via email, and then on a quarterly basis, projects that have been reviewed at PJM, they get published in the local plan. So that's the final step when PJM publishes the needs and the solutions in the local plan on a quarterly basis.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you answered exactly what I needed. Very thorough. Thank you. Zach, can I ask you to display PSC Exhibit 15? Thank you. Just to explain what this is created by AEP. It is, thank you, Zach, an M3 Needs and Solutions presentation, and it's titled Subregional RTEP Committee Western AEP Supplemental Projects. Zach, can I have you scroll through 3 or 4 pages so I can show this to Mr. Ali? And then if you'll go to the next page, there. The remainder of this presentation contains similar slides. This presentation has about 87 different transmission projects that sets forth the project driver, assumptions, and identified problems at each site. And again, as you can see from the upper left corner, this was created by AEP. Mr. Ali, have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have seen this document. We prepared this document, my team does, on a monthly basis in collaboration with PJM.
And is this, and if you need us to scroll through a couple more pages, please let me know. But I would ask if this is an accurate representation of an ordinary subregional RTEP presentation from AEP. And in that sense, it has both solutions and needs.
That is correct. So this is a correct representation of the process that I mentioned earlier. Mm-hmm. And you can see there are, in a given meeting, there are needs that we're bringing forth, and then we're bringing forth needs and solutions for needs that may have been discussed in previous meetings. So it has both the needs, new needs, and solutions to needs that had already been discussed in previous meetings.
Thank you. Zach, you can take that document down. Staff has no further questions, Chairman.
For Office of Attorney General, any questions?
We have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Kurtz, questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, great. Good morning, Mr. Ali.
Good morning, Mr. Kurt.
In your rebuttal testimony, you opposed the AGKIUC recommendation that incremental transmission expenses be recovered solely through base rates, correct?
Can you please refer me to that, just to refresh my memory? I'm not recalling opposing.
Let me say it the opposite way. You recommend 100% tracker recovery of incremental transmission expenses through the PPA, correct?
That is correct.
And the AGKIUC proposal was 100% recovery through base rates. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I remember seeing that.
Okay. If the commission accepts your proposal, how big will the rate increase be for calendar year 2021?
Mr. Kurtz, that would have been a good question for company witness peers, because I do not do rate calculations, so I really can't answer the impact of that.
And I guess you don't know how big the rate increase would be in 2022 either, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. How do you know your recommendation is reasonable if you don't know how big the rate increase would be?
So, Mr. Kurtz, we work as a collective team here at AEP. So, of course, my job responsibility is to determine what are the needs across the grid, as I explained earlier, what risk those needs pose, what are the best solutions that are cost-effective, reliable, and safe for our customers, and then get those through the stakeholder process to make sure their opinions and feedback is accounted for. And then, of course, that gets visited with folks like Brett Madison, Company Witness Madison, so that they can look at the other aspects of it as to what are the rate impacts, how much investment can the company afford. So really those decisions are made collectively, and I'm just playing the part of the planning aspect of that.
Okay. One basis for your recommendation was your belief that Kentucky Power does not really have effective control over these transmission expenses, correct?
Yes, that is correct. I mean, Kentucky Power, or for that matter, any transmission owner or load serving entity across North America, I mean, they don't have really the control over the needs. The needs are what those are. Some of those needs are determined by the age of your system and the performance and condition of that system and how it is being used. Some of those needs are determined by regulations from the RTOs or NERC or other regulatory bodies, and some of them are state regulations as well as customer obligations. So really there is no control that the transmission owners or LSCs have on the needs. They may have some control on the timing of how and when to address that.
Well, between Kentucky Power and its ratepayers, who has more control over the timing and the need for these transmission rate increases?
I'm sorry, I don't quite get that question, Mr. Kurtz. Could you please repeat that?
Well, the ratepayers have zero control over the timing and the level and the need of these transmission rate increases. Certainly, I would expect Kentucky Power has some work with consumers.
Yeah, Mr. Kurtz, like I said, I mean, the needs are what they are on the grid, and again, if they're not addressed, they pose significant risk down the road to our customers and the reliability of the grid. So, I mean, nobody has, I would say, control over those needs. Now, of course, a company like Kentucky Power has to make sure that the investments are made in a way that is, number one, taking into consideration the impact on customers as well as taking into consideration the financial health of the company. And I know I heard Mr. Madison talk about that, and I think he'd be the right witness to answer that question concerning, who has more control, whether it's customers or Kentucky Power. Like I said, where I sit, looking at the needs, really those needs are outside the control of anyone.
Well, just to close up, you're aware that the Attorney General KIDC position is that Kentucky Power would get 100% recovery of all its transmission expenses. However, it would be through a rate case, not through an automatic tracker. Is that your understanding of our position?
Mr. Kurtz, you mentioned that earlier, and I remember seeing that. Yes, I'm aware of it.
Chairman, no more questions.
Thank you. Ms. Grunman, any questions for Walmart? Ms. Grunman, cross-examination?
Chairman, can you wave your hand if you can hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't hear the hearing room.
You can't hear me? You can't?
No, they can't hear you.
Well, let's see if we can find some way to get it fixed. Nancy, can they hear you, do you think?
No, I don't think so.
Chairman, we can hear you.
Wow, Chairman.
You can't? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. The system's failures are rampant. Ms. Grumman, you have any cross-examination on behalf of Walmart?
I do. I just have some very brief questions. Mr. Ali, are you familiar with the Virginia Clean Economy Act that was effective, that went into effect July 1st, 2020 of this year?
Yes, I have read it at a high level, I would say executive summary level, so that's my level of familiarity with it.
And just from that high level, do you anticipate there being a need for transmission projects associated with the requirements that are imposed on APCO as a result of the VCEA?
We have actually not done any analysis to substantiate that, so I really can't answer that. That'd be speculative on my part without having done any analysis concerning that.
But you understand that there is an obligation on the part of APCO to either acquire or purchase certain renewable power, whether or not there's an actual need for it in order to meet certain renewable and carbon-free goals by 2050?
Yes, Ms. Grunman, I understand that. I guess your question was, would there be transmission investment? And like I said, I don't know where that renewable is going to come from, where it will be located. So I can't really answer if there will or there will not be any transmission investment as a result of that.
Well, and I guess just my question that sort of flows from that is, I think you made a statement about the grid and the transmission. The needs are what they are on the grid, right?
That is correct.
And just to the extent that APCO were obligated to undertake a transmission project as a result of an obligation imposed with the VCEA, that's not exactly the typical type of need that we would associate with a transmission project, is it?
Ms. Grunman, it really depends because, the tariff, the way it is written in PJM, generation interconnection is a cost that is borne by the generator. So if the renewables that are being acquired are within the PJM zone, which I'm assuming most likely they will be, and again, that's an assumption on my part, so I want to clarify that, then those generators need to be deliverable to begin with, and those costs of the transmission upgrades to ensure deliverability will be already part of the generation interconnection cost. So again, like I said, we will really need to know where the exact location of that generation is. If it's outside PJM, yes, there could be cost, but that, again, without doing any analysis, I can't speculate on it.
Well, just as an example, I believe the VCEA does require that at least some amount of this new load be located within the Commonwealth of Virginia. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am. And Ms. Grunman, I guess what I'm not familiar with or I don't have an answer on is where is the remaining coming from. If the remaining is also coming from the PJM region, then the expectation that there will be a transmission investment needed, I think it is wrong because that generation is already deliverable within PJM and it has already gotten connection to the transmission grid. If it's coming from outside PJM, then of course, depending on where it's coming from, you may or may not need transmission investment.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Spinard, Mr. Strobo, questions for Kentucky Solar?
No, Mr. Chairman, no question on behalf of CASIA.
Mr. Fitzgerald, questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Miller, Sierra Club, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions from Sierra Club.
Mr. Fry, any questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, no questions at this time.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ali, how are you?
I'm doing well, sir. How about yourself?
Good. Yesterday I referred to you as the Alex Vaughn of transmission. The joke has been around here about a couple of hearings we have. Everybody always pushes their questions off to Mr. Vaughn, but now that we're talking about transmission, everybody's pushing their questions off to you, Mr. Ali.
And Mr. Chandler, I must tell you that was a very career limiting move for me, naming me Alex Vaughn. So yeah, I know I may have to change my name.
Yeah, well, maybe Mr. Vaughn can be the Cameron Ali of everything else. Let me ask here, until a comment by Mr. Pierce and then your testimony a minute ago in response to KAUC, the testimony in this case, at least in regards to Mr. Vaughn about the need for 100% recovery of tariff PPA, of the LSEO costs and tariff PPA, have been that the costs, the LSEO expenses, are outside the company's control because they're pursuant to a FERC-approved rate schedule, and that that the annual, this is Vaughn, line 6 at 32, the annual level of such charges and credits can vary greatly from year to year and are largely out of the company's control. Also, and this is the portion that Mr. Satterwhite read in the testimony yesterday, also, as the company expected, PJM transmission owners have continued to increase their investment in the transmission grid. The increasing level of investment, which is necessary to maintain and improve the grid, will increase transmission charges allocated to LSE and PJM, including Kentucky Power. So, as I understood it up to now, the out of control was that, hey, FERC said these are the costs, other people are imposing these costs, they're the drivers of it, it's out of Kentucky Power's control, let us recover it through the tariff PPA. But what you're saying is, even if these weren't allocated costs, and these were solely the costs of Kentucky Power alone, that you still consider them out of their control. Am I understanding that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. So I am focusing on the needs aspect of it, right? I mean, so really all these investments are driven by needs across the grid, and those needs are, in essence, outside control of anyone. And so that's what I was referring to. I think what you're talking about is even beyond that, the allocation piece of it. And you're right, there is a FERC-approved tariff for that I know Mr. Kelly Pierce talked about in detail.
Okay, so let me ask this question. Who is the final arbiter of need?
I mean, at the end of the day, the decision as to which need gets addressed and which need gets deferred. I mean, so first of all, we have to address all of them. There is no question about it, because if you don't address them, then eventually you address them as a failed equipment, right? Which is more costly for our customers, not to mention all the customer minutes of interruptions that adds. So really, as far as the needs are concerned, all of them need to be addressed, but who determines the timing of it? That is a decision that the operating companies have to make for their needs on their system. And I know Mr. Madison talked about that yesterday. And that depends on many factors, which I think he's the better witness to talk about what factors he considers when making that decision. But like I said, the needs themselves have to be addressed. They're outside the control. As to how many can a company afford in a given year, that is depending on factors that Mr. Madison has mentioned yesterday.
So if need, you would agree that the transmission, whether it's at the state level or at the federal level, is regulated in some degree, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Right, transmission rates. So FERC, for instance, there's a process by which people can oppose or challenge the prudency of projects, right? Whether it's that the project isn't needed or whether it's more expensive than it needs to be, whatever it may be, there's a process by which they can challenge the underlying need for a project, correct?
That is correct.
And then at the state level, and I know you've got 11, or you don't have 11, you're just in the east zone, correct? You just operate in the east?
No, Your Honor, I oversee planning function for the entire AEP system.
Okay, so great. So 11 jurisdictions, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, same as Mr. Satterwhite. So you got the 11 jurisdictions and then the federal review. So would you agree that insofar as maybe FERC doesn't have the, whether it's, well, like say a CPCN process in Kentucky, we'll just talk about a very simple example. Kentucky ultimately determines the need for a project when you bring it in front of them for a CPCN, correct?
I think, Your Honor, maybe the right way for me to put that out would be the need is what it is. Kentucky Commission may be for projects that require CPCN, Kentucky Commission is the one that is validating and agreeing with it and ratifying it or disagreeing with it, right?
Right, that was my question earlier about the final arbiter. Kentucky Power can assert that there's a need, but regarding a CPCN, the standard as I understand it, is that the company must prove need in wasteful duplication. So insofar as the commission doesn't find that there's a need, would you agree that they're, like for instance, in that example in Kentucky, they're the final arbiter to determine factually on a legal basis whether there's a need? And I'm not asking you for a legal opinion, but that's your understanding of the need determination, correct?
If Your Honor, if your question is, can Kentucky Commission deny a filing for CPCN if they don't find the need? And the answer is absolutely they can. And similarly, the stakeholders have the ability, and they exercise that ability, to bring forth any prudency issues at FERC when we file the FERC Formula 1 filing. And to my experience, so far, we haven't had an instance where FERC said the project was not prudent. We had one instance where the cost was, was booked as transmission and it should have been booked as distribution. So we made that change thanks to our stakeholders' engagement. But again, you're right. FERC has the ability during those proceedings to say if there was something prudent or not prudent.
Okay, great. So FERC has that ability. To a degree, Kentucky has the ability when it's actually being requested to be built, right? In terms of the Kentucky Power Company. You operate in 11 jurisdictions. Let's just focus on the AEPE system. Is that let's call it a safeguard, because I want to give myself a little more, make myself a little more important than I am, but say there's that safeguard as a determination to need in Kentucky in the CPCN process. Can we walk through a couple of the AEPE states, and can you tell me whether or not you're aware of whether there is that ultimate need, or you've experienced that ultimate need arbitration or determination at the commission level or the siting board level? So, like in Ohio, for instance, is there any determination, is there any sort of CPCN process, either on the operating company or the transmission company side, where there's ever a situation to where at the state level somebody is the ultimate arbiter of need?
Your Honor, that's a very loaded question, so I'm going to take it apart a little bit. I hope you don't mind.
Take it however you like.
When it comes to Ohio, let's take that as an example. Does Ohio has a siting process? Absolutely, it does. Is the siting process for Ohio the same as Kentucky? No, there are differences, and those differences are defined very clearly in the state statutes. Similarly, Virginia, they have a siting process. States that don't have siting process, they have other permitting processes. They have rate cases that you got to go through. And again, and to your question, is there an ultimate entity that you can go to and say, okay, I don't agree with the prudence? In my opinion, what is common to all of these jurisdictions, that one entity that anybody can go to and say, I don't agree with the prudence of a certain investment, that is FERC.
Yeah, I don't want to get off on words like reasonable, just and reasonable, or fair, or prudent. I didn't anticipate asking a question about this, but your answer specifically was the need is what it is, right? The need is the need. But you all are regulated on the transmission front you're regulated on on transmission on all fronts, right? Either at the state or the federal level. And what I want to make sure of is that I understand there is ultimately some degree of somebody saying what the need is, right? Or to, the word you used earlier was validate the need, right? You would agree that there's somebody, you all aren't, let me ask the question this way. You all aren't the sole determiner, the sole determining entity in deciding whether there is need or not. There are checks along the way, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so do you all, and that's the same case for all transmission owners, let's just use an example of other transmission owners in PJM, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so do you all ever challenge other PJM transmission owners' FERC transmission formula filings?
Not to my knowledge, we haven't. And again, Your Honor, for us to challenge it, first of all, we need to know that there is an adverse impact to our customers or systems for us to do that. I'm not aware of any such case where we needed to.
Okay, and then are you aware of any operating company within AEP challenging any other AEP affiliates FERC formula filings?
Oh, Your Honor, I'm not aware of it. Like I said, there has to be a basis for something like that. And I'm not sure if do you have some example that you're thinking about? So maybe I can answer that more completely.
I don't. I'm asking. Are there examples of it?
No.
Okay. So few questions. I don't want to go out of order, Mr. Ali. Can I ask if staff could bring up that PSC exhibit number 15, which is the supplemental planning document? And so, Mr. Ali, we're both aware of this document. These are the near monthly filings made at the sub-regional RTEP Western meetings, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And there are a couple of, or a few, I forget, there's 2 or 3 sub-regional RTEP committees, right? There's a Western, maybe a Southern, and a Eastern, Mid-Atlantic?
It's the Mid-Atlantic one. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so the sub-regional RTEP Western, and I'm just now realizing the R and the regional are the same thing, but the sub-regional RTEP Western Committee is, help me out here, Dayton Power and Light, right? East Kentucky Power, AEP. Is there anybody else in the Western?
So, Your Honor, so we have in the Western also parts of the First Energy System.
That's right.
APS, and of course ComEd, the footprint in Chicago. That's part of it.
Of Exelon, right? The subsidiary of Exelon. Okay. So you all bring these, and let's take a step back. One thing that Ms. Fensel didn't ask about, and that you maybe did cover, there are needs and solutions as part of the M3 process, right? There are time frames between when you can bring those needs and solutions, and then every year there's an update as to the basis, effectively, the information and quantifications that you use as a basis to determine those needs, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and so just very quickly, can you explain that annual filing?
Yeah, so on an annual basis, and as a matter of fact, we'll be doing that, Your Honor, in December, sub-regional RTEP. What we bring forth to our stakeholders are the assumptions, the criteria, the guidelines that AEP and other transmission owners utilize in determining the needs across the system.
And it's the assumptions, criteria, guidelines, and then the word escapes me, the models that you use to also drive those needs, right, or to determine those needs.
Yes, sir. For the load flow and short circuit analysis, those models are utilized. Of course, those models they're not adequate enough to capture anything back beyond that. But so really, those are the models that the RTO creates, and we utilize the same models.
Okay. And so let's talk about just a couple of these. Could staff turn to pagination, page 6? It may be PDF page 7. We'll find out. Yeah, so it is just page 6. And so this is just an example that AEP would bring. And this is a project well, it's not a project. It's a need, correct, in Greenup County?
That is correct.
And the need number is identified in the left-hand side, and then the process stage. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And that's just, so this is the February 21 meeting, so that's just saying that this is the first time this has come before anything. So this is the needs meeting being presented on February 21st for that, right?
Yes.
And then in your annual filing, what do you call that? Your assumptions document?
Yes.
Okay. So in your assumptions document, you lay out the different types of drivers, right? And so this one is customer service. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And so you will have had the assumptions, criteria, guidelines for customer service connections in that assumptions document each year. And that's what leads you to mark this as a customer service need.
So the document, the assumptions document, Your Honor, that you're referring to, it talks, it focuses on internally driven needs, or I should say internally recognized needs that AEP has the ability to recognize. Customer service is not an internal recognized need, because any customer can come and say, okay, a steel mill can come and say, I want connection, I want service. So those are not explicitly discussed in the assumptions document, but we have another document that we share with our stakeholders on an annual basis. It's called the Customer Interconnection Requirements for the AEP System. And the customer projects are discussed in that document in detail and as to what requirements AEP has for connecting customers to the grid.
Okay. And so just so we're all clear here, we've got, what was that document called again?
It's and subject to check, Your Honor, I may not have the exact name spelled out, but it's called Customer Interconnection Requirements for the AEP System.
Okay, so we've got that. We've got the assumptions filing each year. We've got the attachment M3 process, which is an attachment to the open access transmission tariff. All of those sort of drive this document, as well as to a degree, the PJM Business Practice Manual, Manual 14B, right?
That is correct, Your Honor, and just for completeness sake, we have the PERC 715 filing that is part of that, right? So which is the planning criteria for the AEP system. Yeah, I think that, and the models, like you mentioned earlier, just for completeness sake, the models are identified in that assumptions document as well.
And that 715 is the same 715 that me and Mr. Pierce were discussing earlier as it related to the Dominion issue that was remanded from the DC Court of Appeals, correct?
Yes,
Not the same document, but I'm sorry, it's the same PJM order that the documents have come out of, right? Or the FERC order.
Yes, Your Honor, it's the same document for AEP. Of course, each transmission owner has their own PERC 715 document.
Okay, and those set forth criteria, certain planning criteria that drive needs as well, right?
Yes, Your Honor, those are more bright line in nature because, the NERC transmission planning standards are applicable to the bulk electric system, BES, which is 100 kV and above. So there is, of course, a gap there for the lower voltage system. So the transmission owners are expected, and we all file the standards and criteria for even the sub-transmission system in the PERC 715 document.
Yeah, and some transmission owners even allow PJM to identify those needs pursuant to their 715 in lieu of the transmission owner themselves, right?
Your Honor, all 715 needs PJM identifies and verifies for all transmission owners, even for AEP.
So we'll go down this. The other one's the specific assumption references. That's a reference to the assumption document, the annual assumption document. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then the problem statement, and can you explain to me just, and I know it's intuitive, but what the problem statement is intended to do?
Your Honor, it is explaining the detail, so the detail of the need as to what is the need. In this particular case, it's a very simple need. We have a request from the distribution company to establish a new service point. And as you can see, if you go through the document, some of the needs are more elaborate in nature because they're more complicated.
Okay, and this is a February 21st document. Can you, last thing, can you explain to me here this model reference?
So that is the RTEP model year that we are using to analyze the impacts on the load flow and short circuit aspects of the grid. So PJM puts models together roughly 5 years ahead. So in 2020, we're using a 2024 RTEP cycle. So what it's referring to is that the analysis that was done or will be done to assess this needs and the impact of this on the grid will be using a 2024 regional transmission expansion planning model.
Okay, and those are updated annually by PJM, correct?
Yes, that is true. And Your Honor, I must say that, it's a collaborative process because, of course, PJM does not have the load information at each of our distribution substations or the impedances of the line or the configuration of the substations. So we are working collaboratively with PJM to update those models on a yearly basis.
And you provide them a significant number of input for your load area, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Right, and so if staff could turn to page 7 of this document, this is another Kentucky need. Do you see this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and so we'll go down inside. There's the need number. The process stage is the first time this has been brought, right, to February 21st needs meeting. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And the driver, which, as I understand from your testimony, will have been in the assumptions document. The driver, a number of drivers mentioned: equipment condition, performance, risk, operational flexibility. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then the need here is the Elwood 46 kV station. Now, 46 kV is, in the world of transmission, pretty low voltage, correct?
Your Honor, it's still pretty dangerous, but yeah, I would say that compared to 765, you can say it's low voltage.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's safe to grab onto, but comparatively, it's even significantly lower than it's lower than 69. Okay, let me ask this: is there a transmission voltage? And I think I don't know the answer to this. That's always scary. Is there a transmission voltage that AEP operates that's lower than 46 kV?
Yes, Your Honor. We do have some 23 kV equipment, and we have 34 kV equipment as well as 40 kV. I think maybe the question is there a voltage that AEP doesn't operate? And I think there is not. Across our 11 states, we have transmission voltages spanning from 23 kV all the way to 765 kV.
Okay, but in terms of the span, this is towards the low end of the voltage, all right?
Yes, that is correct.
And so, because I will not get it right, do you mind to walk us through the needs or the drivers or the conditions or the performance or risk identifications listed there in the bullet points? Could you walk us through those and explain those to us as it drives this need?
Your Honor, I'll be very happy to do that. Would you like me to do that verbatim, or would you like to summarize it like I would at a sub-regional RTEP?
I would actually love if you could read each bullet point and then tell us what the heck it means.
Sure, absolutely. So starting with Elwood 46 kV station, 46 kV circuit breakers A, B, and C. So really we have identified through our needs vetting and validation process that these 3 breakers need to be addressed. And the reasons for them: number one, 1960s vintage FZO69 1500P type oil circuit breaker. So what we're mentioning here is the vintage. It's, as you can see, roughly 60-year-old circuit breaker. Circuit breakers typically have a lifespan of 40 to 50 years. It's an oil type circuit breaker. Oil type circuit breakers, of course, pose another risk for us, especially if they are before 1973 vintage. Back in the day, in the 1960s, there were not a lot of environmental regulations, and all the transmission owners had these circuit breakers used. That was the in technology, if you will, at that time. But at that time, we didn't have any oil containment built around these breakers. So the reason for mentioning this, and I know our stakeholders understand that, whenever they see oil breakers, that right there is a flag for them, because in some cases, as these breakers get old, and if they fail, the cost these days to mitigate oil contamination, the environmental cost can even in some cases exceed the cost of that entire substation. Because these breakers typically, and again, not specifically for this type of breaker, but they can carry roughly 1,000 gallons of oil each. The next one is fault operations. CBA has 33. Sorry, Your Honor.
We'll move to the next one real quick. On that item, you all have internally at AEP prioritized the replacement or at least addressing the concerns surrounding these oil circuit breakers, correct?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, there was some background noise that I couldn't completely get your question.
Has Kentucky Power AEP prioritized the replacement or addressing these oil circuit breakers?
Your Honor, yes, we are addressing these throughout our system, and yes, we have prioritized the replacement of these breakers. Now, one thing I would mention to you, Your Honor, around priority is that we have what I call a radar for every single asset on our grid. So every single substation, every single transmission line, we have a dashboard that tells us what is the health of that. Now, that's just a radar because it's telling me as the transmission planner for the grid that here are the assets you need to go and pay more attention to. What then happens is, so it is in a priority. That's the priority that you're referring to. So all of these are in that list. As we go through that, we have the obligation to vet and validate every single one of them because, in some cases, a failure has happened. For example, a line went out, and that's what my radar tells me, that this line has gone out 10 times in the last year. Now, I need to vet and validate it because there is a possibility that the last time it went out or field services individuals did something to repair it to a point where it should not be a concern in the future. So then the needs get vetted and validated, and the timing of how that happens, Your Honor, is very different because some assets we can validate in a month. Some assets may take us a year to validate because we may need to do more analysis like soil boring and ground grid analysis, things like that. So as soon as a need gets vetted and validated, as soon as that happens, in the next meeting, stakeholder meeting, we bring it forth to the stakeholders.
Yeah, and what I want to make clear was that prioritization or that indication of concern around the oil circuit breakers is indicated in your assumptions documentation, right?
Your Honor, like I said, yes, it is indicated, and it is a radar, but the one point I'm trying to clarify here is that, but that's not the order of mitigation, because it still needs to be vetted and validated, and it may fall off in that process, or it may become a higher priority in that process.
Right, okay. You can go to the next one now. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Your Honor. So the next one is fault ops. CBA, circuit breaker A, has 33 fault operations. Circuit breaker B has had 83 fault operations. Circuit breaker C had 105 fault operations. Your Honor, the manufacturers for these breakers recommend that a breaker be completely overhauled. It's like, your car engine getting rebuilt or retuned after 10 fault operations, because those fault operations has a lot of energy. So you can think about, the contacts of the breaker are closed and power is flowing through that. And then when there is a fault, the fault energy, depending on the short circuit and depending on where that breaker is on the system, could be thousands of amperes. And that takes a lot of energy to open that, clear that, and that will wear down the contacts very quickly. So the manufacturers recommend after 10 fault operations, you got to go overhaul it. And we have been doing that. We have been overhauling these breakers. But now they're at a point where you can't even find replacement parts for them to overhaul them. So that's what we are showing here, that these have gone through significant fault operations through their lifespan and way beyond the manufacturer recommendation.
Can I ask on that, the overhaul, is that and I know this isn't what you do necessarily, but just curious, is that a capital expense or an O&M expense when you do those overhauls?
Your Honor, it really depends. Mostly it is O&M because most of the time it may require very small parts replacement. But if it becomes a bigger item, like maybe a whole bushing needs to go away, or you need to replace a major component, then it can be capital as well.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, the next one are so there are some other issues that are identified, the damage to the bushings. Like I mentioned earlier, the spare part availability is typically mostly or concerned with these types of breakers. It's like having a 1960 vintage car. Nobody, has parts. If they have it, they are going to sell you that at a very high cost, more than probably a new breaker would cost. And then, lack of vendor support. I mean, a lot of these breakers, the vendors don't even have people, resources that know how these operate anymore because they have all transitioned to new technologies. There are only 8 of these remaining order systems. So again, you can, in the past, Your Honor, what we did, and again, that's the benefit of being part of that bigger integrated system, right? Because you can imagine that we are using the same equipment pretty much all over our footprint. And as equipment becomes obsolete, we have spare parts available because we are retiring stuff, but we're cannibalizing equipment as we retire it, and we keep that in our stores so that we can get longer lifespan for the rest of the equipment. So we, as a pool, we have a lot more, and as a result of it, you can see our lines, they are lasting 70, 80 years. This breaker has a lifespan recommended 40, but it's sitting there for 60 because we are able to do that. Now, the other thing is when you only have 8 of them left, then of course there is not a lot of spare parts even from failed breakers that we can utilize. So that's an important distinction I think we're making here. And the last one, Your Honor, is 86% of the relays at the station are electromechanical. Electromechanical relays, Your Honor, nobody makes them anymore. Everything is now digital. And they are really, they really base, you can think about it like an old watch. So they're really, all the functions that they're performing are based on mechanics and tolerances. So really the weight increases this much and then the relay will operate, but the tolerances are very, very, very small. So these electromechanical relays, number one, they don't talk to the new relays anymore. And number two, they have a lot of prone to misoperations because over the years, the tolerances have become very thin. So there are 86% of the relays, protective relays, which are protecting the grid, telling the breakers when to open, when to close. Those are electromechanical. And I think that pretty much, Your Honor, summarizes the need here.
Okay, I appreciate Mr. Ali. Mr. Chairman, I have still a number of questions for Mr. Ali, but I noticed that last response we're at 12:04. Would you like me to push through, or can we come back to Mr. Ali after lunch?
Yeah, I guess it's afternoon. Why don't we take a break and come back at 1 o'clock and finish up? Can we do that? Well,
So, Your Honor.
we'll be in recess until 1 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
of the chairman, you can go. Okay, Chip, sir, you're on the record.
Well, unfortunately, my screen doesn't work, so. Let me get over here and get on the other screen. Can you hear? The screen quit working. Sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, we can hear you.
Let's just go over here, use this screen. Ah, we're back on, thank you. Can everybody hear?
Yes,
Can you
Your
hear?
Honor.
Okay. I guess we're back on the record. Over the lunch hour, we've been undergoing some technological repairs, and hopefully they'll work. Our Kentucky Power, Miss Blend, are you ready for Vice Chairman Chandler to begin his continued cross-examination of Mr. Ali?
We are, Your Honor. I had just one clarification that I wanted to offer before we resume, if that is okay.
Okay, can you speak up? Difficult to hear.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are ready to resume. I wanted to address one minor issue before we continue, if that is okay.
That's okay.
Thank you. Small clarification. I believe earlier the Vice Chairman asked Mr. Ali about rate impacts associated with the company's PJM LSE owed expense, or the year one and year two rate increase. Mr. Ali testified, I believe, that Dr. Pierce may have been able to answer those questions. I just wanted to point out that Mr. Vaughn, in his rebuttal testimony, addresses the first year, the 2021 rate increase. So just wanted to mention that in case helpful for later witnesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right. Vice Chairman Chandler, are you ready to continue your cross-examination?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we can.
That's never been my problem, so I don't think it's going to start today. Mr. Ali, you remember we were talking about and if Mr. Rippey can bring it up on the screen, I believe it's staff's PSC Exhibit 15. And we'll wait for Mr. Rippey to bring that document up. And do you remember this is the page that we were discussing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and so big picture, this is, we walked through the assumptions document, that the assumptions document is following the attachment M3 process, which is an attachment to the open access, PJM's open access transmission tariff. And these needs proposals, these sub-regional RTEP presentations are in accordance with all of those, or are presented in accordance with all of those, in addition to some degree the manual, I want to make sure I get this right, the PJM Business Practice Manual, Manual 14B, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
Okay. So we talked about all those documents. This is sort of the culmination of all those different processes, all those different roles. There's this documentation is a needs and a solutions presentation by AEP, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. The only clarification at the 14B process, it also covers the baseline projects. So really, these are all supplemental, and so the baseline projects are under the manual 14B.
Yeah, and so I guess I was just trying to say that there are portions of 14B that govern these presentations, or maybe governing is wrong because they're not technically governing documents, but that provide guidance on how these processes should actually occur in reality, right?
Yes, sir, you're correct.
Okay. then, I'm not going to ask you to remind me, but I'll try to come back to 14C in a minute. So we've got 14B. So this is a need, and if we can, so let me just say, Mr. Ali, I'm going to go to a solution here in a second. It is 60 pages away. Can we go straight to it? And if you see it, you'll know that it's a solutions presentation. Is that fair? If you see it, you'll know whether it's a needs or a solution presentation?
Yes, sir, that is fair.
Okay, can we go to PDF pagination 67? And while he's going, Mr. Ali, the reason I ask is this document is a presentation that you would agree is broken up between a needs, which we saw that on maybe page 2 or 3 where it says needs, and then later there's a break in the pages that says solutions. Everything after needs is a need, and everything after solutions is a solution, right?
Yes, sir. As I explained earlier, we present the needs for certain portions of the grid during these meetings, and then also we take the opportunity to present solutions during this meeting for needs that had been previously discussed with the stakeholders. So that's why the presentation is divided into 2 different sections, if you will.
Okay. So this is page 67. Do you see the document on page 67 that's on the screen? Is it the same ones in front of you?
Yes, Your Honor. It is for Floyd County, Kentucky. So it's a different need for a different solution. But yes, I see it.
It's a same area, right? A county or 2 over from Pike. It's the AEP Kentucky Power service territory still. But this is a different need number than that need we looked at on page 7, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So process stage solutions meeting is this meeting that we're talking about, the February 21st meeting. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And the solution was brought about 8 months after the needs meeting. Do you see that?
That is correct.
Okay, and so we'll skip over the supplemental project driver, the assumptions reference. We were just talking about those. We'll go down to the problem statement. We were just talking about that. That lays out the actual conditions or the specifics on how the criteria in the assumptions criteria document were implicated, right?
Yes, criteria or guidelines. Yes.
Or guidelines. Sorry, that's right. Assumptions, criteria, guidelines. Okay. So we'll skip on to go to, Mr. Rippey, do you mind to go to the next page, page 68? So all that information is on the needs side. And on page 68, there's just additional needs statements, right?
Yes, Your Honor. So this is pretty much the needs in that particular area that are vetted and validated. And of course, these needs were originally shared with the stakeholders, like you said, in June of 2019. And then it took us roughly 8 months to come up with a feasible solution. And now we are refreshing the stakeholders' memory on the needs that we had originally presented. And we're also now sharing with them the solution, which is starting on slide 69.
And so we'll move to 69. And so you restate the needs so that everybody is, people have context for what you're about to give them. And if we can move on to page 69, Mr. Rippey, this is, you would agree, the presentation of AEPs or Kentucky Power, the proposed solution to that identified need, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to do anything verbatim or anything, but just so that we understand the document, to the left, these are all different solutions for a multitude of the needs identified, correct?
Yes, sir. So these are, I would say that these are categorized based on assets. So a transmission line is an asset and a transmission substation is an asset. So what we are looking at is overall, what does it take to solve all of these needs individually and holistically to see what is more cost effective and robust. Once we have made that determination, then we lay out the by asset scope and cost of that solution.
Okay. And so that's what these are a description of the solution by sort of asset type or defined sort of project, right? As a piece of the bigger solution. and the cost of that those individual parts, right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And so they vary here, just going through 35.3 million, 11.5, 1.3. The screen's really small, but 1 point something, $500,000. Do you see all those down the page?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay, and then if we'll, just for full context, we'll go to page 70 just for a minute. This finishes those identified asset or portions, right? And then it gives the total estimated transmission cost. That's the capital cost, right?
Yes, that is.
Okay. And then what's the next thing there? The ancillary benefits of you remove an obsolete 25 miles of a 46, 48 kV network?
Yeah, 46 kV. That is correct.
Can you explain that just for a minute?
Yes, sir. So I know you mentioned earlier that 46 kV is the lower end of the voltage spectrum, and you're exactly right. That is the lower end of the voltage spectrum. And these voltages, 23 kV, 34 kV, 40 kV, 46 kV, and 88 kV, they're pretty predominant across the Appalachian region, including Kentucky. But these are obsolete in the sense that if we were to go out there today and try to buy transmission equipment at 46 kV, nobody sells that. All the equipment is at 69 kV or higher. So of course our goal is that as we are replacing this infrastructure, there are areas where we can't get rid of 46 kV, to be very frank with you, because the load is served off of that network, and it's not just a matter of AEP making the investment in the grid. It's also the customers, the industrial customers, for example, they'll have to make investments on their side to get to a higher voltage. So what we do is, in these cases where we are able to get rid of that voltage, we would get rid of it by retiring it and moving the load to a different voltage like 69 or 138 kV in this case. Where we cannot get rid of it, Your Honor, we would at least design the new assets that we're building to higher voltage, but we'll still operate it at a lower voltage till such time that everybody else in the region is ready to make investments on their side to get to the next level of voltage. So, just to kind of give you an example, if you go to the SPP region of AEP footprint or the ERCOT region in Texas of AEP footprint, we don't have anything less than 69 kV. Those voltages the lower voltages have already been phased out over the years, and we are now trying to do that here in the eastern regions as well, where we can.
Okay. So we've got the proposed total cost. We know what the need that identified, that AEP identified that this solves. And then in addition to solving that need as proposed, AEP is indicating there are ancillary benefits of getting rid of what it believes to be an obsolete 46 kV network, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, and then these are, to the right of that, those are existing assets and proposed assets. I'm sure there's a correct engineering term for, but they look to me like individual, like a map of the circuits. Can you explain what those are?
Yes, Your Honor. So each dot represents a substation. So each dot represents load. You can think of it stepping down to residential or industrial customers or coal mines, for example. So each dot is reflecting a delivery point to an end user, if you will. And the line segments are representing the transmission circuits that are connecting them. So as you can see, if you look at the box that represents the existing infrastructure, all the yellow lines and yellow dots are 46 kV. And of course, that's where all the needs are that we mentioned on the slides beforehand. And then you see the red dots and red lines are the existing 138 system in the area. And there are, of course, some needs identified on that as well, especially as you can see, there are some radial customers. And our goal is that how do we holistically solve that? Now, we can look at it individually, Your Honor, and that will be, hey, let's go and rebuild every single substation, every single line. Or we can look at it more holistically, and that is what we have done here, is where we can, some of these stations, because they're in close proximity to the 138 system, we're just able to move that load onto 138, build some 138 infrastructure, and then get rid of significant portion of the 46 kV network, which is, you can see on the proposed section, a lot of the yellow dots are now not there anymore because now they are moved to the 138 kV network. And we still have 3 stations at 46 kV left, but a significant portion of them are already being recommended to move to 138 kV.
Yeah, so just one of the changes to that point, the existing to the proposed is the I can't see it on my screen, but we'll say it's the Allen to Beaver Creek, is that right?
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm not following you. You're talking about
What is the substation to the far right of the existing?
Oh, yeah. Yes, Your Honor, you're right. So the Allen to Beaver Creek, Allen, McKinley, and Beaver Creek are still left on the 46 kV network. And the remaining stations, Garrett, as well as Salt Lake and Spring Fork, all of them are either moved or consolidated on the 138 system.
And that's why I want to make sure that I understand that is that McCreary? McKenzie? McKenzie.
McKenzie. Yes,
The McKenzie to Spring Fork tap is the portion that you're talking about being retired, correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct. 25 miles of that.
Beaver Creek, yeah, okay. All right, so you proposed all these, you bring this forward, you bring forth the needs, you bring forth the solutions. And this may, please tell me if this is a distinction without a difference, or a difference without a distinction. Is this Kentucky Power, are these Kentucky Power's needs, or are these AEP's needs?
Your Honor, these are the needs on the AEP transmission grid, and they happen to be in the Kentucky region. So these, if your question is who owns the needs and who owns the solution, I mean, as the AEP Service Corporation employee, am the one who was looking at these needs, prioritizing these needs, and developing the solutions. But when it comes to actually approving them and implementing them and funding them, of course, that decision is made in collaboration with Kentucky Power, because this is in Kentucky. These investments will be in Kentucky.
Yeah, and that's what I do want to, if there is a distinction, I do want to make it here, or at least understand it here. Insofar as the frame in the middle of the screen, the existing assets, right, the lines and the substations, insofar as those are Kentucky Power's assets located in Kentucky Power's service territory, is this the page 67, 68? That's their need, and you or your team is bringing that need on their behalf through the M3 process. And that's, just so I understand, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And the reason, I would assume, and I want to ask it so you can tell me I'm right, because it's always fun. The reason is you all can do a consolidated transmission team at AEP instead of having one at each one of the individual operating companies. You get economies of scale and scope by doing that, right?
Your Honor, that is partially correct, but the other part of the answer is that the transmission system has always been designed as an integrated system, as an integrated network. So we have to do it this way, so we're fair and equitable to all the operating companies within AEP, right? I mean, so my job is, regardless of where the needs are, whether it's in Kentucky or Ohio or I&M, I am going to prioritize them based on their severity, based on the risk they pose, based on how deteriorated the condition is of the assets, and then I'm going to fix that. The mitigation plan I'm going to come up with is to address that in a very cost-effective and reliable and safe manner, and then I'll take it back to the operating companies of AEP and say, here are the needs, here are my recommendations, here are the risks if you don't address them. And then, of course, like I mentioned earlier, they have to make decisions around how much can our customers afford, how much can the company afford, and then those needs move forward through the execution process based on it.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to indicate otherwise. I guess what I was asking is the presentation of them in the M3 process is what I'm asking about. Because to your point just then, the AEP transmission group can still identify and prioritize and consider all of the projects in totality in terms of ranking, and still go back and present those to the operating companies, like you say. But then the operating companies could then take your recommendations, and then bring those themselves to the M3 process, right? I'm more asking about that second half of what you were describing is after the decision has been made, you're then presenting it effectively on behalf of the operating company, right?
Yes, Your Honor, and the reason for that is like you mentioned earlier that we have a pool of resources that all of our operating companies use for planning purposes. Number one, to make sure that the grid is being designed on an integrated basis in a fair manner, and number two, to reduce the burden of resources you will need if each one of the operating companies was doing it individually.
Okay, and so all of these fairly leading questions are getting to, I'm trying to move as fast as possible to set this foundation for the part that I need to learn, right, or need to understand. The solution, the need is the asset owner's need, right? They're the ones that own the asset. If it's driven by reliability, if it's driven by whatever it may be, in terms of these supplemental projects, it is the transmission owner's need, is what we just discussed. On the solution side, is it necessarily in this M3 process, is it the transmission owner's solution?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, Your Honor, it's not just only the transmission owner solution, it's a solution that all the customers that are served from that infrastructure have to also agree with, and they have to help us achieve it. I mean, those stations that I mentioned that are moving from transmission 46 kV network to 138, those are distribution substations that we will also need to make distribution investments in to move there. So really, my team works very closely with Everett Phillips, I know who's going to be on the stand later on in distribution, to come up with what is the right solution for the Kentucky customers. We own them together as the Kentucky Power Transmission Solution with distribution investments as well.
And so that's where I'm trying to get to and understand. Where is the distinction made then between ownership of the assets of the solution? Between, for instance, in a Kentucky Power example here, between Kentucky Power and Kentucky Transmission Company. If the need is of the asset owner, then how does someone other than the asset owner in the M3 process end up owning a portion of the solution?
Your Honor, I can absolutely answer that question. So in essence, there are what we call transmission company operating guidelines, and we call them project selection guidelines, or PSGs in short. And those guidelines were established by transmission as well as the operating companies across the AEP footprint as to which assets need to, or they qualify to, be built as Transco or transmission company assets, and which assets need to stay within the operating company. And of course, there are also some exceptions because each state, each jurisdiction has their own rules, and you have to abide by those rules as well. So there are some exceptions that are carved out there, but that guideline is what guides us through figuring out which assets will go in AEP Transco, Kentucky Transco, and which assets will go into AEP Kentucky Power Company transmission books. Now I will tell you, Your Honor, that there is, of course, the purpose behind the Transcos was to be able to provide a financial mechanism to the operating companies so that they're able to, more efficiently invest dollars to address needs. But the operating companies, they can determine at the end of the day that if they need to make any changes in the level of investment, that is going into that infrastructure. So the guidelines are the one that guide us, but at the end of the day, the Kentucky Power has the ability to say, this asset, I would want it to go in Kentucky Power for reasons that could be laid out, in their business plan. Make sense? Now, you could not do it the other way around, my understanding is that we can't move assets from Kentucky to Transco that are not in the guidelines, but we could from Transco to Kentucky, and that does happen where it makes sense.
Well, and just so that I'm clear, you're not necessarily moving assets, because moving assets would likely require, and I'm not asking for a legal opinion, but is it your understanding that moving the assets from a regulated utility, or your experience, that moving those assets would require commission approval in many of the states, including Kentucky?
Your Honor, my apologies, bad choice of words there. So what I meant to say is, let's say we're building a new asset, brand new asset. The Transco guidelines, which I believe when the Transcos were formed in Kentucky, those guidelines were also filed as part of the approval process, and the commission, I believe, has a copy of that. Those Transco guidelines guide as to how.
Mr. Ali, could you stop just a second? We're having an issue here with the court reporter. Just a second.
And I can't hear very well without it.
Okay. We have to change hearing devices, and we may have to, for the reporter, because her,
Start the answer over, please.
yeah, we need to repeat?
Yeah,
We need
the
to
answer.
repeat. Okay. I'm not sure where we left off, but you need to, if you can, Mr. Ali, go back and repeat your answer, start repeating your answer, because the,
Sorry, this going in, it's like going in and out.
Sure, Your Honor, I can.
we have to
do my
wait a
best there.
second. These earphones maybe are not functioning properly.
Try the switch on the back, maybe, I don't know how they work.
We made a change. Are we okay now? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ali, for your patience. If you would, please try to repeat from the beginning of your answer so the court reporter can pick it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Vice Chair, as I was stating earlier, just in the, for the sake of making sure that the record is clear there, what I was stating earlier was that the existing assets, let's say to start with, are owned by Kentucky Power, right? Those are already in the rate base. And now we are enhancing that grid. Maybe we're rebuilding some lines, maybe we're rebuilding some substations, or maybe building new lines. The Transco guidelines, which are the guiding principles for what assets can or cannot be part of the transmission company, are what we use upfront to determine which assets will be owned by Transco and which assets may be owned by operating company. Of course, they are subject to the approval of the operating company, as well as, if it requires a CPCN filing or something like that, approval of the commission. But we are using the project selection guidelines for new assets to determine which ones will go in the AEP Transmission Company and which will go in AEP Kentucky Power Company.
And so I am unaware, I plead my ignorance on it. I am unaware of whether this document has been filed with the commission. Is it something that if requested in a post-hearing data request, you could provide as I understand what you said, it was called the Transmission Company Operating Guidelines?
Project Selection Guidelines.
Project Selection Guidelines. Is that something that the company can provide in a post-hearing data request?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe subject to check that it was produced in discovery, we'll confirm that and either provide the reference to the appropriate data response, or we will provide it as a post-hearing data request.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so as you, let me ask about enhancements for a second so we have a very clear record. Enhancements, rebuilds, do you just mean the solutions in general to the needs, whatever they may be, or do you mean enhancements? Well, let me ask it this way: do you mean enhancements in terms of the RTEP, right, like the baseline projects, or do you just mean sort of replacements and the solutions to the needs identified in the M3 process?
Your Honor, the project selection guidelines cover all projects. So really, whether it's a baseline project or a supplemental project, depending on what configuration is being recommended as a part of the solution, we will apply the project selection guideline to then determine which components are the Transco components and which components are Kentucky Power components.
Okay, and does let's just say Kentucky Power, because that's who we're here with. Does Kentucky Power indicate anywhere in the M3 process that they will not be the entity that owns the entirety of the solution? Let me ask the question differently. Is there anywhere that you're aware of in the M3 process whereby a Kentucky Power would indicate that a transmission company or some other entity will own a portion of the supplemental solution?
You're on the top of my head. Nothing comes to mind where we state that explicitly. But like I said, the project selection guidelines, when we made filings for the transcos at all jurisdictions, that was the guiding document as to what assets can and cannot go into the transcos. And so that is, I know, available, and we will, make it available also, as the consul mentioned here. But I'm not familiar where we explicitly go out in the M3 process and explain which assets are going in which companies.
Okay. And so, is it your understanding that most of the other transmission company, so were you watching the hearing yesterday?
Yes, Your Honor, I was.
And did you see the portion of the hearing where Mr. Satterwhite was asked about the S&P document or the S&P story from 2014 that discussed the proposals around the AEP territories regarding transcos?
Your Honor, I don't recall it. If you don't mind, maybe refreshing my memory on it so that I don't.
So are you aware that the Kentucky Public Service Commission in a June 10th, I think it was referred to yesterday, maybe a June 10th, 2013 order disclaimed jurisdiction over the Kentucky AEP, Kentucky Transmission Company, that they found that it was not a utility as defined by Chapter 278. Are you aware of that?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
And so let me ask this. It is when you were describing earlier about the filings made with jurisdictions regarding the allocation of projects between the Transco and the operating company, would that given that being the situation, is that inherently different than your experience or the experience of other states regarding the insight they may have into the allocation or these project selection guidelines between transmission companies and operating companies?
Yes, Your Honor. So I'll maybe clarify it. It's a little bit maybe complicated because each jurisdiction is somewhat different, but really the project selection guidelines are mentioning what assets can qualify for Transco. But what it also clearly states is that the operating company can still choose to put those assets in the operating company, because really the purpose of the Transcos was to help the operating companies with their financial burden. So in cases where they don't need that help, they have the ability to put those assets in the operating company. So in case, I think what you're asking, the question you're asking, just to make sure I get it right, is that are the Transco guidelines, the way they are being implemented in Ohio, the same as they are being implemented in Kentucky? Is that your question, Your Honor? I just want to make sure I get it right.
To a degree, yes.
Okay. So, Your Honor, like I said, in Ohio right now, we are following the Transco guidelines the way they are stated. In Kentucky, we do the same thing. My team would follow the guidelines, and we will assume that these assets will go in Transco probably, and these assets will probably go in the Kentucky Power Company. But then, of course, the Kentucky Power makes the final determination in collaboration with the Transmission Policy Group, if that is indeed the case, to satisfy, like you said, certain additional requirements that we may have in Kentucky. Make sense?
Yeah, it does, and this is really what it was all culminating to, is to understand this better, is that when it comes to the solutions presented in the M3 process, for instance, and the implementation of those solutions with investments in the system and the allocation let's just say it this way, whose books those investments end up on, right? and who owns those solutions. I want to make sure I understand that is still, for instance, in this situation, 100% up to the Kentucky Power Operating Company president.
Your Honor, I will be very honest with you. I don't think I can answer that and say definitively that it is 100%, a call of the operating company. My assumption is it is, but I think witness Madison or witness Pierce are probably the better witness because this is more of a policy cost allocation question. What I can assure you of is that when I am developing a solution, I really don't care if the Transco will end up owning it, or Kentucky will end up owning it, or Ohio will end up owning it. My job is to come up with the most cost-effective, holistic solution for our customers. So that's what I look at. And then, of course, these guys have to look at other things around cost recovery, cost allocation, things like that. So I think if your question is that who makes that final determination and how much authority somebody has or does not have, I think witness Pierce or witness Madison will be better witnesses for that.
So I just asked Mr. Pierce a very similar question, attempting to find out what input Mr. Madison had, for instance, on investments in the transmission company. And I think his response was something like they have input, but they have the ultimate decision as it relates to the operating company. So, Ms. Blinn, do you know if Mr. Madison is the best person to ask about that? Because I would like to understand and have a definitive answer in that regard.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Madison would be able to speak to that question.
All right.
I don't want to speak for him and promise you that he will provide an answer that you consider to be definitive, but I do believe that he will be able to address that question.
No, I think it's an important part of our inquiry on this issue, particularly with the PJM LSE owed expenses. And so, if I would just ask if Mr. Madison cannot give a definitive answer, that maybe we can discuss after Mr. Madison comes back, so we can find a witness that can do so. Are you amenable to that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. So, in terms of a deviation from the guidelines under the project selection guidelines, when you're planning, you are, and I don't mean this in a derogatory sense, but you're indifferent to whose books it ends up on, right? You're there from the sort of engineering perspective, that here's the engineering need, here's the engineering solution, and then the finances necessarily are up to somebody else. Is that I don't want to boil it down too much, but is that effectively what is that a fair characterization?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, again, that is very fair. That my job is, I'm looking at an engineering solution, but one thing I want to clarify, though, that part of that engineering solution is to ensure it's cost effective, it's reliable, it's safe. So all those kind of things are part of my job, but not to the extent that, which buckets those solution components may fall into.
And the reason I ask that is because is it fair to assume that at this point, when these solution presentations are happening at M3, no one may have made the decision yet as to who the ultimate asset owner is going to be of any of these different parts of the project, right?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. The only thing I would clarify there is, like I said earlier, we have an idea, right, based on the project selection guidelines, and these solutions, Your Honor, are very long-term solutions in the sense they take 4 to 5 years to build. It's not something we can just go address tomorrow. So what we have to do is we not only have to build a solution, we also have to build a cash flow as to what will it take from an investment perspective. So when we go to the operating company leadership like Brett Madison, then they have that picture available that here is a solution, here are the alternates we looked at, here are the risks that we're trying to mitigate, and we believe based on the project selection guidelines that this solution, which companies that solution resides in and what the cash flows are, so that they have a full picture of what it's going to take and can we afford it or how much of that we can afford. So
That's fair.
we do that, but it's not definitive, to your point.
And just so I understand, so to your answer, when these are presented, the assumption is that the guidelines will be adhered, and I know they're guidelines, they're not requirements necessarily under your old, but that they will be strictly adhered to. And so, this Transformer X would be and generally in terms of just your planning, you're indifferent as to the decision of the operating company for planning purposes.
Yes, sir, that is correct. So you're right. We look at the guidelines, we apply them, and we are indifferent to whether that those components change if needed.
Okay, so part of the question yesterday, and I don't remember who it was asked of or who answered it, but I'll provide you next context regarding how, in terms of the rate of return, the ROE of AEP's different operating companies, Kentucky Power historically has been a laggard, or at least in recent history has been a laggard. Are you aware of that?
No, Your Honor. Like I said, I don't deal with financials or regulatory cost recovery and those types of mechanisms.
Okay, and so let me ask this: have you ever, either directly or in a roundabout way, have you ever been aware of investment decisions being made at AEP with regards to transmission that that prioritize investments in jurisdictions that earn a higher return on equity?
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor.
Okay, and have you ever heard, either directly or in a roundabout way, an interest in prioritizing transmission investments in jurisdictions that, back to our earlier conversation, may have different regulatory processes for implementing transmission, transmission build, rebuild investment that may have less oversight or more simpler processes?
No, Your Honor, I haven't gotten any such direction from anybody. And I think if I may, Your Honor, I think maybe you're referring to the slide deck that was being shared yesterday, where there were some references to which states have what recovery mechanism. I think what I will tell you, the role I play in that, my role is to determine what are the needs on the grid, what are the right solutions, regardless of which bucket those solutions go in, and then making sure that they're rationalized, they're justified, they're prudent, or stakeholders are engaged in developing them. And then, of course, it's the job of our leadership to go and acquire capital at the most cost-effective rates for our customers. And I think that's what you were seeing, but I have never received direction that we are investing dollars in a certain company because of a better ROE. I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that.
And do you remember Mr. Pierce's testimony today where he agreed that, at least in recent history, the investment in other states, the investment in Kentucky has been shy of its allocation of costs in the last couple of years when you combine operating company and transmission companies per state? Do you remember that?
Yes, Your Honor, I absolutely remember that. Sorry.
No, I was just going to ask, so is that an indication that on at least as it relates to on a 1 CP basis or a 12 CP basis, that the needs of other states, that other states just effectively have more transmission need than Kentucky?
Your Honor, that is, based on where I sit, I don't see it that way. Of course, you can appreciate that these allocations, they do change over time, right? I mean, I can go back to 2012, and I know we had to make a significant investment in Baker substation, which is a critical station to serve the Kentucky customer base, extra high voltage. And so during those years, if you go back and look at it, I'm assuming we will see that the investment allocation was different. I get it that if you look at the data right now, the investment allocation between Kentucky and other operating companies have changed, but that is not to say that it will not change again in the future based on the needs. Now, your question, the other question, and I want to directly answer that do we have less needs in Kentucky than other operating companies? The answer is no, we do have needs in Kentucky, and I see significant needs in Kentucky in the future years coming up as the system gets more aged. But at the end of the day, like I said, the line is drawn based on, how much can a company afford, as well as how much distribution investment can also be made. I mean, it will be very irresponsible for us to go and say, let's go and replace the entire transmission network you're seeing on the map there in front of us in the exhibit, and not have the distribution investment to go along, because then we're not delivering that benefit to the customer. So it's more complicated than that, because it's not, you gotta have the distribution investment also available. You gotta have the financial, strength to be able to do that. And like I said, it is volatile over here, so we can't just look at a static view and assume that is what the future will hold as well.
So there's you remember yesterday that there was a discussion around a $37 billion investment plan, 5-year investment plan. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And that 10.5 million of it was dedicated to transmission?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And at least referred to in the S&P article, a significant portion of it allocated to renewables, right?
Yes, sir, that is my understanding.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I understand that you're not directly discussing, or I want to make sure that I understand that you're not discussing the capital allocations or the capital available from a Kentucky Power standpoint to make the necessary investments in its system to meet its obligation of service. That's not necessarily your job, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, like I said, my job is to tell Kentucky Power where the needs are, what the solutions are, what would those solutions take from an investment perspective, because at the end of the day, they need to understand the dollar value of those solutions. One thing I do want to clarify, Your Honor, you said 16 billion had the renewables part of it.
I don't think I said it. I didn't mean to. If I did, I apologize. I just remember being about 37 overall and 10.5 for transmission. Is that your understanding?
Yes, roughly 16 for transmission, but that doesn't have the renewables. That's a separate piece. Just wanted to clarify that for the record.
16 for transmission is your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It is entire network, Your Honor. So it's not just PJM region. So it is the entire transmission network of the AEP system, which includes 4 RTOs, MISO, SPP, and ERCOT included.
I appreciate it. Maybe the 10.5 in the EEI presentation may have just been the PJM footprint. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's the distinction. I appreciate it. So in terms of whether adequate capital is being made available to Kentucky Power to meet the needs that you bring to Kentucky Power, right, the identified needs, that would be a question for Mr. Madison?
Yes, Your Honor. I think that would be a good question for Mr. Madison.
And the last question I have, pending maybe getting to see it whether it's in the record or not, does the project selection guidelines apply to baseline projects in addition to supplemental projects?
Yes, Your Honor. They apply to all project drivers across the jurisdiction.
Okay, I appreciate it. Mr. Ali, those are. Well, before I hand it, I don't want to come back like I had to Mr. Peer. I hate to ask the chairman for a favor twice. Let me just check one second, make sure I have no more questions. Yeah, the last set of questions I had, Mr. Ali, I wanted to come back to Manual 14C. So 14B is the planning for projects, effectively, right? Supplemental and baseline. And are you aware of the purpose of Manual PJM Business Practice Manual 14C?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Okay, and what's your understanding as at a very high level the purpose of Manual 14C?
And Your Honor, I may mix those two, but really, in essence, it is discussing at a high level the protocols for evaluation and review of needs, projects, publishing of them in the sub-regional RTEP, and what avenues the stakeholders have, if they want to raise more comments concerning the portfolio.
And at least a portion of 14C, as I remember it, is sort of the backside of some of the stuff that 14E talks about. And would you agree that there are portions of 14C that talk about the tracking of or the updates that transmission owners or designated entities, I think they're referred to, that they provide to PJM on an ongoing basis for transmission projects?
Yes, so that also includes that. So after the projects have been submitted, there are regular updates that the transmission owners have to make to cost and service. Also, as the projects go into execution, we have to provide information for project managers who are working on it. So PJM, can visit, especially the baseline projects. So I believe all of that is discussed there as well.
And what I wanted to make sure of to our discussion earlier about the designation of, let's just say, whose books it ends up on, right? A transmission project. I just want to make sure that during that tracking process, do you know whether or not, you answered earlier sort of on the planning side maybe, but do you know during that tracking process of the projects as they're being built, whether they're in construction or scoping or whatever it may be, does anybody give an update or indicate in those filings who the ultimate asset owner is going to be, whether it's going to be a Transco or another affiliate or the initial owner of the transmission system that identified the need?
Your Honor, I do know that for baseline projects, we have to sign what we call a designated entity agreement with PJM. So for those projects, yes, that has to be clearly stated as to who the designated entity is. As you know, supplemental projects don't require a PJM board approval, so there is no such agreement for those.
Okay, and so on that subject, if Kentucky Power, let's say there's a baseline need in the most recent run of the RTEP, right? That the CTEL values go crazy and there's a number of violations and it ends up being a baseline need identified by PJM. And Kentucky Power is the asset owner for all of the transmission system identified in the need, right? Do you understand the scenario I'm setting up?
Yes, sir, I do.
And Kentucky Power, let's say somebody wants to bid on it, that's a designated entity, that's not the incumbent transmission owner, right? And Kentucky Power wants to bid on it. If there's going to be an allocation according to the project selection guidelines, when Kentucky Power files the, wants to bid for it's a competitive project, sorry, it's 5 years out, it's a competitive project, Kentucky Power wants to bid for it, do they have to indicate in their designated entity agreement that, for instance, AEP Kentucky Transco is also going to be one of the developers and own a portion of it?
So, Your Honor, this is just let me break it down a little bit because I don't want to misstate something here. So, number one is that we don't need to identify who is going to own a certain asset at the stage of the need, as well as when we're presenting the solution to PJM. That is not a requirement because there will be multiple solutions PJM will have to go and evaluate during that scenario. Once PJM has evaluated and picked the right solution, the cost-effective and robust solution, then PJM is going to ask the entity to sign the designated entity agreement. It is at that time that we have to identify as to who will be the owning entities. And in cases where both Transco Kentucky and Kentucky Power Company own an asset, both of them will be signatories to that agreement.
And it's your understanding, and I'm happy to ask him here in a minute, but it's your understanding that Mr. Madison would be the ultimate, for instance, in the example I provided, would be the one making the determination, correct?
Your Honor, like I mentioned earlier, I mean, I don't know if I can say 100%. I mean, I think he will be the better one to answer. But like I said, I'd be presenting to the operating company the cash flows to undertake that project, and then based on that and see if we can meet the timeline. That determination will be made, by the operating company, and we will then present that to PJM.
Yeah, and I hated to put you on the 100%, but I guess what I'm really asking is, it's your experience that the operating company president makes that ultimate decision.
Yes, or his designee or her designee. I mean, of course, we're working with their teams on a regular basis, and they're involved in it. So yes, they would be, or their designees will make that determination that if we're okay with making this investment, are we able to afford this investment?
Okay. All right. I appreciate it, Mr. Ali. Thank you very much.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I don't have any.
Ms. Bland, would you like the opportunity to provide a redirect examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. And before I begin my redirect, Vice Chairman Chandler, the project selection guidelines that have been referenced during your questioning of Mr. Ali were produced in response to staff request number 2 and staff 5, so staff 5-2 subpart B as in boy.
That's, and just so I'm clear, that's the responses on behalf of the company to staff's 5th data request, item 2B?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much.
Mr. Ali, I want to follow up on quickly on the last couple items or topics that Vice Chairman Chandler asked you about. You recall the question about M3, the M3 process, and the identification of the owner of a solution.
Yes, I do.
Did I understand your testimony correctly that there is no requirement through that process that a solution owner be identified in that process?
Yes, that is correct.
Are you aware of transmission projects for which Kentucky Power Company has obtained a CPCN and in which Kentucky Power Company indicated that Kentucky Transco would also be performing related work that was not the subject of the CPCN, but that was related to the Kentucky Power CPCN work?
Yes, I'm aware of.
And is one such project the 2018 Enterprise Park project?
Yes, it is.
And has Kentucky Power Company relatively recently refiled that project in case number 2020-00062?
Yes, we have.
Is that project a baseline project or a supplemental project?
It has mostly baseline components.
Is it your understanding that the commission approved the 2018 Enterprise Park project?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you. A couple of clarification questions regarding the project selection guidelines. Do those guidelines cover competitive transmission projects?
No, they don't.
Are competitive transmission projects relatively common or relatively uncommon?
They are very unique. In PJM, since 2012, only 3 competitive projects have been awarded.
Do competitive projects include, or I'll say it differently, are asset renewal projects considered to be competitive projects?
No, they're not.
Does the project selection guideline document cover asset renewal projects?
Yes, it does.
You were asked questions about which entity or entities are ultimately responsible for determining the need for transmission investment. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Who is responsible for maintaining the transmission system?
AEP Transmission and the operating companies.
And within the AEP transmission system, who is the expert regarding the condition, performance, and risk of AEP's transmission assets?
It is the AEP Transmission and the operating companies.
Does PJM have that expertise?
No, PJM does not have engineering, field, project management expertise. The only expertise PJM has is markets, planning, and operations.
Does AEP run its transmission system to failure?
Absolutely not.
In your rebuttal testimony on page 6, footnote 1, on page 6 and including in footnote 1, you refer to and define the term good utility practice, correct?
Yes, I do.
In your opinion, would it be good utility practice for AEP to run its transition system to failure?
No.
Who is liable ultimately for utilities or transmission owners' failure to maintain its system?
It is the utility itself that is liable at the end of the day.
Have we seen recent examples of such liability in other parts of the country?
Yes, absolutely, we have. I think, PSEG is a good example in California. And again, our goal is to never get to that stage. We want to make sure we're proactively replacing our infrastructure, and our infrastructure is reliable, safe, and cost-effective for our customers.
Changing topics, you were asked about the record the company has presented in this case about the level of control that AEP and Kentucky Power have over transmission needs on the system. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Do you address the system needs that are outside of the company's control or any transmissioner's control on pages 5 and 6 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do.
You may have touched upon, I think you touched upon this briefly in response to a question that the Vice Chairman asked you, but Mr. Satterwhite and Mr. Pierce both referred to you as the witness who might be best situated to identify examples of projects that have been performed outside of Kentucky but that were built for or benefit Kentucky Power. Can you provide some examples of such projects?
Yes, there are various examples of that. I mean, the most recent one that comes to mind is back in 2012, an announcement was made to retire roughly 7,500 megawatt of generation in the Ohio Valley, which is a very, the critical generation that was serving the load in Appalachian, in Kentucky, in Kingsport areas. And when we performed analysis, we saw significant voltage and thermal violations to the point that we were not able to reliably get power back into the region. And the most cost-effective solution was to utilize our 765 kV network and drop down to the lower voltages, 345 and 138 kV systems, so that we can get the power from the market, regardless of where it's at, and get it back to the customer. And that required investments in Ohio. The one that comes to mind is the Mountaineer 765 to 345 kV substation. I think it was roughly $80 million of investment. The conceptual estimate, I think the final cost was probably a little higher than that. I don't have that at top of my head. But there are several examples of that. Similarly, Clinch River retirement, that resulted in significant load flow changes. And we had to make transmission investment in the West Virginia area to make sure that we're able to reliably get power from the grid into areas like Kentucky.
Thank you. And
Can I ask Ms. Blend? I was confused by the response. Can I ask a short question?
by all means.
Thank you. So the retirement of the generation led to thermal and voltage violations. So those were those baseline drivers or supplemental drivers?
Your Honor, those were baseline.
Those were baseline. Okay, and so the baselines have a defined allocation outside of. Let me ask this: I didn't want to go to this basic, but supplemental projects and baseline projects are allocated differently, correct?
Your Honor, it depends. So maybe let me explain that. So for projects that are double circuit 345 kV and above, that are baseline, 50% of that allocation is across the footprint. Everybody pays based on their load share, and the remaining 50% is based on DFACs. For baseline projects that are less than 345 kV double circuit, 100% of that allocation is based on DFACs, which, by the way, if you go and look at DFACs of baseline projects, 95% of those are only assigned to the zone they're in. Only the projects that are sitting at the boundaries of your zone at lower voltages are the ones that are assigned to outside your zone. And of course, supplemental projects, 100% of the allocation is to the zone. One thing, Your Honor, that I may want to mention, and I heard this conversation on DFACs mentioned earlier. One thing we got to remember is that DFACs is not a metric that can compute all the benefits of a project. And PJM recognizes that limitation. And for that very reason, PJM and its stakeholders identified that projects that are above 345 kV double circuit in our 13-state footprint, they need to be allocated to the entire zone based on their load share. Because even though we can't calculate and quantify the benefit using DFACs, we know that everybody benefits from that. I mean, an example of that, Your Honor, recently a project in Dominion, and we can make that available if you need. Ladysmith to Chancellor, 500 kV line. So Dominion is rebuilding that line, and when PJM ran DPACs on that, 100% of the DPACs was in Dominion, but still 50% of that cost got allocated to everybody because we all recognize the benefits of an integrated transmission network.
But I just want to make sure, but there's a significant difference. This is the question I have for Mr. Pierce. Significant difference between double circuit 345 kV and above and a 69 kV or a 48 kV or a project or a 46 kV project in Kalamazoo or in Michigan or in Northern Ohio, right? I mean, it's the difference between the, I say that as the question is there's a difference between the bulk electric transmission system and the 21 and a half or 22 kV, 46 kV, 69 kV system, right?
Your Honor, you're exactly right. There is a difference, and that's why I think you got to look at the layers, right? So when we think about PJM, that's a broader layer, right? It's a very big system, and 345 kV network, even sitting in ComEd, which is in Chicago and New Jersey, makes a lot of sense. You get down to the AEP level, even 69, 23 kV system makes sense. You get down to a distribution level. I mean, the same argument is true, right? A line in Hazard, Kentucky, how is that line benefiting customers in Ashland? It's really not, but it is benefiting customers in Prestonsburg, and the line in Prestonsburg is benefiting customers in Ashland, right? So there's the same argument that the 69 kV line sitting in Michigan may not be directly benefiting Kentucky, but it's benefiting Ohio probably. And lines in Ohio are benefiting West Virginia, and West Virginia is benefiting Kentucky. So it's the same regional concept that I know PJM is based on basing the 345 kV double circuit on.
That's fair. That's apologies, Ms. Glenn.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No apologies necessary, Vice Chairman, and I have no further questions on redirect for Mr. Ali. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ali. You may step down. I'm sure you're glad to get a break.
Thank you, Your Honor. We really appreciate it.
I guess is Mr. Recall Mr. Madison at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, we will do that. We will just need a moment to sanitize the
Okay,
witness
thank you.
table before we resume.
Chairman, could we take about a 5-minute break?
Yeah, staff council would like to take a 5-minute break. Before we do that, let me ask this. I know Mr. Madison is being recalled, so he remains under oath. I assume, well, I shouldn't assume anything. Ms. Fensel, do you intend to have any questions for Mr. Madison?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right, good. I didn't know if we would just be cutting direct to Vice Chairman or other counsel, so we'll begin then with your cross-examination, unless, Ms. Glenn, you have something on redirect or direct that you'd like to put on. If not, you'll get to finish
I
up.
don't at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, we'll take a break until, we'll be in recess until, let's go 25 after 2 o'clock. Are we on? No.
Now you're on, sir.
I understand we're back on the record.
But
We have an echo.
you'll need to mute. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're back on the record.
Yes, sir.
Are all the parties and council present? Maybe.
I do.
Okay. Okay.
I don't see Kentucky Power yet. There.
We are here. Thank you.
Fine. All right, I guess we'll proceed then with Mr. Madison's cross-examination. Mr. Madison, you remain under oath. And
Yes,
I
sir.
guess the cross-examination at this time will begin with Staff Counsel Vincel.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Madison.
Good afternoon.
I believe, but let me double check, were you listening and watching to Mr. Satterwhite's testimony yesterday afternoon?
Yes, I was.
Okay, I just want to follow up on a few things that I asked Mr. Satterwhite. Were you aware that approximately 90% of the base rate PJM, LSE, OAT expenses in the test year, in this case, are related to transmission investment in other AEP affiliates?
Yes, in this case, I am.
Did you know that you could challenge the transmission company's updates and projections?
When you say the transmission updates and projections, are you talking about the PJM?
The Kentucky Transco, the transmission companies, yes, the updates and projections that are included in the annual update and annual projections?
Just to be clear, are you talking about me challenging the PJM procedures and the mechanisms, or what the AEP transmission group is doing? I just want to make sure that I'm clear.
Challenging what the AEP transmission group is doing.
Well, one thing I want to say is our team at Kentucky Power meets with the AEP transmission team at a minimum on a quarterly basis to look at projects that are actually active, that are being constructed, and those that are in the pipeline. And I attend the bulk of those meetings. I don't attend 100% of those meetings, but I do have designees or representatives there from our finance, our regulatory team, our distribution operations team, and we work jointly together, and we keep each other apprised of where we are, statuses, what's impending, ones that may be coming down from PJM that are required, et cetera. So we do work to ensure that we're getting what I would call the best value for the dollar expended.
Okay, let me come back at it in a little more simple basis. We're not talking about baseline projects here. As you know, one of the issues that's been raised in this proceeding has to do with the transmission expenses for transmission investment in Kentucky Power affiliate entities. So the question is, and I think the answer is probably no here, have you ever challenged any of the the transmission companies' annual updates and annual projections?
Not with the affiliates, no, I have not.
Steph has no further question.
Does counsel for the Office of Attorney General have any questions?
We have no further questions.
Mr. Kurtz, cross-examination? Mr. Kurtz, can you hear? We'll come back to Mr. Kurtz. Ms. Grunman, on behalf of Walmart. Any questions?
I do briefly, Your Honor. I just wanted to follow up on, good afternoon, Mr. Madison. I just wanted to follow up on, I think, one of the statements you might have made yesterday, either in response to a commissioner question or on redirect. I think you made a statement, it was in response to a question from Commissioner Matthews, that it's hard to compete when you have such a low ROE. Was the context for that statement not your allowed ROE, but your actual ROE?
It would be in reference to where the company is performing currently, not our authorized ROE.
And so I want to sort of run a hypothetical by you. The way I understand your testimony and testimony from some of the other witnesses is that one of the primary issues that you needed to come in for a rate case is really the loss of load in your territory. Is that fair?
Well, that is one of the factors.
Okay. Are there other factors that you would say are as important as that one?
Well, when you look at the overall financials of the company, I would call it the financial health of the company. ROE is a factor. It's apparently obvious that load has decreased in our territory. That is a factor. Also, it's been 3 years since we've been in for a rate case, so naturally expenses have increased as well. Some of those through contractors, et cetera. But we've also done a very good job of decreasing O&M expenses. So, and I mentioned this yesterday as well, had we not had the 3-year stay out, we would have come in sooner. Whenever, an electric utility, an investor-owned utility that is also regulated by the Public Service Commission, looks at a sustained, and I'll go back to my rebuttal, a sustained ROE that we've been unable to achieve, the authorized over the last 3 years, starting, I believe it was in October of this year, September of this year, back to beginning in 18, that table 3 shows the actual achieved ROE. It necessitates coming in to have a base rate case because we're unable.
Mr. Madison, I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off. I feel like we're just getting a little off track. My question just really is there something, and you've identified the fact that you had the mandatory stay out. So is there something other than the mandatory stay out and the loss of load that has sort of placed you in this position where your actual ROE has been so low? It also sounds like you identified some increased cost. Is there anything else?
It's a multitude of factors.
Okay. So I guess just taking a look at your rebuttal testimony on page R3, and I'm happy to read it, but you indicate that despite your prudent management of its operations and continuing economic development efforts within the service territory, as I described in my direct testimony, customer counts, load, and electricity sales continue to decline. And so those are some of the items that you're talking about affecting the company, correct?
Absolutely, those and the fact of the loss of load and the postponement of some economic development opportunities and various things, yes.
So one of the things I want to ask sort of in a hypothetical is if we didn't factor in any of your other costs, if we took the costs that had existed in your last rate case and could reapportion those based upon the load that you have today, do you have any concept as to where your earnings would be?
Not in a hypothetical sense, but hypothetically, had we not lost AK Steel, Bellefonte Hospital, and a lot of other coal load, we wouldn't be in for a rate case today.
Okay, and so with that being true, truly just being able to go about and reapportion your costs based upon the load you do have is going to significantly alter the financial metrics of the company without adjusting the OAT tracker or increasing the ROE. Isn't that true?
Sure it would.
Okay, and you don't have any concept as to that one item standing alone, how that would change the metrics of the company?
No, we've not done any analysis on that.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Madison.
Thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Spinard, Mr. Strobo, on behalf of Kentucky Solar, any cross-examination?
No, Mr. Chairman, no cross.
Mr. Fitzgerald, cross-examination?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Mr. Miller, Sierra Club, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have just a few questions, if it's all right, following up on Commissioner Chandler and Commissioner Matthews' questions yesterday. Hi there, Mr. Madison. My name's Matt Miller on behalf of Sierra Club. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Miller, thank you.
Great. I just wanted to ask a couple follow-up questions for clarity based on some inquiry yesterday. Commissioner Chandler and Commissioner Matthews each asked you about the company's continued projection of 2040 as the retirement date for the Mitchell plant. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And you indicated in part that KPC would soon be filing a case with the PSC here seeking approval of a particular plan to comply with the effluent limitation guidelines, or ELGs, and CCR rule. Is that right?
That is correct. November the 30th is when we have to file that, and then subsequently we'd be coming into the commission with our plan.
Thanks, and that touches on one of my questions. Do you have a rough guess of when you would initiate that docket with the PSC as opposed to the EPA filing?
I don't have that exact, but I would say within the first 5 months of the new year, somewhere in that time frame.
All right, and I assume you and the company are aware of the Commission's final orders in the analogous dockets for KU and LG&E. Is that correct?
What are you referring to?
Kentucky Utilities Company and Louisville Gas and Electric filed a companion pair of dockets that were quasi-CPCNs that were analogous to what it sounds like KPC is going to initiate. I was just curious if you are aware of those dockets and the Commission's final orders in those cases.
I have not read those dockets.
Very well. Commissioner Matthews asked you about the consistency of AEP's 80% carbon reduction pledge and the carbon neutrality aspiration, asking in part if there wasn't some risk that Mitchell might not make it to 2040 in light of those stated goals, and asked you about how how the company is factoring that in. Do you recall that line, sir?
Yes, I do, and I want to clarify something. I had a date wrong. She asked about, Commissioner Matthews asked about when did that baseline begin, and I said I believe 2012. It was actually the year 2000, and in 2030 I believe it's 70%, and 2050 is 80%, and an aspirational goal of 0 by 2050. Just want to clarify that. But I do remember that question.
Thank you. No, that's helpful. Great. Thank you. I believe you responded in part that the company was taking the step of complying with ELGs and CCR rule. But just so that the record is clear, you'd agree that compliance with those environmental regulations is not necessarily a reduction of carbon pollution or carbon emissions. Would you agree with that?
Well, I'm not an environmental expert, but I know that we have the ability to file for CCR and ELG, which is what we're doing, that allows us the ability to continue to operate, maintain, and run that plant. But to get in particulars of the environmental issues, I don't even know if it would be Tim Kearns in this case as our generation expert. We may have to ask somebody else, but that's the depth of my knowledge.
I can appreciate that, and I don't want to get too far into it, and we'll have that docket. Are you aware, though, that the other option would be to pledge to retire the units as coal-fired units by the end of 2028, and that would save the company the need to spend on capital upgrades and to keep the units coal-fired and in compliance? Are you aware that would be, roughly speaking, the other option?
Well, I mean, I would think that would be options with various, coal-burning plants. But in this particular one, that's not what we're choosing to do.
I understand. My last question, I guess, is just to confirm, would you agree that with respect to the company's carbon emissions reduction goals, keeping units coal-fired is the least, will be the option that least enables the company to reach those goals when compared with a gas conversion or a retirement and replacement with renewable energies?
I don't know that I would agree with that context because we're talking about looking at the overall AEP footprint, and it may, in some areas, continue to run a coal-fired generator in compliance with environmental laws and mandates, and in others, it may be cost prohibitive to do that, so you shut that plant down. But we're not just talking about the piece of Kentucky Power's Mitchell plant, we're talking about the overall AEP generation fleet are those goals that I laid out earlier, not just Kentucky Power's.
I understand that. I appreciate that. Would you agree that in a vacuum for a given plant, keeping it coal-fired will be would emit more carbon emissions than converting it to gas-fired or retiring it and replacing it with a clean portfolio?
Is this a hypothetical question?
Well, it's a question in regards to the Mitchell plant in isolation.
Well, again, I'll answer the same way. As long as there are environmental mandates and rules that we can comply with, that's what we'll do. So that would be the answer to your question from my perspective.
So can you say in a vacuum whether keeping a plant coal-fired results in greater carbon emissions than a gas-fired plant or a renewable energy portfolio?
Well,
May I just clarify, is council asking Mr. Madison to assume that the three different types of facilities identified are all dispatching the same amount and running the same amount?
Yes, to provide the amount of power and capacity that the Mitchell plant would.
No, I'll just be candid. I struggle to answer a question that's in a vacuum because that's not how the system works. Again, those carbon reduction goals are in total for AEP, not just Kentucky Power, not Indiana, Michigan, but AEP as a whole.
Thank you. I understand. I'll leave it there. I just had wanted to clarify. It sounded like you answered Commissioner Matthews' question about carbon reduction goals by saying that the company would comply with ELG's and CCR rule. And I just wanted to establish that those do not bear on plants' carbon emissions. Would you agree with that?
Again, it is what we're doing with the Mitchell plant, and the AEP goals are looking at the overall generation footprint that we have on the entire system, not just the Mitchell plant.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that, and I have no more questions.
Mr. Fry, any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, once again, Mr. Kurtz, are you there?
Chairman, thank you. I apologize. I had to take a kind of a quasi-emergency phone call. Could I just ask one question about the Mitchell facility?
Sure, you can ask as many questions as you want.
Good afternoon, Mr. Matson. One thing that occurred to me on this ELG and CCR issue that's going on, a decision will have to be made on Mitchell soon, I guess. What happens if in Kentucky the decision is go ahead with the capital expenditure, but the decision in West Virginia is not, or vice versa? In West Virginia, they say go ahead and spend money on the plant, and the Kentucky Commission says no. What do you do with your co-owner?
Well, I think that's a very good question if that, actually occurs, because as you mentioned, we're joint owners with Appalachian Power Company, and Kentucky Power actually operates the plant. So if we made a filing, like I said, after the first 5 months of the new year, and it was rejected by Kentucky and approved by Appalachian, then we're going to have to back up and huddle and figure out what we do. I don't have the exact answer to what that would be, but we would definitely have to figure that out for sure.
Chairman, that will call any question.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chairman Chandler?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Madison, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As I understand it, there have been concerns around the AK Steel plant for a while about its closure, maybe even back to 2015, 2016. When did you arrive at Kentucky Power?
I arrived officially on the job in January the 1st of 2019.
Okay, and you would agree the loss of AK Steel, in addition to the significant number of coveted jobs, right, good paying jobs in that area, was also a significant loss to your load, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so what has the company done in response to that loss of load? In an attempt to mitigate the loss of load?
Well, we've tried to manage our financials as best we could. I mentioned some things yesterday about reducing some contractor expense, bending that O&M curve. We've done that at Kentucky Power, and still yet we continue to have the health of the finances of the company not perform as they need to. So one of the things that we're doing is being here at this rate case, is filing a base rate case, because we've got to have a healthy company to be able to, as you know, Vice Chair, the role of the commission is to ensure that the customer's behalf and reliability and needs are met, but it's also for the company as well, and we're utilizing that tool. That's why we're here.
Yeah, but I guess I'm specific to AK Steel. I guess what I'm asking, has the company done anything specific to mitigate that loss of load that you can think of that's specific to that individual loss of load?
Well, we're continuing to work through on economic development. Cleveland Cliffs actually purchased AK Steel. We've met with them, and there was a time that everyone thought, including Cleveland Cliffs, that there is a furnace there called the Amanda Furnace, and it was offline in 2015 when it went offline. Once they purchased it, and we actually talked with their CFO and their CEO, they thought they would be able to go in and restart that Amanda Furnace. There was hope in the area, hope in the community, hope from some of those workers that had been laid off. But once they got into what I would call the intricacies of that Amanda Furnace, they thought that it would be cost prohibitive to be able to do that. And then unfortunately, they made an announcement that they probably would not be firing up any of those facilities. So we've worked with them through that. We're still working on economic development. We've got several in the pipeline. I mentioned yesterday I met with a significant prospect yesterday morning Monday morning before the case began on Tuesday. So we're reducing costs, we're holding vacancies, we're doing everything that we can. However, that loss has been significant since our last rate case.
That certainly regretful to hear that about the anticipation for the reopening of that facility. Switching gears, you've heard the questions. You've heard the questions around the differentiation, I guess, between the investments in transmission at transmission company level and at the different operating companies level the last 2 days, right, Mr. Madison?
Correct.
Yeah. And do you remember us looking yesterday, or Mr. Satterwhite was, when he was testifying, some of the documents that Ms. Vinsel had brought up or displayed for him to refer to regarding the change in rate base for a number of Kentucky Power's affiliates, both operating companies and transmission companies?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I did my best to keep up with that exchange.
Yeah, and hats off to Ms. Vinsel for moving through a lot of information very quickly. Was it your understanding that at least on the transmission company side, since 2013 or 2012, they've increased their rate base across the AEP territory from effectively very little rate base to, well, more, right? Do you remember seeing that on a couple of the transmission companies?
Yes.
And I think, one of them, I think the Kentucky Transmission Company in 2013 on that chart even had an NA. There wasn't even any rate base in 2013. And on the top of the chart, do you remember those had single digit in terms of thousands of rate base in 2013? Do you remember that from the final chart yesterday?
I do recall that.
And those first two, and I forget which states they were, and I think maybe even the third or fourth were AEP affiliates. And they had the highest growth between 2013 and 29. And I guess that's not surprising given are you surprised by that given that their inception right around that time? Like Mr. Satterwhite said, when you go from 0 to 10 or from 1 to 10, well, that's 10 times increase, right? So it's very easy when you start at little to have a high percentage in terms of increase. Would you agree?
Right, you're talking about the investment in transmission.
Yeah, and in the rate base. So, do you remember the Kentucky Power or the Kentucky Transmission Company rate base on that chart? Where in 2013 it went from NA and now it's in the 90-something $million area. Do you remember seeing that?
It seems like I remember that number was around $96 million, y'all said yesterday.
Okay, and then the increase over years, it's gone from NA to 90-something million in, was that 7 years, 8 years? You notice it increased from something like 80 to 90, 50 to 55 the 2 years before that. For the last 5 years, that's increased quite a bit, right? My question is, you remember Mr. Satterwhite's testimony where he indicated that you and him as your predecessor had fought to attract more capital to the Kentucky Power Operating Company. Do you remember that testimony?
As far as investment in Kentucky Power Transmission, that would be correct. We would like to see more investment in the service territory of Kentucky Power. And I mentioned in my previous testimony yesterday morning that some of that was predicated by economic development load, and I think there's several factors of what could predicate the need for transmission. Mr. Ali, Witness Ali, was testifying about. He looks at it, and the way I like to look at what he does is he looks at it from an electrical standpoint and a need, and he always is ahead of the curve. You don't, as the question was asked, you don't run a transmission system to ground until it burns up. You try to stay ahead of that. That's one way what he does electrically. The other is mandated projects from PJM, and then the other is you've got load growth because of a new customer or aged infrastructure. That's how I look at the transmission system of the need for that to happen of investment. So it's better for us to bring transmission investment into Kentucky Power instead of a Transco, and right now it's an 85-15 split. Unfortunately, in my tenure the last 2 years, we've had to move out several, I want to say it was $50+ million this year in 2020, and subject to check like $36 million last year because of projects that did not materialize that we just weren't able to go forward on. So we weren't able to invest that money in Kentucky.
And
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think that may have been, and I can't speak for Matt Satterwhite, but I think that may have been what he was referring to when he mentioned me.
Okay, and so let me ask, are you talking about some of those investments just being pushed out to outer years instead of them in the individual year? For instance, let me ask about the Enterprise Park, right? I think Mr. Ali was asked a question by Ms. Blend. Are you aware of that project or that situation?
In regard to the Enterprise Park?
Well, so are you aware that the commission had provided Kentucky Power a conditional CPCN for the Enterprise Park project in a 2018 CPCN matter?
Are we talking about what was Brady?
No, I believe Enterprise Park is in Pikeville, or Pike County.
Okay. Right. Was that the Interblue?
I believe it may have been
That's
there.
necessitated because of the customer growth of the potential Interblue?
as I read the commission's order in 2019, goodness gracious, 2019-369, where they investigated the conditional CPCN, I think they noted that the basis for the CPCN was customer service to Interblue, yes, in Pike County. And so that project, as you understand it, is no longer going forward as initially planned, but there's another proposal in front of the company, or from the company in that area, right?
Yeah, to my knowledge, it's not going forward at the scale that it was if Interblue was to come. However, I do believe that there is a request because of condition of need, because the system can't support it, it's overloaded, but not because of, unfortunate customer growth.
Yeah, it's as Mr. Ali, I think, testified earlier, you believe it to be a significantly a portion of it is a baseline project and not a customer service demand, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, economic development aside, and that may be the entirety of it. If that's the answer, that's the answer. But economic development aside, why, if you and Mr. Satterwhite want all of the transmission spend to occur at the Kentucky Power Operating Company level, instead of Transco? Let me just 1 second. I think we have a phone line that we need to mute.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I think we fixed it. If as Mr. Satterwhite said that day, you both were advocating or have advocated for spending as much on transmission in terms of the need in Kentucky, right, to be done at the Kentucky Power Operating Company instead of at the Transco, why does it continue to be spent at the Transco?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, it's an 85-15 split. I don't think we want to lose that mechanism of having the ability to utilize a Transco, but when given the choice, we want at least 85+% to go into Kentucky Power. It's better for the financial health of the company so that Transco's not doing those jobs. Now, other operating companies may think differently. I don't want to testify on that part, but for us in Kentucky, it's helpful to have it be on Kentucky Power's transmission books.
No, and I appreciate, I've asked quite a few questions about what the system as a whole, the operating companies in other states, and that was to understand the rules rather than the exceptions, for instance, right? If we do something differently here. I guess I want to clarify, are you the decision maker as to whether or not that split for transmission investment in Kentucky is 85-15, 50-50, or 100-0?
Well, I have a lot of influence on that, and what I mean by that is I've given the responsibility for the P&L of Kentucky Power. And so given the condition that the company is in now, we need to do everything we can to make the financial health of the company stronger. And when you look at what's going on from, again, I don't want to sound redundant, we all know why we're here, load loss, and where we find ourselves from an ROE perspective, not the authorized, but the earned. We're not able to do the things that we need to do and attract the type investments from a capital perspective that we need to. So I have an influence in that, and I'll circle back to the reason why we do transmission investment. Is it something that is a potential reliability issue? Is it a customer-driven need? And then I'll meet with executive management and say, here's where we are. This is what we need to do. So I'm a strong influencer in that and part of the final say.
Who makes the determination, though?
Well, at the end of the day, AEP corporate supplies us with the capital funding mechanism.
Okay, so is AEP giving you enough capital for you to provide adequate, efficient, reasonable service to your customers?
Absolutely.
But they're not providing you enough capital to do that without you putting a portion of your transmission investment into an affiliate.
I wouldn't agree with that. The capital that needs to be spent is not going to be able to be spent until we get the financial viability of the company back in a healthy condition. 5.3%, and in October, I've seen preliminary numbers, it may even be lower than that. We're not going to be able to get that capital because our metrics will not allow us to spend to the level that we need to be spending. But we're always going to spend the level of capital to make sure the system is reliable and healthy, as you mentioned.
You don't think those two things are in conflict with each other? That you're always going to have the right amount, you're always going to spend enough capital to satisfy your requirements, but that you won't be able to get all of the capital you need if you don't meet your ROE? I guess I don't understand how that you can have it both ways.
Well, here, let me give you an example. The way that the Kentucky Power system was built was to serve coal mining industry on a lot of long radial feeds. And what we need to do is a lot of 46 kV systems, a lot of 34.5 kV systems, and witness Everett Phillips can talk to this more granular than I. However, those systems that are currently in place today, they need to be dramatically changed. They need to be sectionalized. And to do that, I've got to have capital in order to make that happen. That creates a better, robust, reliable system. If we build it back, we're not going to build it back to a 46 kV. We'll probably build it back to 69, and in some cases, a 138 kV system. It'll be sectionalized with new substations, and this could happen over a 10-year period of time. So currently, I don't have the funding to do that. We can still operate the system, and we'll still always be spending the money needed to have a reliable system, but it's not the reliability that we need to get to from a customer perspective, because I don't have and cannot attract the capital needed to do what we need to do on those systems I just described.
Yep. Under your current split of 85-15, aren't you just making that entire process more expensive? And I ask that from this perspective. If transmission spend, if the investment on behalf of a singular project, whatever it may be, it being 100% owned by Kentucky Power rather than split 85-15 between Kentucky Power and the Kentucky Transco, the revenues from it being entirely allocated or on the books for Kentucky Power is a greater revenue offset than if there's only 85% of the project on their books, on your books, correct?
That could be true, but I've heard the discussion and listened to the questions you were talking about with Mr. Satterwhite yesterday and others. Mr. Kurtz yesterday was asking about, is there really a benefit? I've heard the analogy multiple times about the 69 line in Michigan, et cetera. I would ask the question, why would we not want to put that investment in Kentucky?
But it's not about, that's looking at it the wrong way. We're not talking about not putting it in Kentucky. I'm asking, why wouldn't you want it to be invested in Kentucky Power rather than Kentucky Transco? Because if all of it is invested in Kentucky Power, the revenue requirement that you receive from the 10.35, the 9.85 plus the 50 basis point RTO ladder, that revenue you get from that is an offset to your revenue requirement and the other expenses you're being allocated from affiliates, right?
That is correct.
And if only 85 of it is on your books and 15 of it is on the transmission company's books, you're only getting 85% of that revenue as an offset, but you're still being allocated 100% of those costs, right?
That's correct.
So by continuing to invest 15% of each of these transmission projects in Kentucky Transco, you're effectively just making your rates more expensive while simultaneously saying if only your ROE was higher, you would be able to eventually put 100% of it onto your own books, right?
So you're asking I want to make sure that I'm following what you're asking. You're asking that we should have less going to the Transco or more going to the Transco?
I'm asking, isn't it a greater benefit to customers? Wouldn't Kentucky Power customers' rates be lower if more percentage of these transmission investments in Kentucky Power's territory were on Kentucky Power's books rather than Kentucky Transco's books?
I agree with that.
Okay, so
And
why?
that's exactly what Mr. Satterwhite and I have been trying to do.
And that's what I was under the impression that both of you all are fighting for 100% instead of this 85-15 split. 100% of these projects be Kentucky Power's projects. Kentucky Power, Cameron Ali shows up at your door and says, "You've got a terrible problem in this area of your system, Mr. Madison. This is a need. We'll take this to the M3 process at PJM and the March 2021 sub-regional RTEP Western. And then when the solution comes along, I assume you'd be advocating for 100% of that solution in your territory to be on Kentucky Power's books, right?"
I agree with that.
Okay. And so my question is, and I get that, I think the quote you provide me is a lot of the influence on that decision as to how the cost is allocated between the Transco and the operating company. You said you have a lot of influence in that process. My question is there a singular person or group that makes the ultimate decision as to what amount is allocated to the Kentucky Transco?
Again, I would say that I have a lot of influence on that, and we've bolstered that over the years. And there's a very few that end up making that ultimate decision. I think where we are right now, we don't want to lose that mechanism, but I'm an advocate for as much as we can get on Kentucky Power's books. That's what we want to do.
And I think in your position, Mr. Madison, I think that's a great decision. But what I'm going to ask very clearly, who are the people that ultimately make that decision?
It's me and the executive management at AEP.
Okay. And when you say executive management, is there a group, or we're talking C-suite group, or is there a director of transmission, a vice president? You don't have to say any names. Position.
There's an executive vice president of transmission.
Okay, an EVP of transmission would ultimately be the person who could move that from. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
With myself, them, and the CFO.
Okay, EVP of transmission.
But at the end of the day, I don't mean to interrupt you. At the end of the day, I've got the ultimate responsibility as the president of the company.
Well, and wouldn't you agree that you've got the ultimate responsibility? You've got as the utility, right? Kentucky Transco is not a utility. We talked about that yesterday, correct?
That's right.
That regardless of who owns that transmission system, whether it's 85-15 one of these days in whole, you have, as the president of a utility regulated by the Public Service Commission, you understand you have the buck stops with you in terms of the obligation of service per the Kentucky statutes, right?
I fully understand that.
Okay, and that's what. So the EVP of transmission, the CFO, which maybe I think a new person maybe as of the last week or two, and yourself.
Yes.
Make that decision. That's great. Okay. So we agree that had all things being held equal, we agree that had the Kentucky Transco still be at NA on that chart and not have $90-something million, and that money be invested in Kentucky Power, that ultimately would have been a larger revenue offset for your revenues in this case, right? That's what we were talking about. Insofar as the transmission is on your books instead of Kentucky Transco, that's a benefit to customers. It's a benefit to you, right? You make more money that way.
Financially, I agree with that, yes.
Yeah. So the issue then is the disconnect, as I want to understand it, is the allocation of capital from AEP. Would you agree?
I guess I'm going to need to hear a little bit more when you talk about the disconnect.
That's perfectly fine. The shares in Kentucky Power are owned by AEP, right?
We're a wholly subsidiary owned by AEP. That's correct.
AEP. So AEP is your shareholder, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and so in terms of attracting shareholder investment, you are dependent on equity investment from AEP, right?
That's correct.
And that's what this gets down to, what you were talking about earlier about your ability to earn your ROE is directly, take a step, I'll withdraw that. Your ability to attract capital, you discussed earlier, is in at least some correlation with your ability to your ability to earn an ROE or some sort of higher return than, I think you mentioned 5-something%.
It is a determinant, yes.
Okay.
It's not the sole determinant, but it is a determinant.
Is it, I'd be curious what the other considerations are. When we talk about adequate, efficient, reasonable service, you know, that the basis is there's the rate side of it and then there's the service side of our regulation. So I'd be curious on being able to attract capital to be able to provide adequate service to your customers, what the other considerations are.
Well, it's what we talked about earlier. The reason that we're here and we look at load loss, et cetera, and cost, that's another determinant. I mean, if we had all the capital in the world, we couldn't spend it because our finances did not support that. Doesn't matter how much money AEP is offering me or how much capital is flowing my way, I can't spend it. The finances of the company are not healthy enough to be able to do that.
But can you afford to continue to have a portion of the transmission investment that is needed? Mr. Ali said need is need. It has to, you know, the need drives the money. Can you afford to keep having the company put 15%, or the company, excuse me, AEP put 15% of this, because doesn't 15% of these projects in the Transco, because doesn't that make your rates that much more expensive?
We would need to look at that 15%, but that 15% is not the reason why we're here having this base rate case.
But the 15% is a significant driver in your proposal to recover 100% of LSE owed expense in the tariff PPA, isn't it?
It is a driver, but it is, again, it's not the reason why we're here having a base rate case.
Well, but wouldn't you agree that insofar as you're only recovering 20% of those LSE owed expense, as you're only being allocated, let's say 85% of those offsetting revenues, again, that's a driver for lower returns, right?
I agree with you.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Mr. Madison, were you aware of the line I read yesterday to you from the 2017, the January 2017 rate case, let me think about this, the 2017-179 January 18 order of the Public Service Commission regarding Kentucky Power's participation in PJM? Were you aware of that? The commission's comments or the commission's order in that regard before I read that to you yesterday?
Is this the one where you read that, I believe in the order that it said that Kentucky Power will be looking at ways to reduce costs through PJM that we talked about yesterday, and I answered I was not?
Yeah, that's what I want to make sure, that it was talking about how
my answer has not changed.
No, I don't need to. I was trying to refer back to the testimony. So I think the commission's order was something along the lines of Kentucky Power. The commission would like Kentucky Power to ensure that Kentucky Power's participation in PJM is aligned with Kentucky Power and its customers, rather than maybe say affiliates or how to what degree it may be at odds with an affiliate, right? You remember talking about that yesterday?
Yes, I do.
And as you indicated yesterday, you were unaware of that prior to us discussing it, right?
That's correct.
So I'm just curious, has anything come to mind or come about, or if not, can you speak to it a little bit as to, now that you've heard that, do you know what you would intend to do moving forward after we discussed it yesterday to sort of implement that or see that commission's consideration move forward?
Are you talking about from yesterday morning till now?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you've come up with anything or thought of any way in which you could say, okay, maybe we would do this a little differently, or if you haven't, maybe how you would go through the process of finding out in what ways maybe the interest doesn't align, or how you would find out ways to make those interests align.
Well, I have thought about it, but I have not come up with a plan or a process or, how we'll engage to do that, but I am aware of it.
Okay, all right, and I can fully appreciate that you've had a lot going on the last day, so I didn't expect you to have the full plan. I was just curious if you had given it any consideration. And And the last question I have, and just to clarify, you were talking to Ms. Vinsel about I think there were quarterly updates with Mr. Ali's group. Do you remember discussing that?
Yes.
And were those the updates on transmission projects or needs or solutions, whatever they may be, in the Kentucky Power territory or across the AEP footprint?
They're in the Kentucky Power territory.
Okay, and so there isn't a standing process whereby you all are presented or provided or that you all review any of the transmission projects across the rest of the AEP system then?
The only time that really happens is if there is, because of the way that, Eastern Kentucky's footprint is, maybe there's a project in the Ashland area that's going across the Ohio River that affects Ohio, or down a little bit in West Virginia. Those will come up from time to time, but typically those meetings are to provide an insight in what's going on in the Kentucky service territory and across the footprint of Kentucky.
Okay. I appreciate it, Mr. Madison. Hope you have a nice evening.
You too. Thank you.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I don't have anything.
Okay. Ms. Bland, any redirect of Mr. Madison?
Yes, just a few questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Madison, to one of the most recent topics that you just discussed with the Vice Chairman, if Kentucky Power were to, that additional 15% of transmission investment that has been in the Transco, do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
If Kentucky Power were to take on that additional 15% of transmission investment, how would the company need to finance that investment?
Well, subject to check, and I would have to talk to our individuals or the experts at the company in our financial area. I'm not sure. I don't know if we could today. I don't know if we could take on that additional investment.
If it did need to finance that investment, would you agree that it would need to do so either through debt or equity, additional equity?
Yes.
And do you have an opinion regarding how the company, given its current financial state, taking on additional debt would affect the cost of service?
It would be more expensive.
And similarly, do you know whether the company taking on additional equity would affect how that would affect the cost of service?
It would be more costly.
If Kentucky Power's credit metrics allowed it to take 100% of transmission capital in the state of Kentucky, is that what you would advocate for?
Yes, it'd be definitely something we would look into for sure.
Do you know whether Kentucky Power has paid a dividend to AEP, its parent, since the last rate case?
It has not, and it has not on my watch either.
And so Kentucky the result of that is that Kentucky Power has kept that equity capital in Kentucky Power.
Yes, we have.
Now, Ms. Vinsel asked you about whether Kentucky Power has challenged any of its affiliates to formula rate filings. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
In your tenure at Kentucky Power, has there been any basis for the company to challenge its affiliates' transmission formula rate filings?
Not that I'm aware of at all. I've met with not only Mr. Ali, but Kelly Pierce and others, and have apprised them that if there's any need to let me know. This might just go off. To let me know of that, and to my knowledge, there's been no discussion or need.
Thank you. One clarifying point, Mr. Kurtz asked you some questions about the Mitchell plant
Yes.
and the joint ownership of Mitchell. Do you recall those?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe you testified that Mitchell plant is jointly owned with Appalachian Power Company.
Yes. Go ahead. I may have misspoke.
Is it your
there.
understanding that Wheeling Power Company is the co-owner of Mitchell?
Yes, Wheeling. I'm sorry. I said Appalachian, but it is Wheeling.
Thanks. Now, do you recall Vice Chairman Chandler's questions to you about the steps Kentucky Power has taken to mitigate the AK Steel load loss?
Yes.
Are you aware that AK Steel was a major customer of Air Products in Ashland, Kentucky?
Correct.
Did the company take any steps or could you describe the situation that Air Products found itself in after AK Steel's closure?
Well, and I hate to pass this on to Ms. Wiseman, but she may have a little bit more intricate detail, but I do know that they supplied most of their air gases to AK Steel, and we work with them, and I believe we were able to get them on a rate that would benefit them, that they also qualified for. And they're still in business today, which is a good thing. We thought they would probably be shutting their doors as well.
Thank you. And is it your understanding that Kentucky Power entered into a special rate contract with Air Products to help Air Products, navigate the changes to its business after AK Steel's closure?
Yes, that is correct.
And is it further your understanding that the commission approved that special contract?
They did.
Would you consider those actions by Kentucky Power Company to be a form of mitigation that the company undertook for the loss of AK Steel's load?
Absolutely.
And would you agree that in doing so, the company helped to avoid further load loss in the area of another major customer?
Yes, keeping native customers is a form of economic development as well.
Thank you. One final question. Has AEP, not Kentucky Power, AEP, the parent, or the AEP Foundation, made investments in Eastern Kentucky beyond or outside of the costs that Kentucky Power has incurred that are in Kentucky Power's rates?
Yes, substantial investment. I don't know the dollar amount for sure, but the AEP Foundation is funded by shareholders, and we've made some significant contributions throughout our counties and areas and communities that we serve in Kentucky. And Witness Wiseman can give the more detail, but it's been a significant amount of money.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. May this witness be excused, at least for the time being. Thank you, Mr. Madison. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, according to the list, is Ms. Wiseman the next witness, Ms. Bland?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Wiseman is our next witness, and we'll need to sanitize both the witness seat and counsel table before she takes the stand. While we are doing that, I did want to mention, Your Honor, I see that it's about a little after 3:15 this afternoon. I wanted to let the commission and the parties know that Kentucky Power Company is willing to stay as late as the commission is willing to and the parties are able to this evening to try to keep this hearing moving along. I know we've spent a lot of time on only a handful of witnesses the last 2 days, and so just wanted you to know we're willing to stay as late as you all would like to, and we're also willing to start earlier than 9 a.m. tomorrow. So just wanted to mention that while we had a moment.
Well, we'll probably stay till 6 tonight, and if we don't get more than another 2 or 3 witnesses, maybe tomorrow night we may go really late. I don't know. I mean, you may be talking 10 o'clock or so. We had one hearing here a couple of years ago with East Kentucky Power Group, and we actually went till almost 1 a.m. And that was maybe day 3, so and we had more till 5 o'clock the following day. But we'll try. I'd like not to have to do that, but since we have, I guess there may be 10 witnesses from other parties that we've got to get to at some point. We have 5 days. Obviously, we have Thursday, Friday, remainder of the day, and then Monday if necessary. I guess if we didn't get through Monday, we could just keep plowing on. But we need to finish up, and it's not fair to the parties to just keep dragging it out.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll try to do everything we can to keep things moving on our end, and appreciate that we want to move this along as quickly as possible. And so just we're ready to do whatever you and the commissioners prefer with respect to schedule. Thanks.
Well, we haven't spoken about it since we started today, but so we'll go to 6 o'clock or so this evening, and then we'll see tomorrow. I have a special problem that makes it difficult for me to begin earlier than 9. So otherwise, I wouldn't care to start at 8. But we'll see. We can in the morning. We can discuss maybe what we do the next 2 or 3 days with the hearing. Okay.
can't imagine who's asking all the questions.
Maybe we should let that person just listen to it by themselves.
Well, you know, having this hearing virtually knocked Susie out of a lot of overtime.
It did.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Katie Glass for Kentucky Power. I don't think I've made my appearance on camera yet.
Ms. Glass, is your witness Ms. Wiseman?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Ms. Wiseman, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel, you may ask.
Thank you. Ms. Wiseman, can you please state your name, your business address, and your employer?
Yes, my name is Cynthia Wiseman, and I work for Kentucky Power at 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky.
What is your position with Kentucky Power?
I'm Vice President, External Affairs and Customer Service.
Did you cause to be filed into the record of this proceeding direct testimony and answers to data responses?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony or your answers to data responses?
I have one correction on page 24 of my direct testimony. There's a typo. The name of the company should be Sykes, not Skies. So there's a Y and a K that needs reversed.
So it should be spelled S-Y-K-E-S?
Correct.
Thank you. Are there any other corrections?
No.
With the exception of that correction, if I were to ask you those same questions in your direct testimony and the answers to data responses today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Vinsel, cross-examination.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Wiseman. I just have a few questions for you. Speaking of Sykes, can you tell me the status of that project?
Yeah, so actually yesterday when you all were talking, you and Mr. Madison, there were 3 projects that I highlighted in my testimony, and one of them was Intuit, and in the testimony it says and Sykes. So that was a collaboration between the 2 companies. Sykes had occupied the building beforehand. I think there was either a layoff at some point or a reduction in their workforce. Intuit came in and took over and rehired a lot of people and are continuing to hire. I mean, their job projection when they announced the project was around 300. And so, to my knowledge, that company is doing very well in the hazard area.
Thank you. I'm trying to avoid having to bring up documents to slow us down. I had one question about one of your responses to, it was a recent data request where we asked Kentucky Power to break out the various projects and include the split between the funding from the KEDS surcharge and then from shareholder funds. I had just one question, and I almost hate to bring this up, but in the project that was labeled due diligence for Brady project,
Yeah.
there was listed 1,000 job creation. So it made me wonder, is that column of job creation actual or projected, or is it blended both?
Well, in that case, it's projected because, Brady's not,
Yes.
hasn't built its facility yet, and that was a grant that was awarded in 2017, and at that time, it was a 1,000 person, job project. So those are projected jobs.
Okay.
Often, we may not know at the end how many jobs are, and sometimes they take some time to ramp up. But in this case with Brady, obviously that's still to come.
No, that's understood. I just wanted to be clear in my own mind that we were talking about both actual projected. Thank you. Now, let me not assume that you know. In the Commission's emergency COVID case, administrative case, 2020-85, there was a recent order that came out that ended the moratorium on disconnections and also discussed some expectations about many things, but including the contact with customers who do have delinquent accounts. And I just wanted to use this opportunity to see if you could provide the Commission with an update on the process that Kentucky Power is using to contact those customers.
Sure. We were consistent with the order, and through our technology, we automatically enrolled our customers on a payment arrangement that was spread over 9 months. And flexibility is the key word with our customers right now. We will, renegotiate that. But we did several things to contact them about that. We did an email to customers that we have email notifications to. There was a letter mailed, and then I believe we used also an automatic dialer to notify customers about the payment arrangements in advance. And I'm mostly talking about residential customers in this case.
Thank you. Staff has nothing further.
Counsel for the Attorney General's office, any cross-examination?
No, we don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Kurtz, cross-examination?
No questions, Robert.
Ms. Grunman, questions?
Yep.
Mr. Spinard, Mr. Stroba, questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fitzgerald, questions? Mr. Fitzgerald, are you present? We'll come back. Mr. Miller, Sierra Club.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I do just have a couple questions. Hi there, Ms. Wiseman, how are you?
Hi, fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Matt Miller with Sierra Club. Wanted to ask you, just one moment. A couple of the benefits of AMI cited by the company is favoring approval of the request in this case included enhancing customers' ability to control and reduce their energy consumption and thereby save on their energy bills, as well as the potential reduction in KPC's peak load. Is that correct?
I don't know about the peak load, but we do have a program that I talk about in my testimony that is intended to help customers manage their usage.
Okay, thank you. And to be fair, yeah, the peak load part I got from Mr. Blankenship's testimony and responses, but I appreciate that from your testimony there. And so would you agree that it's vital that customers understand AMI's features and how to take advantage of them, how to use it in order to realize that potential of those energy savings?
I do.
Okay. You indicated that the company planned to roll out a comprehensive education awareness program about AMI leading up to and through the deployment of AMI, and that would include customer workshops, social media, emails, postcards, fact sheets, that kind of thing. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay, and then in response to a discovery question Sierra Club tendered, you said that that campaign, that affirmative comprehensive outreach, would terminate at the end of the AMI deployment process, but that the information, that there would be information about AMI that would remain accessible to customers online on the company's website and through customer service. Is that all correct?
Yes, but probably worth clarifying the portion that will end is the actual AMI rollout or installation, that part of the education campaign. That's described in my testimony about postcard and the dialer and those types of things. I mean, obviously, once the meters are installed, we won't continue with that part. I would see that we would likely move into promoting more of the benefits of AMI, and that would include the home energy management programs that we will have available, and then also upon AMI approval, the FlexPay program, which is a prepay program and a potential game changer for our customers. So that will continue, and I really see that continuing for several years, part of our overall.
All right. Well, and thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. And this is basically just what I wanted to better understand and clarify is going forward after the deployment. I wanted to ask if the company is committed to, apart from this initial affirmative outreach during installation, but later down the line, will the company take efforts to offer education or instruction to new customers, future new customers that the company will gain at the time they become new customers, teaching them about how to realize benefits of AMI and maybe you can educate me about whether these are pamphlets or initial consultations. Will there be some kind of education that goes on rather than just figure it out for future customers?
Absolutely. So I really see for the next several years as we're deploying AMI meters, the focus of our whole communications program will be around AMI, FlexPay, and the home energy management system. Most of my work in communications for Kentucky Power has been using the tools that we have available to customers to educate our customers, and that can be things like the average monthly payment plan, paperless billing, or whatever the tool is that we have available, alerts, the mobile app. And so the way I envision it is that these tools, additional tools, will be incorporated in that overall education campaign. Obviously, our website is the go-to place for the most comprehensive written information, but then also our call center agents will be teed up to talk about AMI and the benefits. And then we have a customer service team in the field who would be available to meet with customers as well. And then all the supplemental information that goes with it, what we do on social media, bill inserts for people who are not as tech savvy. We have a pretty robust email campaign that we run. So we will take advantage of everything that we have available to us. Because it's very important, obviously, that we get people to engage and use the tools that we are providing.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Wiseman. I appreciate that. That's helpful. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fry, any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for circling back to me. I lost a connection just as I was about to to start asking questions. Can you hear me okay now?
I can hear you.
Okay, Ms. Weissman. Tom Fitzgerald, Ms. Weissman. I represent the Joint Intervenors Mountain Association and Kentucky's for the Commonwealth and Kentucky Solar Energy Society. If there's any of these questions you wanted to explore with you, and if there are any other witnesses that you'd like to throw under the bus and say that they would be better to answer the question, feel free to do that, particularly who seems to be the go-to person for that. First thing, flex pay a little bit. Do you know the raw number or the percentage of...
Harold?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but we're having a bit of difficulty hearing you. I think your connection might be a little fuzzy. You're going in and out. Could you try and repeat the question?
Yes, I was asking the witness whether she knew the raw number and the percentage of residential customers who have been disconnected during the test year for non-payment of bills.
I do not have that information.
Okay. Is there somebody else who might have that information?
I'm not sure. Maybe Witness West may have that information. I'm not really sure.
Okay, thanks. Am I correct that Kentucky Power, to your knowledge, has not performed any studies regarding the effect of the voluntary flex pay program on the incidence of disconnections for non-payment?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, to your knowledge, has Kentucky Power looked at the any studies regarding the effect, if any, of the voluntary flex pay program on the incidence of disconnections for non-payment?
To my knowledge, we have not conducted a study on that.
Okay. Am I also correct that a similar program in Oklahoma, according to your testimony, or according to a data response, saw an increase in disconnections of customers who elected to participate in the flex pay-like program?
I'm not sure about that. I recall seeing the discovery question, but again, as it relates to the program, the details of it, I think that Witness West could answer that.
Okay, great. Does the implementation of flex pay depend on the customer having an AMI meter?
It does.
It does, okay. To your knowledge, has the company studied limiting the deployment of the AMI meters to those customers who have an interest in the flex pay option?
We have not, to my knowledge, but again.
Okay, you indicated, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Oh, I was going to say, I appreciate that. Were you going to suggest that Mr. West might know that?
Well, no, I was just going to say from the operations side of AMI deployment, Witness Blankenship is addressing that in his testimony.
Okay, so I'll defer that to him. You indicated in your testimony that customers will benefit from the flex pay program by having, quote, greater control over their budget, end quote. And by greater control, do you mean that the customer will better control when they can pay and not what they're going to pay?
That's correct. The flex pay program is designed to give customers the opportunity to prepay and on their time frame and the amount that they want to. I mean, there are clearly some standards. We have a minimum. We have some alerts that they'll receive, like a low balance alert and that sort of thing. But and I said earlier that I think that flex pay program is a game changer for our customers. And I'll give you an example. We have a lot of customers, and I read one today. I'm a social media administrator for our Facebook page, and there was a gentleman asking our customer service reps if he said, I know my bill is due. I need to pay, but I need a couple more days to pay. And so with prepay, I mean, that takes away that concern for a customer where they can pay $10 on Wednesday, then pay the remaining amount on Friday, and once the paycheck comes in or whatever their situation is.
Okay, but my question was, they're not paying less. It's just when they're paying their bill, right?
Right.
Okay.
Well, they can pay the amount and when they want to pay.
Okay. Switching gears a little bit, could you explain briefly your understanding of the purpose of the Heart and Thaw programs?
Yes, our Heart and Thaw programs are energy assistance programs, and they provide payment assistance for the Heart program. Is for low-income customers. January through April, they can receive up to $115. And then the Thaw program is for someone who has just temporarily fallen on hard times or something like that, and they can get $175. And those are administered through the CAC agencies. And there was a recent investigation into all the programs in Kentucky that the Commission ruled on earlier this year.
Right. And what rate impact do those programs have on residential customers of KPC, to your knowledge?
I don't know the rate impact. It's the funding is it's a 30. I think I do have the rate impact.
Well, if I say it's a 30-cent charge each month on the meter, is that your understanding?
Right, yeah, sorry, I thought we were talking about a larger number.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was an inartful question on my part. And I am a new math kid, so pardon me if I get this wrong, but I'm assuming then that the meter charge on the non-participating customers is $3.60 a year, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. Are there any financial benefits that non-participating customers reap from having to pay for these programs?
Well, I think the benefit is that if we are not able to, if we have customers with bad debt that gets written off, then that is eventually socialized back over the entire customer base.
Thank you. If I were to coldly and clinically evaluate the relationship between the participating and non-participating customers, would it be fair to state that the non-participating customers are subsidizing the participating customers?
I don't know if I would call it that or not, but perhaps.
Okay. Regarding the home energy management system that you testified that KPC intends to deploy this year, what will the customer have to have in terms of equipment to be able to access that customer engagement program?
Access to the internet or through their cell phone, a mobile device would also get them to the platform.
Okay. And do you know offhand the level of penetration of the internet in the service area for KPC? How many people have or don't have access?
I do not know that information.
Okay. You mentioned the J.D. Power's customer satisfaction survey several times in your direct testimony. Do you know when the last time a J.D. Power's customer satisfaction survey was done for Kentucky Power customers?
Yes, it's done each year, and we receive a quarterly report out.
Okay. So if we were to do a post-hearing data request, we could get a copy of the most recent one?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know offhand, I'm sorry, but you've already answered that. Regarding AMI, you provided some direct testimony regarding the initiative, and I understand Mr. Blankenship is like the go-to person on this, so if you want to defer any of these questions to him, feel free to, okay? I don't want you to answer if you're not comfortable answering. Do you know whether KPC considered a pilot program to test the assumption that AMI would be of interest to customers relative, similar to what LG&E and KU have done?
Well, I think at one time we did, but again, that would be for Witness Blankenship to.
Okay. Okay, give me 1 second here. I'm just going to make a note of that. Do you know whether the company has identified a particular technology that it's going to use or a particular brand of AMI?
I do not. Again, that would be Witness Blankenship.
Okay, great. You noted that deployment of the AMIs will, quote, allow residential customers to make more informed decisions about their electric consumption and better manage their monthly budgets, end quote. Is it your testimony that residential customers don't currently know how much electricity they're consuming?
Well, I mean, they're obviously given that information on their monthly bill. The point of that, I think, is that it's often confused, usage is often confused with rates, and it's just a way for customers who are interested to better engage with the company and take control of their energy usage.
Okay. You also noted that the ability, quote, the ability to access energy usage and cost information can provide residential customers with the capability to take action during the month to manage their energy costs. This is a significant and positive change that will benefit all residential customers, but particularly income qualified customers or fixed income customers who are managing a tight monthly budget, end quote. Why, given KPC's announced interest in providing customers with the capacity to manage their energy costs, why is it that the current bill doesn't separate out the monthly charge from the energy charge the way that, for example, LG&E and KU do?
I do not know.
Okay. What's the empirical basis for assuming that getting information on energy usage or bill information more frequently will benefit customers, and particularly low-income customers?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, the AMI is touted as being able to provide real-time information that is said to be of value to the customers. And I'm wondering, is there any study that indicates that having that information more frequently will be of benefit to customers, particularly low-income customers?
I'm not aware of a study. Is that what you asked me, a study? Sorry, I think your screen's freezing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Okay,
We haven't been able to hear you since Ms. White.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I coming through clearly now, or?
Yes.
I can't hear you, but
You
we
see,
can
AT&T is-
hear your video.
Are you there, Mr. Fitzgerald?
I'm sorry?
I didn't know if you were still on the line. I couldn't, your video went off.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay,
I
great.
can
I'm
hear you
sorry.
now.
I think AT&T is getting back at me for there's a what now, sir?
There is a significant time lapse between when you start talking and when we can hear you.
Okay, well, I will try to bear that in mind. Thank you. Ms. Weissman, regarding the AMI and the ability to get your data in real time, is the assumption that armed with that information, customers will use less electricity?
I think they could adjust, the idea is that they can adjust their habits in their homes and figure out what is causing their electric consumption. We are often addressing heating and cooling issues in people's homes, heat pumps in particular, and not understanding how a heat pump works. And so I think that is to me, that would be a benefit of having this data access, that they could monitor how their usage is being used, and if there was something wrong with the heat pump, if it was in off mode or emergency status, then they could get it fixed. So that's just one example.
Okay. Is the goal to better empower the customers to control their energy usage and therefore to lower their utility costs?
I think it would be to make them in charge of their usage, potentially, yes, lower their energy costs, and have them use their electricity more efficiently.
Okay. If that is the goal, or one of the goals, How does that square with the proposal in this rate case to increase the meter charge for residential customers, which has the effect of lessening their ability to take action to control their bills?
Well, I mean, those are two separate things, and I can't really speak to the customer charge, but obviously we want our customers to use their electricity in the most efficient manner that they can, so that frees up money could help mitigate a rate increase for one, or frees up their money for other things in the community, their groceries and other things that they have.
Okay. Assuming that one of the goals here is to educate customers about their energy usage in order that they can change their consumption habits and use less, how does that goal help customers whose usage is already declining and who are now being asked to pay more for using less?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, the reason that my understanding is one of the reasons that we are here in this rate case is because of a loss of load. And that loss of load is in part due to the exiting of some major customers, but also it's due to a per capita decline in usage. And so I'm wondering how further lessening usage benefits customers when they are simply asked to pay more for the less that they're using.
Well, again, we want our customers to use their energy as efficiently as possible. So if they're lessening their usage, then they're freeing up their budget for other things.
Okay. Are you aware of whether residential customers are currently paying a monthly charge for DSM programs?
The only DSM program, we have a targeted energy efficiency program.
Okay, and is that being paid for by all of the residential customers?
I'm not sure of the status of that. That would be one of the folks from regulatory could answer that question.
Who are those folks? I'm sorry.
Witness West.
Okay, so I'll ask Witness West that. Finally, and I'm sorry to be taking so long. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your indulgence. I have no questions for the next 10 witnesses, so I'll use up all my questions now. And Ms. Weissman, I appreciate your input.
We're going to send you a badge of honor.
You better send me some duct tape and I'll just put it right across my mouth. I just had a few questions, Ms. Weissman, regarding the economic trends in the region and KPC's Economic Development Initiative. Mr. Madison's testimony seemed to me to suggest that the region was rebounding and that the effects of the pandemic would be largely gone by 2022, when the customers would begin to directly pay for the increased rates, as opposed to having the tax benefits that are due them anyway pay for their first year of rate increase. So I'm wondering, your testimony seemed to suggest otherwise, and I'd like to clarify a few points if I could. You noted that the region has been in economic decline since 2008. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did I understand your testimony to be that the trend, even prior to COVID-19, has been a loss of load and declining sales due to loss of coal and steel customers, and a 6.4% loss in overall customers from 2008 to 2019?
Right, that's correct.
Okay, and that the population in 19 of your 20 counties has declined by 33,000, approximately 33,000 individuals between those same years?
That's correct.
Okay, and that the overall unemployment rate in those counties is markedly higher than the 4.3% statewide?
Correct.
Okay, do you believe these trends predated the pandemic and will persist after it is controlled?
I do think that it predated the pandemic, and unless something, dramatically changes, yes, I think that we will continue to struggle in Eastern Kentucky. I mean, this is a region that built itself on coal mining and steel for decades and decades and decades. And so the rebuilding of that will also take quite a bit of time.
I don't disagree a bit. Last set of questions. What is the purpose and the goal of the KPEG program?
Yeah, so one of the reasons that I mentioned the economic situation of Eastern Kentucky in my testimony was because we're asking for to maintain the rate of funding for the KPEG program.
Okay, but I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to answer your question.
No, that was great. That was great. How is it funded?
It is funded partially by the company and partially by our non-residential customers at $1 per month. And then the company matches that. It's around $750,000 a year that we give away in grant money.
Okay.
Maybe not always. Sometimes it rolls.
Okay. Who can receive these grants?
We work mostly with nonprofits in the area. Government entities can receive it. We're a partner in the economic development region. We work closely with One East Kentucky, Ashland Alliance, SOAR, community colleges. I mean, there are a lot of partners and a lot of recipients of the grant.
Okay, and they're competitive grants, is that right?
Well, there's a process. I mean, so yes, it's an application that they complete, and it's ruled on by a team of people. We have representatives from the Cabinet for Economic Development, or one representative, and then we have a representative from the Kentucky Association of Economic Development who also participates on that. So,
Okay.
yes.
That's great. And are these funds available to individual companies?
Nonprofit entities. And so often, so for instance, take DashCore, which was a company that located to the Hazard area in the past year. They worked with One East Kentucky, is the one who recruited them to the area, and Perry County, the government. So we were able to provide grant funding to those two entities to help with the recruitment and startup of DashCore.
Okay, so do any of these grant funds end up supporting for-profit companies?
I guess indirectly, but I will say the purpose of the KPEG program is to attract jobs to the area. Obviously, it was very important and very interested in that, but then also to get sites and buildings prepared. So, I think that building is, I'm not sure specifically about DashCore, but their building is being leased, and so, the government, Perry County government might own that one. I may have that confused actually between Intuit and DashCore. But indirectly, yes, I guess it's possible that they can benefit.
Okay, and this, believe it or not, is the last question. Is it fair to state that the $12 a year charge that's paid by existing commercial customers that indirectly benefits new commercial prospects is a subsidy of the existing customers to these prospects?
I do think that that's true, yes. I mean, I guess it could be called a subsidy.
Okay, and just so we're clear, and I appreciate all your time, I'm a strong believer in low-income assistance programs and in economic development programs. There's a point I'm making here which may become clear or may be already clear, but I appreciate very much your work in that regard and your testimony here today. And I appreciate your time. Mr. Chairman, I am mercifully done.
Vice Chairman Chandler, questions?
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Miss. Is Ms. Weissman?
Good evening.
Are you aware of the Commission's docket in response to COVID-19 case number 2020-00085? Where the Commission, let me just ask this, the commission asked a number of data requests about the impact of COVID on both customers and companies, certain utilities operations.
Oh, I am aware of that. I wasn't really involved in it, but yes.
So, if you'll indulge me just 1 minute here. Share my screen. Mr. West, in that docket, provided the company, sponsored the company's responses to a number of data requests. One of them, please let me know when you can see my screen. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. One of them asked, if I get it right, the percent of customers by class that pay on time for 2017 as a year, 18 as a year, 19 as a year, and then each month in 2020. Do you see that?
I do.
And then it refers to a Excel attachment. Do you see that as well?
I see where it refers to an Excel attachment, yes.
Okay. And so please let me know when you can see the Excel attachment on the screen.
I can see it. I can't read the numbers from it.
That's perfectly fine. I will zoom in now that we can see it. So if you'll believe me, the response said to go to 1-9 here, and this is the supplemental attachment that it refers to. Is that information a little clearer?
Yes, I can see it.
And so do you see that for residential customers that paid on time, the 2017 average, and it's a less than average because because of the way the Kentucky billing, you see at the bottom of the Kentucky Power's billing system archives information, but the average in 17, 18, and 19 for the information was 79.09% of customers paying on time, 82.3% for 2018, and for 2019, 82.35%. Do you see those numbers?
I can, it's blurry, but I can sort of see it.
Blurry. Okay, let me see if I can.
It might be me.
Is that any better?
Yes, but,
Okay. So, and I will ask Mr. West about this, so don't worry about that. But you mentioned that a significant portion of your job is customer service, right?
that's a piece of it, yes.
Okay. And I just want to understand, do you have at least a rudimentary understanding of LIHEAP?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay. And do you understand that they had a LIHEAP cooling program this summer in addition to the ordinary LIHEAP winter heating program?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your understanding that LIHEAP, as a general matter, in at least ordinary times, requires there be a late payment or a threat of disconnection before somebody is able to receive LIHEAP assistance?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay. And so would you agree that as a general matter regarding late payments, LIHEAP as a general matter shouldn't be a consideration as to whether or not, if there was 3 times as much LIHEAP assistance available, that shouldn't matter as it relates to on-time payment, because on-time payment, if you pay on time, you can't get LIHEAP, right? It shouldn't increase or decrease according to the amount of LIHEAP available.
Right.
Okay. And so you're aware that the commission's moratorium, I'm going to leave it on this one so I don't go back and forth a bunch. Is it your understanding that the commission's moratorium on disconnections went into effect in March?
It did, yes.
Okay. And along with that, do you remember that the commission said that utilities were unable to assess late payment charges?
Yes.
Okay. And so at least for April, May, June, July, and August, those months, those on-time percentages would reflect the on-time pay rate of residential customers in a time where there was no threat of disconnection and no assessment of late payments, right?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
You would agree that the data here for on-time payment would indicate the amounts for April, May, June, July, and August for residential, commercial, and industrial customers would be reflective of the commission's order on that subject, that there was a moratorium on disconnection and there was no assessment on late fees.
Right.
So, based on your experience and your position and regarding customer service, are you surprised to see that there was little to no impact on the on-time pay rate for residential customers when there was a simultaneously no assessment of late payment fees?
I'm not really surprised because I think that, and I haven't really studied this, but just from what I've observed is that the same customers who were behind probably before the pandemic are the ones who are behind still.
So,
And I haven't analyzed that from a data, but that's just basically what I think is the case.
yeah, and let me ask it differently. If that's the case, and based on the information we just looked at, do you think that the late payment fee that the company assesses has an impact on whether those customers on customers' behavior?
I do not know that. I mean, I would have to study that a little bit.
Well, I guess I would just ask your opinion. Do you have an opinion?
Repeat the question, please.
Do you believe that the assessment of a late payment fee, based on your experience, the assessment of a late payment fee impacts customers' behavior as to whether or not they pay on time?
I do not. I doubt that it is a late payment fee makes a difference to a customer who is paying their bill late, for lack of better ways to say it.
Right. A person unable to pay their bill on the due date, it doesn't matter if there's an assessment of an additional fee, they're still going to be unable to pay the bill.
Yeah, I don't know, and I feel like that witness West may be able to better address this. He may have more background information on it with customer fees and charges, but I do not, think that a customer is really looking at their late fee as a determination of whether or not they're going to pay.
Okay. I very much appreciate it, Ms. Wiseman. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have, Chairman.
Commissioner Matthews, questions?
Yes, if I can figure out which of my 3 screens I can get myself off mute. How are you this afternoon? Almost evening.
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Can you hear me just fine?
I can.
Okay. You are responsible for external affairs, economic development, customer and energy services, and corporate communication.
That's correct.
That's a lot to put on a business card.
It's a lot, yes.
So I just have, and my questions are going to hop between those roles. When you do things like customer satisfaction surveys, how does the cost of electricity and the bill factor into, where does that fall? Is that the most important thing with regards to customer satisfaction, or the least important thing?
Well, in the example of JD Power, typically what we see in responses is around billing and payment or price. They often run those together. And then also reliability of power. Those are the 2, I would say, dominating factors in our surveys when we see remarks or comments.
That's consistent with what I would expect. How successful has your targeted energy efficiency program been? The commission scaled back the DSM program and asked the utilities to focus only on those low-income programs.
On the weatherization program?
Is that the only energy efficiency
only one that we have.
you have left in that? Okay. Is that being successful? Have you seen?
I think it's successful. I really don't see that much information about it, to be honest. It's an offering that we have, but I don't really have that much information about it.
Okay, because we've heard anecdotally from some of the areas in the state that weatherization programs are getting to the point where the homes that can be weatherized have been, and other homes perhaps need more than just caulk and
I have not. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I said I have not heard that personally, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. I didn't know with that breadth of things you're looking at, if you were aware of that. Skip just a second and let's talk about flex pay.
Okay.
Walk me through what you mean when you talk about the flex pay program, because it's really a few different programs, right? Or is it just prepay?
It's just prepay.
Okay.
And if I'll turn to my testimony. So it's a prepay program that would allow customers to do just that, have more control over when they pay and what amount they pay. And once they sign up for it, I know I really cover the communications part of it in my testimony, and I know Wes talked about the tariff, but they would receive alerts to notify them if they were, there's a whole, in my exhibit, there's a whole series of messages that they could receive about their balance or when a payment was received or something to that effect. That can be done through a text message too.
Okay.
And so it's really just a prepaid program. And as I had used in the example earlier, we often see people asking for a few more days to, pay their bill or whatever. And in this case, for people who are on a fixed income or low income, I really think it's a game changer. It will help them manage their budgets a little better and, control their finances.
And what I know that a lot of the co-ops in the Eastern Kentucky area have prepay programs. Have you looked at any of their educational presentations and seen how successful, kind of learned from any of their experience, given that they're servicing a similar customer base?
Yeah, we, I normally always do that, especially before I do any kind of communications campaign. I want to see what other utilities are using, not only just in Kentucky, but around the country, and then also what other AEP companies have done, since a lot of them have already have AMI, and at least, like PSO is one that I've been modeling some of my information from on their prepaid program, our company in Oklahoma.
And with prepay, one of the benefits would be no deposit or a reduced deposit. If I wanted to get service in your territory now, I would have to have a deposit. And if I'm going to opt for prepay, it would either reduce or eliminate that deposit.
Right. You would have to have a deposit if your credit warranted it, and then the prepaid program would eliminate that.
Okay. So that's, and as for the question that I believe Mr. Fitzgerald asked about, do you think that would make someone use less electricity? I think you can look to some of the neighbors and see if that has held out or not.
From the prepaid program?
Yes, from the prepaid program.
Sure. I mean, I would, of course, be willing to do that. I think the home energy management system also gives our customers the opportunity to manage their usage through that program. I call it customer engagement platform, also home energy management program in my testimony.
Okay. And let's talk about the AMI option a little bit. Will, as part of the data and the use of the data, will you allow customers to make that data available to third parties who maybe want to help them manage their energy?
Yes, customers, it's our policy to put customers in charge of their own data, and there are several mechanisms where they can do that. And then the home energy management system be one way that they can download data. And then also we have the green button, download my data. And then, of course, our letter of authorization is available if a customer wants to give data over to a third party. It's a simple process.
Okay. Another question is, if I'm a customer and I don't want a smart meter, what is the proposal for the opt-out?
Well, witness Blankenship addressed that in his testimony, but as I understand it, it will be, on a one-on-one customer basis. The issue is not so much whether or not they can opt out, is more of about whether they will be able to continue to be served with an AMR in the future.
Okay. And I think between Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. Chandler, the rest of my questions were covered. So, thank you.
Ms. Glass, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few. It's counterintuitive. Okay, Ms. Wiseman, going back to Mr. Fitzgerald's questions regarding the access to AMI information and customers' usage information that they can receive after having an AMI meter installed, he asked questions about internet access and how customers might be able to access that information. And you testified that they could access it through the internet or through their phone.
Right.
Would customers also be able to access that information on computers at a library, for instance, if they don't have their own computer or if they don't have internet access at their home?
Yes, at any place like that in a library. And then I should have also added that for customers who are maybe not tech savvy or they do not have internet access, our call center is always available. And so we have agents there who know about AMI data and that sort of information, and they can help customers with their information. And then also, I think I had mentioned previously, we have a team of customer service folks who would be also willing to meet with customers in person about that.
Thank you. So if a customer wanted to receive information that about their usage that they can get from their AMI meters, and they called the customer service center, could they not only discuss the information with the customer service representative, but could they also have that information sent to them or emailed to them or mailed to them?
Yes, I mean, we have several, the letter of authorization process, if they wanted to give it to their third party, or customer service agents would help them with that information.
And earlier there was a question, I believe from Mr. Fitzgerald, about how the customer's bill, does it show the monthly charge and the energy charge separately? I know you're not involved in the workings of what is displayed on the bill, but is it your understanding generally that the Public Service Commission has approved Kentucky Power's bill format.
Yes.
And I think yesterday, Ms. Vinsel was questioning company witness Madison, and she had mentioned that she had detected that there was a change in a theme from the last rate case in 2017 from economic development to now growth in this case. And I believe Mr. Madison testified that that wasn't exactly the case and there wasn't a change in theme. Could you expound upon the company's economic development efforts since the 2017 rate case and its focus on economic development since then?
Absolutely. So we are as involved and committed to economic development in Eastern Kentucky as we've always been. I think the reason it's not as prevalent in my testimony this year is because we are asking to just maintain the KPEG program. And, we've kind of found our rhythm, I think, with the KPEG program on how we allocate the funding through the grant program. But I would say that there's a whole team of us at Kentucky Power who's involved in economic development. Clearly, the external affairs managers, they split their time with economic development. Brett Madison and I are both involved. The regulatory teams are involved, our customer service team. In fact, we have a weekly touch point call where we review what we consider our prospects, and that's just the ones that someone has reached out to us either through one of the economic development organizations to inquire about power supply or a rate. And so it's always, on our agenda from economic development. We work very closely with a number of groups. Brett Madison and I both serve on the One East Kentucky board, and I serve on the Ashland Alliance board, and I'm actually the incoming chairperson. No doubt there's a lot of work to do. Economic development is a very long process and can take some time, but with all of the partners in Eastern Kentucky, I think we're on a good path, and looking forward to the next few years to come.
Thank you. Switching gears a little bit, there was a question about the late payment fees for non-payment, and is a late payment fee intended only to incent customers to pay, or does it also reflect Kentucky Power's cost of past due receivables, if you know?
I think that it's not just for the intent to pay; it's to compensate for the late cost receivables.
Okay, thank you. And final question about Kentucky Power's DSM program and some questions that were brought up earlier. Would company witness Scott Bishop be the best witness to answer those questions?
He would be. He used to manage the programs and now works in the regulatory group.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, you may step down, Ms. Wiseman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is Kentucky Power ready to call Mr. Kearns, its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll call Mr. Kearns. And again, we'll just need a couple of minutes to
Just a second.
sanitize our
I'm sorry.
area.
Oh, stop. What?
Ask them to speak up, the two to the Katie Glass, I can't hardly hear her.
Okay.
Two of them
All
in
right.
the room.
Well, on the, Ms. Glass, you need to speak up, get close to the microphone. Apparently, the reporters are having difficulty hearing you.
Okay, thank you. I will not be crossing or presenting Mr. Kearns, so I'll pass that on to the next attorney. Thank you.
Because it will take some time I guess you have to clean the witness chair and the stand, correct? I don't know what she said. Are they all connected now?
No, I've got red stuff on my screen.
Jim's getting ready to leave for the day.
I'm sorry, who's leaving?
Jim is getting ready to leave for the day. I think Anthony may be here. Would you like me to go double check?
Yes, can we, we're going to have to wait a second and see if we'll have someone from our technical crew here after 5 o'clock.
Same message.
Hmm?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're ready whenever you are.
Okay. Just close it.
Okay.
I'm afraid to close anything. Lots of red. Not good.
Ms. Bland, can you hear me?
I can, Your Honor, and
When we
are ready
talked about
whenever you are.
going late, there's one group I didn't consider, and that's the people who are back here in our hearing room who are actually operating the system we're using. So we'll have to check on that in the morning and make sure how late we can go. We'll have to wait for a second. Ms. Vincel is back with that crew at the present time, so we'll have to wait till she comes back.
Okay.
Tell her to speak up too. She is way back away from that microphone. You can't hear her. We got too much room.
Verifying our technical support.
Will we have somebody here till 6?
Anthony is here.
All right, Ms. Blinn, I think we're ready to go. Would you introduce your witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. The company calls Tim Kearns.
Mr. Kearns, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I will.
And Ms. Bland, you may ask.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Kearns. Will you please state your name and business address for the record?
Good afternoon. I'm Timothy Kearns. My business address is 2791 North US Highway 231 in Rockport, Indiana.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed and in what position?
I'm employed by the American Electric Power Service Corporation. I'm the Vice President of Generating Assets with responsibility for Kentucky Power and Indiana Michigan Power assets.
Thank you. Reminder just to keep your voice up for the court reporter.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Mr. Kearns, are you aware that Deborah L. Osborne caused to be filed direct testimony and responses to data requests in this case?
Yes, I am.
And are you further aware that Ms. Osborne retired effective September 30th, 2020?
Yes, I am.
And you are the witness who is adopting her testimony and her data responses for purposes of this case, correct?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Other than the personal biographical information about Ms. Osborne contained in her direct testimony, do you have any changes to those documents?
I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, other than the personal biographical answer that pertains to Ms. Osborne, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Vincel, any cross-examination?
No, Chairman, I do not have any cross-examination, but I will ask Mr. Kearns if he will lean into the microphone occasionally when he answers. That would be helpful.
Thank you. I sure will. And as you struggle to hear me, if that happens, please don't hesitate to let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Counsel for the Attorney General, any questions?
We have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Mr. Kurtz, cross-examination?
I do, Your Honor, very briefly. We turn to page 5 of your testimony, Mr. Kearns. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the decommissioning and demolition activities at Big Sandy.
I'm there.
Okay. The costs of decommissioning Big Sandy Unit 2 are being recovered by Kentucky Power via a decommissioning rider. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. What is it the expected total cost of decommissioning Big Sandy 2 expected to be?
I'm sorry, I don't have the number for the total decommissioning. I know that our estimate for the closure of the fly ash pond is around $92 million, but I don't have the information on the Unit 2 decommissioning.
Okay. What I want to understand is when we can expect to get some rate relief via the rider. In other words, when the costs are going to be finished, and therefore the rider will go down. When is the fly ash pond closure expected to be complete?
We still expect that to be completed by December of 2020.
Oh, good. So then that's a pretty major cost.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I know you're not a rates guy, we'll ask Mr. Vaughn, we could expect to see some rate relief maybe the following month after that?
I would, as you suggest, I would talk to Mr. Vaughn about the rate relief, but, we completed demolition of the electrostatic precipitator in October of 2020 on schedule. We expect the closure of the fly ash pond to be completed by December of 2020 on schedule. We have gotten the selective catalytic reduction system on the ground, so we certainly expect it to be completed by December 2020, again, all on schedule. The remaining activities will be, completing the scrap removal, evaluating, how many PCBs and PCB-filled conduits we have, but I see nothing that would prevent us from completing by mid-2021 as scheduled.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about scrap sales. I know you're not the rates guy, but when you decommission, demolish the plant, you sell the scrap metal for money, and correct?
In some cases, yes. I'm not familiar with the contracts that have been set up specifically for this and how those costs are, come back through. But yes, if there's scrap to be sold, generally we do. That's part of the cost structure of the contractors that we use to demolish a unit.
If there is money that comes back from the sale of scrap or other things, does that get credited to the decommissioning rider?
I'm not sure.
Real quickly, just on this page, what is the status of asbestos removal? It's listed on line 16. Page 5.
Pardon me if I interrupt. Mr. Kurtz, would you like to have this document displayed during your cross-examination?
No, thank you. It's just the testimony he adopted.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. The asbestos removal is complete.
Okay. What about removal of coal handling equipment? Is that complete also?
Yes, that is complete.
Demolition of the Big Sandy Unit 2 cooling tower?
Yes, sir, that is complete as well.
Okay. Last question. Removal of coal impacted soils from the former coal yard?
That is underway. It's not complete.
Okay, I lied. One more question. When this is finished, will the facility be returned to a greenfield or brownfield site?
My understanding is it'll be returned to a brownfield site.
Okay, thank you, sir. No further questions.
Ms. Grundman, cross-examination.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Spinard, Mr. Strobo, any questions?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fitzgerald, questions?
No, Your Honor, and I appreciate the opportunity. We have no questions.
Mr. Miller, cross-examination.
No, Your Honor. No questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Fry,
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Chandler?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Just a very few. Good afternoon, Mr. Is it Kern or Kearns?
Kearns, good afternoon. Thank you.
Kearns. And I guess it's almost good evening. So I appreciate when I heard your description of your address, you said Rockport, Indiana. I was confused, and then you said you were in charge of the generation assets for I&M and Kentucky Power. So it makes sense that you're there in Rockport. Let me, at a very high level, so you would also be in charge of the generation of the Mitchell plant, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. So Mitchell, Big Sandy, and then all of the other assets that IMM owns. Is that correct?
The generating assets, yes. The Rockport plant, the hydro facilities, and the solar facilities.
And Mr. Madison, to his understanding, and I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, to his understanding, did not anticipate any change in the current expected useful life of the Mitchell plant. Is that also your understanding of a expected useful life at least until 2040?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then Big Sandy is, I'm going from memory here, but 2030, is that still the anticipated retirement date of Big Sandy Unit 1?
2031, I believe.
2031, excuse me. And I'm going to attempt to do this without going into anything that could possibly be confidential, but would you agree that when Big Sandy 1 was refired as a natural gas facility, Kentucky Power wasn't necessarily expecting it to dispatch particularly often in PJM on an economic basis?
That's my understanding, but it's based on discussions I heard from a distance. I certainly wasn't. I wasn't involved with the Big Sandy plant at the time, but yes, low capacity factors were anticipated at that time.
And do you understand that it was the refiring was understood to be a fairly economical way of Kentucky Power to meet its FRR plan as capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask, is it your understanding that Mitchell, well, let me ask this. Is Mitchell dispatching as often as you or Kentucky Power would have anticipated when the transfer to Kentucky Power occurred?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that because I don't have information about what the expectation was. What I will offer is that the dispatch of the Mitchell plant is consistent with what we're seeing at our other coal facilities as we see cheap natural gas, renewables, and just generally a soft energy market. So it's not an outlier in its performance from the standpoint of it's not dispatching much.
It's not let's just say it may not be an outlier to similarly situated coal-fired generation, but certainly dispatching less than, well, I would say you would hope, correct? You would prefer.
Question?
Let me withdraw that. Has the Mitchell plant experienced an inordinate number of forced outages over the last, we'll say, 3 years, in your opinion?
I don't think I wouldn't characterize it as an inordinate number. The forced outage rate, particularly on Mitchell Unit 1, was higher than we certainly expect and desire in 2017, due primarily to a low-pressure turbine blade failure. And so, but a 3-year average on forced outage rate at Mitchell has been running just around 15%, 14%, and declining since 2017.
Okay, and so where would you like to see the forced outage rate be for a unit or units like Mitchell?
We generally target 7 to 10% for the way that we fund the units and where we anticipate the market being.
Okay, and so are 18 and 19 above those amounts? Above that target?
2018 was, I'm trying to do some math in my head here, but about 15%, and 2019 would be roughly 11%.
So even without the outlier in 17, you're still running in the other 2 years significantly higher than 1 year double what your target rate is. Well, why is that the case?
So we always are working to balance the amount of spend on the unit. When should we be investing, and how much risk are we willing to take around reliability and availability? As I said, soft energy market has us taking a look at what makes sense for those units, as we are across our coal fleet. So equipment such as the precipitators, where we've had issues with our opacity, have caused curtailments, not necessarily forced outages. We've had steam leaks in the steam generator, which have caused forced outages. We've had other equipment. We had a boiler feed pump that we had to replace unexpectedly. So it's generally the plant equipment that that's forcing us out.
So are you aware of the difference between ICAP and UCAP in capacity planning?
Generally.
Okay, and are you aware that PJM requires for the FRR plans, for the FRR entities to be able to meet their load requirement in a UCAP basis?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that forced outages are a consideration in calculating the UCAP, is that your understanding?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that. I know seasonal derates due to certain conditions can affect the UCAP, but to the degree that forced outage rates impacted, I can't answer that.
Okay, and are you under the the Rockport UPAs expire as it relates to Kentucky Power in December of 2022, right?
Yes.
And one's at the very end of the year and one's very close to the end of the year. Is that your understanding?
I thought there was just one UPA. And
one. Okay. Okay.
It expires sometime in December of 2022.
December 2022, that's fair. Are you under the impression, given your position, that at the expiration of the Rockport UPAs, there's an anticipation that Kentucky Power will be short capacity?
I don't have that information. I haven't been involved in the IRP process. I believe that would be a better question for Witness Madison or Witness West.
Okay. So as it relates to Kentucky Power's FRR plan, do you know who is in charge at AEP of Kentucky's FRR plan?
I do not.
Okay. And I'm aware, at least to a degree, of Kentucky Power's current IRP. I think it's 2019-443. There's an indication in there that in outer years that there may be an inclusion of some portion of solar or wind energy. I'm just curious, given your position, does I&M have any utility scale solar or wind in their portfolio?
Yes, I&M has 4 solar sites that total 14.7 megawatts of generation. We have another site under construction now that will be 20 megawatts and expected to be in service after in 2021.
And do you know if they use that solar as a way to satisfy their FRR plan?
I do not.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it, Mr. Kern. You have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Bland, any redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of questions. Mr. Kearns, regarding the company's IRP, which Vice Chairman Chandler mentioned to you, is it your understanding that company witness West, who is a witness in this case, is also involved in that proceeding and has sponsored responses to data requests in that proceeding?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So in your opinion, would you expect him to be able to answer some of the questions about the IRP that the Vice Chairman asked?
Yes, I would.
Now, you discussed some of the causes or contributing factors to the forced outage rate at Mitchell Plant. Do you
Yes.
recall those questions?
Yes.
Do AEP and Kentucky Power Company regularly inspect and maintain equipment and generating facilities, including those or that in the Mitchell Plant?
Yes, we do.
Can you elaborate on that a little further regarding the inspection and maintenance at Mitchell?
So as Ms. Osborne pointed out in the testimony that I adopted, we have the predictive and preventive maintenance programs, which are routinely assessing and inspecting the condition of the equipment and of the systems. Once we determine that there are needs based on the equipment performance or the health of the equipment from the technologies we're using, we'll then build, we have what we call an asset health summary, which breaks the plant down by systems and equipment. We prioritize that based on high, medium, low risk, and then we develop what we think the needs are for the plant going forward. We then work with the Kentucky Power leadership team where it weighs those needs against the other needs in the company to decide how we fund that and what we go after. As I mentioned, the soft energy market has us really changing the way we look at those Mitchell units from the standpoint of, in the testimony here, they're described as base load units. Certainly when those units came online, they were to meet base load needs, but as the energy market has changed, they really have fallen more into a load following category and as much a capacity asset for our customers. So investing in those units to maintain 100% availability or a 0% or a 2% forced outage rate really doesn't make any sense for our customers. Investing at a level that has those to be a reliable capacity resource when needed for our customers makes more sense these days.
Thank you. The predictive and preventive maintenance that the company performs, can it guarantee or predict with 100% certainty when an asset or a piece of equipment is going to fail?
No.
Are the types of equipment failures that you referenced, I believe you discussed a turbine blade and a boiler, are those types of equipment failures typical types of failures that occur at coal-fired generating plants of the vintage of Mitchell?
With the exception of the turbine blade, yes, and even a turbine failure is not atypical. However, the turbine is the piece of equipment that we take the least risk with because of the potential for collateral damage and the safety implications for our employees and the facility. So we don't routinely throw turbine blades. However, the other items are fairly typical.
Thanks for that clarification. Are either of the types of equipment failures that you described, or either instances, the boiler failure and the turbine blade failure, indicative that Kentucky Power is not adequately inspecting and maintaining Mitchell Plant?
No, not at all.
Thanks. That's all the questions that I have.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. You may step down. Ms. Bland, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, the company calls Lara Scott.
Oh, you'll need a few minutes, so do you need to do any disinfecting?
We will, just a moment, Your Honor, to disinfect the witness stand and counsel table.
Our reporter would like to take a short break. So let's take a break until 5 minutes after 5 o'clock. Okay? We'll be in recess until then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you ready, ma'am? Are you ready? Court order ready? You ready? All right, we're now back on the record.
Nope, not yet.
No, we're not.
Nope, I still got a police surplus on me. Okay, now you're on.
We're now back on the record. Mr. Overstreet, will you introduce your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Kentucky Power now calls Lara M. Scott.
Ms. Scott, will you please raise your right hand? There's something odd about the video because Commissioner Matthews is the only person I can see on the screen.
Mr. Chairman, we've had a bit of a technical issue here. Hold on one second, please.
Well, we've had several of those so far, and I expect we'll have more going forward. We can now see you, Mr. Overstreet. Ms. Scott, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Oh, I want to say, too, we got another reminder from our reporter at the last break for lawyers and witnesses. Please lean forward or pull the microphone toward you because we do on occasion have times when the witness or the lawyer asking the question, you'll just fade out and some words will be missing. So, okay, Mr. Overstreet, you may ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Scott, please state your name, business address, and employer.
My name is Lara Scott. That's spelled Lerah. My work address is 1645 Winchester Avenue, Ashland, Kentucky, 41101. And my employer is Kentucky Power.
And what is your position with Kentucky Power?
I am a regulatory consultant.
And did you cause to be filed in this, the record of this proceeding, direct testimony and responses to data requests?
Yes,
And do you have any corrections to those filings?
I do.
And would you please provide those to the commission and the parties?
The first one is on page 9 of my direct testimony, line 19. The figure on that line should read 414574.
Do you have any others?
The second one is on my direct testimony, page 10, line 6. The figure on that should read 111982.
And are there any others?
So the first one to page 9 is actually a result of a change to a data response. That is staff's question 464, number 65.
And that response was filed last week?
Correct.
Ms. Scott, with those corrections and updates, if you were asked the same questions in your testimony and data request responses, would your responses be the same?
They would.
Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Vincel, cross-examination?
Yes, Chairman. Good afternoon. I'm going to call it afternoon. Good afternoon, Ms. Scott.
Good afternoon.
Please let me know if you have any problems hearing me or if you don't understand the question. In your direct testimony, you discussed that Kentucky Power recovers the cost of environmental projects through base rates and through the environmental surcharge. Can you tell me, no, let me back up here. We can agree that with the Rockport facility, Kentucky Power has a share of cost associated with Rockport environmental projects. Is that correct?
That is correct. And just for the record's sake, what is flowing through the environmental surcharge is the approved environmental project.
Yes.
Through the company's environmental compliance plan.
Thank you, yes. And the monthly environmental compliance base rate revenue requirement, includes Kentucky Power's share of costs associated with Rockport environmental projects. Is that correct?
Correct, the approved one.
The approved one. And can you tell me what the projects are that have been approved?
I apologize, I'm just flipping through. I'm trying to find the exact page on the tariff sheet, which lists them.
You're fine, take your time.
So they're outlined on Exhibit LMS 2, page 6 of 7. I will make one caveat to this. This tariff sheet has since been approved when I filed this or prepared this, in that I believe the only change to this is under the Rockport project, and it changes the very last bullet point there that says at Unit 1. It removes that text to show that the SCR, or selective catalytic reduction, is now on both units, or recovered for both units.
So recovered from units 1 and 2, correct?
Correct.
Is it correct that the same plant, if a plant is recovered through the environmental surcharge, it's not also recovered somewhere else?
So it's recovered, there's a chance that the Rockport and Mitchell non-FGD is recovered both through base and the environmental surcharge. However, the Mitchell non-FGD is solely recovered through the environmental surcharge.
And I'm sorry, I want to make sure I understood. You say there's part of Rockport environmental costs that are not recovered through the environmental surcharge?
So how the environmental surcharge works, I'll flip to the page there first, 1 second. Okay, so the discussion of how the environmental surcharge works is on page 3. And I just want to be clear that we first establish the base revenue requirement, and then the environmental surcharge is going to calculate the total cost by month, and then reduce what is in base to get what is going to be recovered through the environmental surcharge. And that discussion is on page 3 of my direct testimony.
I remember reading it. It was very clear. Thank you. But I think I misunderstood what you said. I know that there are certain Mitchell costs, I think it's the Mitchell non-FGD costs, that are excluded from the environmental surcharge. Is that correct?
Sorry, that would be the opposite way around. It would be Mitchell non-FGD is solely recovered through the environmental surcharge. It doesn't have a base revenue requirement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think you've answered all my questions. We have nothing further, Chairman.
Counsel for the Attorney General, any cross-examination?
No, not for this witness, thank you.
Mr. Kurtz, any questions?
No question, Your Honor.
Ms. Gruneman, question
No question,
for Walmart?
No questions.
Mr. Spinard, Mr. Strobo,
No questions.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
No questions, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Miller?
No, sir, thank you very much.
Mr. Fry?
No questions, Your Honor.
Vice Chairman?
No, thank you, Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry, you don't have questions? I thought you do. I got the, when there was a hesitation there, my heart stopped. I couldn't.
I appreciate that lighten the mood by and save us all a little bit of time and miss Scott a little bit of heartache and probably headache. I have no questions. Thank you.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
I don't have any. Thank you.
May I, before we go on, can I clarify for Ms. Bensel, because I incorrectly stated that it's Mitchell non-FGD that has completely been excluded from the environmental, or from base. It's actually the other way around. It's Mitchell FGD that is exclusively recovered through the environmental surcharge. I apologize for that.
Ms. Bensel, any questions based on this revision?
No, but thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Mr. Overstreet, any redirect?
With that clarification, none, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Overstreet, are you ready to call your next witness?
We are, Your Honor, and Mr. Wolfram will be presenting the witness.
Okay.
Mr. Who?
Wolfram?
Who's that?
Okay, Mr. Wolfram, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the company would call Heather Whitney to the stand.
Ms. Whitney, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, counsel, you may ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just 1 second. Ms. Whitney, will you please state your name and business address for the record?
Sure. My name is Heather Whitney. My business address is 1 Riverside Plaza, Columbus, Ohio, 43215.
And by whom are you employed and in what position?
American Electric Power Service Corporation. I'm the Director of Regulatory Accounting Services.
And did you cause to be filed in this proceeding direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and discovery responses?
I did.
Do you have any changes, modifications, or corrections to those discovery responses or testimony at this time?
I do not.
Were those discovery responses and testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
And if I were to ask you the same questions that appear in both the discovery responses and your testimonies, would your answers be substantially the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the witness is offered for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bensel, cross-examination.
Yes, I just have a few questions. I'm going with good evening now. Good evening, Ms. Whitney.
Good evening.
I need to ask, Zach, can you please pull up on screen share a document? And this is from the application. It's in section 5, exhibit 2. And once it's up, I'll let you know which adjustment to go to. Yes, in fact. I need to go to W08. Let me have you go one more for me. Thank you. And Ms. Whitney, this is the one of the adjustments that Kentucky Power made to the test year expenses. In this case, this adjustment, again, it's labeled W08. It removes tariff PPA revenues and expenses from the test year.
Yes, I see it.
Okay. I want to make sure I find. It appears that the only listed purchase power expense related to Rockport is $1.2 million. And
are you asking me what? Oh.
No, I just wanted you to confirm that the only listed purchase power expense is related to Rockport, and it's removing, it's $1.2 million, and it's related to we believe to the declining Rockport deferral.
Just want to clarify a couple of things. So this adjustment, from a big picture perspective, is we're just wanting to remove from the cost of service for this case the revenues and expenses associated with this rider, because we're trying to get down just to the amounts that are included in base rates.
Okay.
The $1.25 million that is included in the adjustment, it is representative of the declining Rockport deferral. It is not necessarily, I wouldn't characterize it as Rockport purchase power costs or any, equating it to something that was purchased on, at a PJM market purchase. It is exclusively related and represents the declining Rockport capacity deferral, Rockport PPA deferral.
Thank you for that clarification. Zach, you can remove the document. The other questions I have for you are related to the prepaid OPEB. It would be helpful for staff. We wanted to clarify one of the data responses that referenced non-cash ASC 715 accounting entries. And I'm almost thinking I need to go back and be far more simple to begin with. Is the prepaid OPEB included in rate base?
Yes.
And so now, on this one, I'm going to be clear. I'm more of a lawyer than an accountant, so if I get this really wrong, I will count on you to let me know. It looks like we have cash accounting entries and non-cash accounting entries. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in this data request, there was a reference to the fact that the non-cash ASC 715 accounting entries are made for financial reporting purposes, and they do not impact the cost of service.
Are you referring to the data request AGKIUC 217?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
It would be helpful for staff if you could elaborate on that statement, and just to confirm that which entries are. Let me try this again. Which entries associated with OPEB are included in rate base?
The prepaid pension, the cash prepaid pension asset recorded in account, FERC account 165, is included in rate base.
Okay.
The way that gets created, there's an exhibit to my rebuttal testimony, Exhibit 1,
Okay.
kind of helps walk a person through these entries at a very high level. The first entry is, we reduce cash and we increase a prepayment.
at a very high level. And that's the 165 account. And then, it's sitting in a 165 account. And we have various sub-accounts within FERC 165. So in this case, 165.0010 and 165.0035, those are the sub-accounts that include the original prepayment balances for both our prepaid pension and prepaid OPEB cash assets. Then there's a reclassification entry that's made, and this is what we're referring to as non-cash. In double entry accounting, the debits have to equal the credits. And so we credit a different set of 165 sub-accounts. And then we debit a series of other balance sheet accounts to spread that original amount out and really represent on the face of our financial statements the funded position of the plans, as well as the accumulated other comprehensive income effect, or a regulatory asset or liability, whichever is appropriate. But that's really, that non-cash entry is really it's really just made for financial reporting purposes, and it's a memo entry in our financial statements. The true character of the amount is a cash prepayment that's recorded in FERC account 165. And that's why it's appropriate for inclusion in rate base.
I don't know if it's you or me, but I understood completely where you were going, and I very much appreciate that. And as I understand, yes, the prepayment contributions are being financed, correct?
That's correct. So they're reflected in the company's capitalization at the end of the test period, and we've also included them in rate base. The company is seeking the return on component in our cost of service be computed based on capitalization, consistent with the company's request in prior proceedings.
Thank you very much. Staff has no further questions.
Counsel for the Office of Attorney General, questions?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Lawrence Cook on behalf of the Attorney General. I apologize, there's noise right outside my door, but it will go away shortly. Good evening, Ms. Whitney. I have just a few questions for you today. Were you monitoring yesterday's hearing proceedings when witness Madison was testifying?
Yes, I was listening.
Okay. Did you hear his response to questions we had of him regarding the company's response to the Commission's second set of data request, item number 42?
I think so. Is it in regards to lobbying expense?
Yes, that's correct. And so, Ms. Vinsel, I wondered, could we pull that up?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cook, could you say that again?
It is the Commission's second set of data requests, the company's response to the second set. And they were filed on July 31st.
Thank you. Yes, staff will bring that up.
Thank you.
SAC, I believe that is document number 16 in our document index.
Yes, and it's Adobe pagination, page 617. There we go. And so my question is regarding that last paragraph of the response there, where it appears that $104,000 was allocated to Kentucky Power by the service company for federal lobbying activities. So I just wanted to ask you if you could help me to understand, is there an adjustment where items from the service company are either removed or the amounts adjusted one way or another? Is that where I can find that?
Those costs from the service company were recorded in FERC account 426.4, which is simply excluded from the company's cost of service. So there was no need to make an adjustment.
So it's below the line is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I believe that is all the questions I have then. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Kurtz, questions?
One very quick question. Good evening. It's true, isn't it, that Kentucky Power did not include the negative prepaid pension expense and the negative prepaid OPEB in accounts 16500-14, 16500-37, did not include those as subtractions from rate base. That's correct, isn't it?
As I explained to Ms. Vinsel a little earlier, those credits are a part of a non-cash reclass entry that's made, and you really cannot isolate and look at that credit without the corresponding debits to other balance sheet accounts. You need to look at them collectively. All it's doing is moving, spreading, or relocating really, the amounts that are recorded in 165.10 and 35 to other balance sheet accounts. So those, you either need to look at all of the non-cash reclass entries collectively and net them together, which net to zero, and then also include the amounts in 165.10 and 165.35, which gets you to the company's amount that we've included in rate base. You either need to include all the non-cash entries or ignore all of them. But the end result is the same, and that's the amount that the company has included in rate base in our application, which represents the cash prepaid pension asset and OPEB asset.
Let me ask you the same question and ask you for a yes or no answer. It's true, isn't it, that the company did not include the negative prepaid pension and the negative prepaid OPEB subtractions from rate base?
Your Honor, at this time, we would object, as the question has been asked and answered by witness Whitney.
No, that's the problem. She didn't answer.
Overruled. He may ask.
I can't answer that question as a simple yes or no answer because it's asking me to kind of ignore or just set aside the whole premise of accrual accounting, which is double entry. Debits must equal credits. And so your question is focused on only one side, and I can't ignore the other.
Well, isn't the answer that you did not subtract from rate base the negative prepaid pension and the negative OPEB?
Those aren't negative prepaid pension and OPEB balances. They're one component of a non-cash reclass entry.
Are you aware that Duke Energy Kentucky does not have the same rate base adjustment that AEP has? with respect to OPEB and prepaid pension?
I'm extremely familiar with Kentucky Power's financial statements. I did not prepare Duke's filing. I know that witness Colin made reference to Duke's filing. I also know that company witness Vaughn in his rebuttal testimony made mention and discussed some key differences between Duke's filing, Duke's application and ours. Namely, they use a forecasted test year. There could be any number of differences in the facts and circumstances related to Duke's application and ours. And so I'm not sure that I can opine or how Duke's application may be relevant to the facts that I have very clearly presented and laid out in both my rebuttal testimony, and substantiated that these amounts are cash assets financed by the company, and that the non-cash reclass is simply that, and is not relevant for rate-making purposes.
And you're aware that Attorney General KIPC witness Collin completely disputes the fact that there's a cash outlay at all because of the negative entries.
I'm aware of his position. I feel as though my rebuttal testimony very clearly though lays out the facts for the commission and helps them understand and provides very clear support that these are in fact cash assets that were financed by the company.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Mr. Grunman, questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Hey, Mr. Spinard, Mr. Strobo, questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, no questions.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I'm going to continue to ask, even though I know you told me you're about 10 down before you get started. Mr. Miller for Sierra.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that very much.
Mr. Miller, questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. No questions.
Mr. Fry,
Mr. Chairman, no questions.
Vice Chairman?
I do have a couple of questions. Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Ms. Whitney.
Good evening.
Can you explain to me, I don't know if I'm just dense or if I don't understand the ASC standards all the time. The reference to 980, 340, 25.5. Now I'm familiar with 25.1, which is the rules around deferral accounting. You had a reference in your direct testimony around the 25.5 about how equity amounts cannot be deferred, and that you had to create a contra account in order to defer the equity return. Let me get this right. The equity return on the Rockport deferral. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And can you explain that to me?
What that's really about is getting to the timing of income statement recognition. When from a GAAP perspective, can the company recognize those carrying charges in income? GAAP says that we need to wait to recognize those in income until they're collected from customers. We cannot do that in advance.
So
if
go ahead.
If we were to just simply debit the regulatory asset, the credit would be to the income statement. We would take that to income. Absent intervening and saying, no, we need to hang that up on the balance sheet a little bit longer.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Until we begin to collect amounts from customers.
So there's an initial amount. There's an initial amount of the Rockport UPA deferral in a regulatory asset. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then, can you tell me the interaction between that regulatory asset and tariff PPA in any given year?
Well, it varied by year.
I just mean generally, not even the exact amounts, but that there's a reduction in one and a corresponding increase to the other, and how that interacts with the equity return, the weighted average cost of capital return for that deferred amount.
So at a high level, the Rockport deferral is, the WAC carrying charge is accruing on the principal balance of the Rockport deferral. So if we look at my direct testimony, page 35, what I'm referring to as the principal balance is recorded in account 182-3431, and it's the $31 million amount. As what's happening over time, as the amount that's being put into the Rockport capacity deferral declines by, I think it's $5 million. It was $15 million in year one, declined to $10 million at some point, and then to $5. The principal balance in the Rockport deferral is just growing more slowly, and it's going to be accruing carrying charges at the WAC rate as prescribed by the commission for future collection from customers.
Can I be there on the next part? So I understand the difference, though, is being flowed through tariff PPA as one increases, the other one increases, right? But what I want to ask about is when those occur. When is the weighted average cost of capital applied to that principal amount in the regulatory asset?
I think to make clear, I want to step back 1 second. There isn't a direct interaction between the Rockport, the deferral, and tariff PPA. There is instead of $15 million being deferred into the Rockport capacity deferral, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but let's just pretend that's the right one, and it declined to $10 million in a year. That $5 million difference is being pushed into the PPA rider, I believe. But I should really let me pull up my testimony to make sure that I'm speaking precisely, and I'm not confusing the record.
Yeah, and I think you can look at page 35 of your testimony on lines 3 and 4. Or 4 and 5, excuse me.
Yes. So the difference, so I'm on line 1. It was $15 million in 2018 and 19, $10 million in 2020, and $5 million in 2021 and 2022. So beginning in 2020, the difference between the 15 and the 10 is $5 million. Instead of the Rockport capacity deferral growing by $5 million, $5 million in costs will become recoverable through tariff PPA. Meaning the amount, and I can pull up my, if trying to think of a place in the record that I could illustrate this to you, but what I'm trying to explain is that there isn't a direct interaction. They're related, but there isn't a decrease in the Rockport deferral regulatory asset, as I heard your question imply.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to imply that. I apologize. It should be the opposite of that, right? That there should actually be that although less is being deferred, there is still an amount being deferred in each year. I guess what I was asking is that instead of them being interrelated, are they simultaneous?
Could you help me understand what you mean?
Yeah, the same. I'm trying to understand the timing of when the amount being deferred is actually put in the deferral account. And in addition to that, when the weighted average cost of capital is calculated based on that deferred amount each year.
We are taking the amount, so in 2020, $10 million is being deferred. We are dividing $10 million by 12 months, and each month we're deferring a 12th of the authorized amount.
And then is the weighted average cost of capital applied equally, or or is it applied at the end of the year on that account?
It's applied on a monthly basis.
On a monthly basis, and so that the I guess effectively the yield let's say the rate at the end of the year is an annualized weighted average cost of capital amount, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not that the weighted average cost of capital is being applied in full each month throughout the year.
That's correct. It's a monthly rate.
Okay, that's what I want to be clear of. And so, is it going to be on December 31st? Effectively, December 31st of 2020 is going to be the last portion of that deferral added to that account, right?
There's $5 million that will be added in 2021 and 2022.
Okay, but I'm sorry, the very last accounting entry in terms of the amount of the deferral going up is going to be that 12th month of 2022. Is that correct?
At a very high level, yes, precisely. I believe that deferral will end with the ending of the Rockport UPA, which happens earlier in the month of December, so we might not have a full month of December in this deferral.
Well, that was one of the questions I was going to. I think it's December the 8th is what your testimony may indicate. December 8th, 2022. So it may just be, 8 out of 31 days of that deferral amount. Is that maybe your anticipation for that year?
Yes.
Okay. And so then the weighted average cost of capital, since it's applied monthly, will be finally applied. Whatever the prorated December portion will be applied to that that final month, right?
Yes, but the regulatory asset will continue to be charged a WACC return through such time as amounts are collected from customers and rates.
Right. And so I just want to make sure I understand. We expect that it will eventually be $59 million. Do you remember that? Or approximately $59 million?
Yes.
And what I'm trying to now, with the timing, it hits $59 million effectively at the end of 2022, and then it starts to, well, I guess what I'm asking is, what happens after December of 2022?
In this case, the company is proposing to begin to amortize the Rockport deferral regulatory asset beginning in December 2022 through the tariff PPA, consistent with the settlement agreement that was approved in the previous case before the commission, but the commission ultimately modified and deferred to a later proceeding the actual regulatory accounting, the rate making treatment for the regulatory asset. So the company is requesting to begin amortization through the tariff PPA beginning in December 2022 over a 5-year period. Company Witness West supports the 5-year amortization period.
And my question for you is, after the application of a weighted average cost of capital in December of 2022, will there be any more, I want to make sure that the company is not seeking any additional return on that principal amount following that application on December of 2022, correct?
My understanding of the authorized Rockport capacity deferral is that the WACC carrying charge will continue through the 5-year period until the regulatory asset balance reaches 0.
Okay, and so the $59 million is not necessarily going to be the balance as of January 1, 2023. The $59 million under the scenario you just laid out would also include the carrying charges through the time period in which the regulatory asset is being amortized. Is that right?
No, the $59 million includes carrying charges through approximately December 2022. It does not reflect the carrying charges that will accrue between December 2022 and when the amounts are ultimately collected from customers and rates.
So the company's proposal is not to defer $50 million, which will ultimately turn into $59 million and recover that from customers. It's to defer $50 million, add return to it to be 59, and then add return to it again as it's amortizing and recovering that $59 million. Is that correct?
The Rockport deferral mechanism was authorized in the previous case.
the company isn't proposing a new deferral in this case. We're just simply seeking to amortize a previously authorized deferral.
Yeah, but I'm not asking about the deferral of the amount at the weighted average cost of capital. I'm now talking about the amortization and recovery of the amount, which you said you're proposing over 5 years. So what I want to be clear on is over the amortization period and the recovery period following the deferral period, is the company seeking a return during the amortization? And I think you indicated that that is the case.
Subject to check, I believe that the return, the WAC return on the Rockport deferral, what through the time such amounts are collected, was authorized in the previous base case, the company's previous case. I do not believe that's a new request in this proceeding.
But you would agree that it would end up costing more than $59 million if that's the case?
Yes, the previously authorized deferral mechanism, which provides for a WAC return through the time the amounts are collected from customers, will mean that additional carrying charges will accrue between December 2022 and the time through which amounts are collected from customers through rates.
And the reason I ask this is because at the bottom of 36 of your testimony, I'll give you time to go there if you'd like. Do you see, are you there now?
I'm on page 36, yes.
At line 16, you say, Kentucky Power estimates that the Rockport deferral regulatory asset will total approximately $59 million in December of 2022. That's what we just talked about, correct?
That's correct.
We're on the same page about that. And then it says, resulting in an annual amortization of approximately $12 million through tariff PPA for a 5-year period ending in December 2027. So 5 years at $12 million is $60 million. And I'm not the world's greatest mathematician, but I think that the weighted average cost of capital applied to, 48, 36, $24 million over a 5-year period is going to end up being more than that difference between the approximate 60 and 59. So I just want to make sure I understand, is the expectation of a $12 million amortization, or is it more than that?
The expectation is for amortization of the 12 million, or the 12 million was in reference to the, sort of the principal, the balance as of December 2022. All I simply did there, as you can tell, you can see, as I took about, 60 million approximately divided by 5 years. I did not quantify or estimate the amount of the WAC return that would, the carrying charge that would accrue and then also be recovered through tariff PPA during that time period.
Okay, so you would agree then, if it is the company's proposal to apply a weighted average cost of capital to the regulatory asset balance throughout the period of amortization, that the total amount recovered from customers will be in excess of the $59 million or even the $60 million reference?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask, switching gears, on the OPEB, was the prepayment made, let me ask, when was the prepayment made?
It's not just one payment. It's been a series of payments over time that have accumulated into a net prepayment balance.
Yeah, and that's as Mr. Fitzgerald said about his earlier, that was an artful way to ask the question. When was the last prepayment made?
In September 2020, the company made a payment, a contribution to its pension plan trust, and that was provided as an exhibit to my rebuttal testimony. I think it was the second exhibit.
Okay.
There was also another contribution to the pension trust made in sometime in 2017, which is the first exhibit.
Yeah, and so I was wanting to go back to the 2017. So the prepayment predates the 2017 rate case. Is that fair to say?
No, I think I only provided the prepayments made since the test year end in the last rate case.
So this didn't exist in any form, not even at the current size, but this prepayment didn't exist prior to the 2017 rate case at all.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood your question. I thought you were asking about the specific payments that were included as exhibits to my rebuttal testimony. The cumulative prepaid pension and OPEB assets existed as of the test year end in our previous base case, and the prepaid pension asset was included in rate base in the company's application in its 2017 case. The prepaid OPEB asset was not, as I discussed in my rebuttal testimony.
So it wasn't included in rate base as a specific item. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. But as I've also said before, and this afternoon or evening, and in my rebuttal testimony, the return on component of the company's revenue requirement has historically been computed on capitalization.
Yeah, and
that would be reflected.
That is really what I was trying to understand from reading the testimony, and so I just want to clarify here. So Ms. Vinsel was asking you about it being, I think the reference she made, or the question she had was, but the company financed it, and you previously said it was a cash outlay, and you'd responded effectively as a cash outlay. If you're using capitalization, yes, it would be reflected as the company financed it. Is that a fair characterization of the previous conversation?
The company financed the prepayment. Yes.
Okay. So it would be, from the company's perspective, in capitalization, if it's a cash outlay, the company's perspective is it's holistically included in the capitalization because we financed it. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and so it's holistically included in the capitalization proposal in this case, and I think taking your comment a second ago, you sort of believe that it was holistically included as a part of capitalization in the 2017 case, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so are you aware that the company, as part of its application in this case, reconciles rate base to capitalization?
Yes, I am.
So how is it that would have been a cash outlay, you financed it in the 2017 case, but when you brought it over to rate base and reconciled capitalization with rate base, it was left out with no corresponding impact, or nobody saw it? I'm trying to understand that distinction.
The prepaid pension asset was in rate base in the previous case, and it was the, so I'm not sure I understand.
The OPEB was, you said a second ago that the OPEB was not in rate base.
That's right. So as long as, if your question is, we're focused on the prepaid OPEB amount here, I think, you know, the reconciliation that you're referring to wasn't prepared by myself or someone on my team, so I can't speak to the nitty-gritty details. I think the key thing that I think is important to focus on is that you know, capitalization has been used historically to compute the return on component of the company's cost of service, which reflects items that have been financed by the company. These amounts have been financed. They would have been reflected in those amounts. And I want to be helpful and answer your question, but I wasn't in the mechanics of that reconciliation to be able to answer the how could it have been missed, or maybe it wasn't and there was a reconciliation item noted. I'm just not privy to those details.
Yeah, and I hope you can appreciate the question, is that, you know, in 2017, there was a reconciliation done. In 2020, it's sort of, oh, we missed this last time, but if you're going to use rate base, then this is what you should do. And so I just want to make sure that I understand who would be the person in this instance with this reconciliation that I could talk to. And I guess the follow-up question to that would be, will they understand the nuances of the OPEB issue as well as you do? I feel like I'm between a rock and a hard place and getting sort of a finality on the issue.
So the reconciliation isn't what, I understand your question, and to back up a second, I want to take it in pieces. First of all, company witness Vaughn's team, who prepares the cost of service, they prepare the reconciliation, and so he would be the one to speak with regarding why something may or may not have been, how it was reflected in that reconciliation in this case versus last case. And he also is the witness that you can speak with regarding, treatment in rate base. My team works closely with him, and I prepare certain cost of service adjustments and or capitalization adjustments, but his team compiles those schedules holistically.
Okay, and I will ask Mr. Vaughn, I would say, but please don't leave the country in case there's a follow-up on this issue, but that doesn't seem to be a worry these days. So I appreciate that. The last question I have is what I consider to be, and maybe this isn't a fair characterization, but the alternative argument that you provide in your rebuttal testimony, or you know what I'm talking about when I say that? That if the $5.204 million amount is removed as Mr. Collin proposes, there should be a corresponding increase, not an identical amount, but an additional increase of something like $3.7 million. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. Can you also explain that to me, why the removal of one requires necessarily the increase of the other, or the addition of the other?
Sure. These cash contributions that the company has made into its planned trust are earning a return. There's a rate of return on those cash contributions, and that return is serving to reduce the pension and OPEB costs, or the expense that's being recognized in the company's financial statements. So if the prepaid pension and OPEB amounts are excluded from rate base, then it follows that the reduction in expense that is being enjoyed by customers because those exist and have been invested for their benefit, that should be also removed from the cost of service.
And that $3.7 million amount is exclusively related to the OPEB?
No, it's the sum of both the pension, the effect of the pension and OPEB amount.
And the OPEB, okay. I appreciate it, Ms. Whitney. Thank you very much.
Dr. Matthews, questions?
No, sir.
Mr. Wolfram, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few questions. Ms. Whitney, Vice Chairman asked you a few questions related to the Rockport deferral and the amortization of those costs upon beginning in 2022. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And as part of your testimony in this case, in response to those questions, you stated that it's your understanding the amortization of those costs, as well as inclusion of a WAC charge, was part of the company's 2017, was established in the company's 2017 rate case, specifically case number 2017-00179. Is that correct?
It's my testimony that the deferral was to earn a WAC return through the time the amounts would be collected, fully collected from customers through rates. The amortization is requested in this proceeding. In the 2017 case, the commission
did not reach, a decision regarding the amortization period for the deferral.
And you reviewed the 2017 order as part of your testimony in this case, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have a copy of the, Your Honor, if I may approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Sorry, I know that's a little strange in the virtual environment, but I cited on the side of formality there. Ms. Whitney, do you have in front of you the order in the 2017 rate case?
Yes.
Could you turn to page 37 for me?
I'm there.
And beginning on pages 37 through 40, I believe this is the information related to what you just described. Is that correct?
Yes.
And could you read into the record for us the portions of the order that pertain to the WAC specifically?
Can I ask the attorney, what, this is an order in that case, but what is the date of the order?
January 18, 2018.
Okay, thank you.
And Your Honor, would it be appropriate that we just take administrative notice of the order?
Yes, we can.
Noting that, I have no further questions for Ms. Whitney.
All right, with that, we'll conclude for this evening and go into recess until 9 in the morning, at which time I think the next witness is Ms. Keaton. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll be in recess until 9 a.m. morning. Thank you.